Okay, getting ready to rock and roll here for today. Kind of a more serious topic than usual, but what is it? What is it ever really serious? But part of this is the fact that I've noticed what a lot of other people just kind of, I guess, take for granted or don't notice, which is there's a lot of mental illness, a lot of sickness, a lot of maybe diagnosed but unnoticed by the crowds. Well, unbalanced behavior. Just in streaming and in the audiences and in the views, takes, you name it, of the Twitch poll, debate bro mindset, chroma drama, lol cowing. The cruelty is part of the sign. And my friends, today, as opposed to just a lighthearted romp through information or a direct review of some kind of paperwork, I'm gonna go kind of deep, full-fisted, as far as I can get it down into the hole. Hope you don't mind, because this is 21 and plus only past this point. Adult-oriented content, at least 18, please, not safe for Mickey frickin' work. The following content may be disturbing, graphic, and highly unsettling. The use of many flashy, blinking lights and complex, fast-moving images may affect some sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is highly advised.
As you go about the task of trying to understand narcissism, one of the things that begins to rise to the surface pretty quickly is, I'm dealing with somebody here who is not at all healthy. Narcissists are troubled souls. They're underdeveloped in their conscience. They're underdeveloped in the way that they engage with people. They're like a little child who hasn't figured out yet that the world doesn't revolve around them. Now, the deeper you go into your understanding of narcissism, I'm sure that you can see, there are other kinds of traits that spin off of that can seem rather scary. And then many people will ask me, well, yes, I can see the narcissistic element here, but am I dealing with a sociopath? Or perhaps am I even dealing with a psychopath? And I think it's good for you to know what that's all about, because the more you understand what's in front of you, then the more you can make informed decisions about where you're going to go in relation to all of that. So I want to see
where are you going to go in relation to all that? And how do you know unless you can identify what's going on, who people are, what they're doing, how their behaviors manifest themselves in the world? How does it affect you? How are you involved in it? How can you avoid it? How can you see it in the people around you as opposed to just not seeing it when it is absolutely, my friends, absolutely everything we're seeing in streaming? That's the crazy ideas that you're like, why is this so odd? Why does this not sound right? Well, we were just listening to Surviving Narcissism. It's a psychiatrist. He mentions his name at the beginning. I'm sorry, I just missed it. But we'll get back to it. First, though, as we get into this, I just want to change the channel, start the show. Let me just tune on into your own personal level.
When you did approach her, what was the response? She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something, that's upset a lot of people.
So we know who you are.
she was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Very up.
Oh my God, this is like
A's wondering. The world needs you to look up so we know who you are. Basement dwellers fearing light. Mamas and self scared of truth. Nationalists fighting to be the biggest brutes. Look up. The world needs you to raise your head. Look up. They'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the body's alone, that's when that sound yells out. Look up. Look up. Hermes Beck and Olo, very up. Broad, A's wondering. The world needs you to look up so we know who you are. Basement dwellers fearing light. Mamas and self scared of truth. Nationalists fighting to be the biggest brutes.
Tribal,
the world.
Game.
And today, what are we talking about in total? We are talking about the misinformation in streaming, impact on mental health. And if you're watching in the short stream, thank you so much for joining. And if you're watching in the wide stream, thank you so much for joining. I'm AronMSound, and we'll be getting into it in just a moment. I'm going to be sharing my thoughts about many things that I've seen. I'll be bringing up some not so comfortable clips. And maybe these are things that you've seen before, but, you know, in the context of seeing it next to a psychiatrist or a therapist giving you the information about what the identifiers are, it may help you to pick out in your life while you're watching streaming or just in your daily, these people with these affectations. Stand by.
As you go about the task of trying to understand narcissism, one of the things that begins to rise to the surface pretty quickly is, I'm dealing with somebody here who is not at all healthy. Narcissists are troubled souls. They're underdeveloped in their conscience. They're underdeveloped in the way that they engage with people. They're like a little child who hasn't figured out yet that the world doesn't revolve around them. Now, the deeper you go into your understanding of narcissism...
Hello, Bex. Good afternoon.
I'm sure that you can
I figured you might find this interesting.
Kinds of traits that spin off of that can seem rather scary, and then many people will ask me, well, yes, I can see the narcissistic element here, but am I dealing with a sociopath? Or perhaps am I even dealing with a psychopath? And I think it's good for you to know what that's all about, because the more you understand what's in front of you, then the more you can make informed decisions about where you're going to go.
The more you know what's in front of you, the more you're able to make informed decisions about where you're going to go. And it's not just where you're going to go, but who you're going to deal with, what you're willing to put up with, and what you notice as abnormal, unusual. Good to see you. Yeah, and glad to have you here. So yeah, I've got a whole bunch of videos today to share with you guys to talk over what it is that we kind of see here in relationship to folks on the internet. Now, mind you, I am not a psychiatrist. I am not an actual therapist. I have done a ton of education on the subject. I've done a ton of time way back in the early 90s. Things have changed, but this does not mean that you and I cannot learn to recognize the signs, symptoms, signals, behaviors of the mentally ill, and how they affect the average streamers out there who can't tell the difference between when somebody's playing a character, putting on a show, and when somebody's actually batshit crazy. So, I hate to use those terms, because that's not really a thing, the batshit crazy thing, you know. That's not a fair term to use on people. But what is to recognize mental illness where it exists and to not just let it pass on by as if it's not a thing. Especially when it affects whole groups of folks. Folks will use these behaviors to absolutely cover up the worst things they've done. So, my friends, I think it's time to move on in. Hello, everybody. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I, AronMSound, interject himself into a conversation, and by way of which, take it someplace, well, most people don't expect it to go. And today, I'm talking about a pretty prominent, prevalent situation here on the streamers' tubes of you, which is mental health. Mental health issues. Mental health hoo-ha. Let me just be real. Sorry, I'm looking at the other screen. Mental health is a thing and a problem for some. Good mental health. Hey, it does look like I might have both streams. Let me test this out here. I haven't seen the other chat pop up. Let me see. Test. If it doesn't work here on the other one, I'll just... Oh, there it is. There it is. I have to work on the formatting here, but holy maloli is what I'm going to say right there. Ladies and gentlemen, I actually will have both the chats in one chat for the chatter chitters. Gotta love that. Let me just take care of that real quickly before we get too deep into the program. Oh, geez. What was it that... Oh, it's not that. What am I doing? It's an actual program that's running. That's right. All I gotta do is... Where is that link? Oh, the dashboard. That's right. And... Oh, I can even look at it through the dashboard. What? I can even put it into the dashboard. That is just fantabulous. Stream chat. Copied the clip. Yes. They have made this so much easier. So yeah, today we will be going through see. Is that it? No, that's the docs. I'm gonna have to pull this up as a page, huh? Hey, I think that might be it. Wow. Did I do it? Neat. Oh, wrong one. Dang. Dangity dangity. I'm gonna have to do something about the other chatter each time I go to a page. So if the chat disappears, I'll be rebuilding this as we go here. Sorry for the time taken, but this is a new feature. All right, Bex. See you in a second. Welcome on in. I'm AronMSound. Today's topic: mental health situations here on YouTube, and how it affects us, how it affects you, how you could avoid and also identify the problems that are so, as I was saying before, prevalent. And in the process of that, I'll also likely hop over and check out a couple different people's, streams and shows, just to kind of take a look, see if we can identify some of these things for ourselves. It doesn't mean that I am going to be able to, psychoanalyze. Rather, use what we have as knowledge of the situation that we're learning together and apply that knowledge. That's how that works. And for those of you who are hopping in and hopping out, I so do appreciate you. It's a different kind of day. And for those of you who are just hate viewing, waiting for a clip, come on in. Thanks for passing me around. You sure are gullible.
Relation to all of that.
Let me shrink on down.
I want to see if I can break down the distinction between narcissism, sociopathy, and the psychopath. And
I
as
like
I
that.
do so, I'm going to give a heading to each of these three categories to try to make it a little easier for you to understand. When we talk about narcissism, I'm going to use the heading dismissive. When we talk about a sociopath, I'm going to use the heading schemer. And then when we talk about the psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator.
Let's get that again, because he had a great layout of titles and concepts about these characters, these disorders, I should say.
When we talk about narcissism, I'm going to use the heading dismissive. When we talk about a sociopath, I'm going to use the heading schemer. And then when we talk about the psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator. Okay? And I think you can already see where we're going with
And if you feel like calling in, talking about this, or you have something to say to me, or you feel like you just,
you know that with the narcissist, we have very high
come on
need for
into the
control.
Discord, become a member, and or just
level
call on
of
in. Here it
empathy.
is.
A lot of exploitive and manipulative behavior. They must be in charge. They must be superior. They have an alternate view of reality. They can rationalize anything and everything. And then when I put it under the heading of dismissive, then there's certain other elements that we can add to that. For example, the narcissist will overvalue themselves. Which
Oh my, have you ever heard of this? Hey, Mo Love, how are you doing? Welcome into the stream. I appreciate you being here. Very kind of you to be here. Thank you so much.
As far as they're concerned.
Today, we're talking about mental health issues and streaming, which I know that you see all the way around. Thank you so much. Manipulators, liars, cheaters of all different kinds of natures here. And there's a whole section of identification that's important. I'm going to run this back real quickly just so we get that list that he brought in, because I think for a third time it doesn't hurt us to hear.
Know that with the narcissist, we have very high need for control, a very low level of empathy, a lot of exploitive and manipulative behavior. They must be in charge. They must be superior. They have an alternate view of reality.
They must
can
be superior.
rationalize anything and everything. And then when
rationalize
I put it under
anything.
the heading
Who does that
of
sound like to you? Sounds easy to actually identify. But yeah, I mean, rationalize anything, must be superior, must put others under their control, when their own family members would concur. Yeah, though that's a whole other thing. But he goes into some of that. It's really one of these ideas that you have to, one, admit to yourself first, and then you also have to recognize it in the other, and be careful. And he has some great suggestions coming.
Then there's certain other elements that we can add to that. For example, the narcissist will overvalue themselves, which predictably
Obviously.
says then they
Undervalue you. Yeah, you know about that one, right? People undervalue you.
undervalue you.
Yeah, well,
You're just a pawn. You're just a player on the stage as far as they're concerned, and your worth and your value is not something they put much thought into at all, other than how they can use you. They do have that sense of entitlement. There are certain things that I need, but then in that dismissive sense, it's like, and I don't care what you need. Or they always have to be right. Well, when they're right, again, going back to the dismissive word, well, then somebody's going to be wrong, and guess who that's going to be?
somebody's going to be wrong because of the dismissiveness of their projections. And yes, Lori Sue says the constant projections screwing up of their own lies and getting them confused with the plethora of lies that only continue ad nauseum. And many of these people don't even realize. Hey, what's happening, Mo? Don't even realize how they're affecting others, or that others catch on, because they have implanted a mental blockage, essentially, to see themselves as superior no matter what, rationalize their bad behavior. And we could point out all kinds of things, from, a dude who said that he was fine with marrying a 12-year-old, and then afterwards saying he was joking because on other panels he laughed during that period, which is, none of it's a laughing matter, none of it's joking, but that is rationalizing, and then making themselves superior to others as if their ability to comprehend things is more apt than anybody else, despite everybody agreeing that the person was very serious about their point. I'm talking about Team Fatty, so just to be clear. Don't want to make it any, thanks for the clips the other night. Thanks so much. That was wonderful. People only freak out about little tiny channels when you've got thousands upon thousands of subs. When you hit a nerve. I love hitting that nerve because when they block me, I win. Says everything. Ding ding. In fact, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me give it a little. Because if you don't want to be pointed out, maybe you just would ignore it. But no, 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 no. Somebody wants to go back and forth, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't bring him up anyways. I'd sit there and laugh at him. Because I'm mean. Anyways. Oh, hold on a second. Let me give me a little, because I'm mean. And unabashedly so. And the lashing out at those they profess to value when in fact they don't possess the ability, Lori Sue says, to value others unless their bullshit is called out with credible, viable proof. Utterly amazing. You know, Castor Labs, I'm going to have to put you in timeout in a hot second, buddy. Where's the Castor Labs doing that from? Hold on a second, 1 second. Oh, I found it. Get out of there. Get out of there. So let's do this. Oops. Come on, people. I'm typing things in, and it's messing up. Really? Yeah, that will work. Don't forget to like and, what is that other word? Subscribe. Sorry to take this moment. I'm setting up this caster bot, and I had to stop it in, I had to stop it. 1,000 seconds. I see why. I see why. It just wants you to use the hammer. It just wants you to use the little device that rolls and scrolls. Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here. For those of you who just joined us, me just sitting here meandering, talking to myself for a hot second, talking about looking like mental illness. No, I'm setting up something with the Castor Labs because it was like spamming that we loved it. We loved it. We must love it. Love Castor Labs. That's cool, bro. That's cool. That's cool and all. But yeah, bro. Okay, about what? Like every... Yeah, it's more, every 15 minutes or so. That's fine. It'll be fine. Nothing's on fire right now, so... Okay. Let me get to this other screen. All right. Oh, am I a little out of, because I was using the computer at the same time doing some wacky shit. Yeah, totally, it got me out. Hello, Hurricane Perro. Good evening and welcome. Right now, I'm about to start going over, in detail, identifying and rectifying ways we can know that we're dealing with psychopath, sociopath, psychosis, narcissism. So tonight's all about mental health, all about learning what those things are and maybe some answers to how we can avoid them. And I've got some really solid videos that just back it up straight from psychiatrists. No floof, no Brittany Simon telling you that there's 5 levels of narcissism that can get you to be a better person as opposed to others. None of that bullshit. We're getting real. I don't even care. She blocked me for no clear reason, so I can just freely just like bloviate bullshit all over her fucking weird narcissism, that multi-leveled fucking shit that she based off of 12 other things she didn't understand.
They have a strongly critical mindset, and so in their criticism, there just has to be somebody who has to take the brunt of their annoyance and impatience and irritability. And again,
and if you give them a camera, it's us.
And so basically, the narcissist concludes, "I'm really glad that I'm me, and boy, would I hate to have to be you." And these are people.
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like any host at all? Like Andrew, or, you know, it's pretty easy to identify who that would be. Who blocked me? Oh, Brittany Simon. Brittany Simon. And not that it was like a regular chat or anything, and I only found out in Tom's. It was totally hilarious. And I don't know if you've heard my little thing, my little mantra here, which is, if you block me, I win! Because I must have been just annoying the hell out of you, poking at you, being a meanie, getting your fifis all riled up like, wah, 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 that kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about. Pharaoh knows what I'm saying. Pharaoh knows what I'm saying. Lori Sue says, leaving a trail of witnesses via text, video, and reserved chat rooms only provides truth as to the level of depravity and mental illness that becomes glaringly apparent. Well said. Well said. Let me give that some applause. Couple of those and this and that. Let me hit that audio real quickly here so I can make sure it's in time with when I hit it, because that was like way far behind. I heard she's a pick-me, so I'm not surprised. You know, I don't know if I'd call her a pick-me so much as she's kind of a laughable character. I won by being blocked only less than half an hour ago. No, this is winning. This is winning. If you push them to the point where they have to choose to block you because you're just being honest. Or mean. I mean, like, in my case, where it's like, obviously, I continued this on into chat. I have no barrier at that level. I will not break character like that. So, yeah, I just carried straight on in. As you well know, I'm a mod at Tomfoolery and the Thorpes, as well as several others, but only if you find me there. Which...
Stop it. Get some help.
I know. Why would I choose those two programs? Well, dichotomy is kind of the spice of life. Observation. Thikamoto. If you're not familiar with Thikamoto is the ultimate lolcow observer, almost to the extent of finding all the good or crazy, really insane horror cows. But, and who is this? This is... Who just came up in the other one? CJ at HR Zookman. Hello and welcome. You are a new visitor. We can tell because you don't have a handlebar, or a spanner, or a wrench. But you're still more than welcome to come on in and play nice. We're talking about mental health issues that we find all around the internet and identifying them. So when you're watching your favorite streamer, you're like, boy, this doesn't sound, hold on a second. This doesn't sound, this doesn't sound normal to me. Well then, my friends, you can identify it because we're hearing it from psychiatrists and the like.
It's impossible to deal with them.
If you're watching and you're like, boy, this guy's just so over the top. Yes, it's a show, my friends. I'm not sitting behind the camera, shitting my pants, eating fucking Taco Bell. I haven't been playing a video game for the last 48 hours, not bathing. I don't live in my mom's basement. I own a studio. Let's get it going to do some real performing for all you folks out there instead of... oh God, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure to sign the tip, and hold on a second. I think I have a chat incoming. Yeah, no, that's not me. I run a show here, folks, and today's show is Misinformation in Streaming Impact on Mental Health. If you missed it earlier.
Now, let's take it up a notch, and let's go to the category of...
Sorry, I'm in his way. Let me.
Hey, no, I put the overarching
everybody calm down.
Over that as the schemer.
Have you ever heard of that one?
Are always cooking up some sort of a scheme. Let's keep
Can
in
you
mind
imagine?
that they operate on the assumption that if there are rules out there, those rules don't apply to me. And so
how
they
many
see
times you've been
themselves as
watching
being
somebody
above and beyond the
on a
status
panel
quo.
arguing with someone, and that is their general logic, is that the outliers are always the rule makers. That somehow that's what we should only be taking as example. Ignore the majority of things that happen in, the banal. Pay attention to the extreme that happens in the rarity. Living outside the standards.
Operating procedures that everybody else has to go with. Now, it could be that inside a business, if a business has a certain protocol in terms of how they do things, their thinking is, but the protocol is going to be different for me because you see, I'm way special, I'm really smart, and I'm a lot better than that. Or inside a relationship. It's like, well, most people, when they do relationships, they handle it A, B, and C, but I'm not most people. And so
I'm not most people. It's one thing to be told that you're not most people. It's another thing to declare it for yourself to other people. I'm not the same. I'm God's favorite. I don't know what more atypical, narcissist, sociopathic response you could possibly expect out of any kind of statement than telling everybody you are God's gift to the world, right? But hey, to each their own. No, seriously, it's important to call these things out, to point out when people are dishonest, cruel, reckless, insincere. It's not okay to watch real people melt and then infect others, because don't you get it twisted. There is such a thing as a social malady, one that is perceived in-group behavior, copied by others. We've seen it in the TikTok tech, where a kid can watch a frickin' video and start copying what other people do, and if it's during formative brain growth, they could actually and do develop tics in their head that cause them to have Tourette's-like syndrome. I've covered this before, but it's an example.
Particular entitlements. Morality is something that just is meaningless to them. They may say that they're committed to you, but then you find out that there's all sorts of stuff going on behind the scenes, whether it's through addictive behaviors or through cheating and being involved with multiple people at the same time. Rules and morality are
don't
just
apply
irrelevant to them. It's whatever I feel in the moment. And so
now we're talking about sociopaths or narcissistic sociopathic behavior in this particular case, which could also be determined as malignant narcissism. Now, once again, I'm not a psychiatrist. We're just going through this together. We're learning all about it together. I have, of course, have pre-previewed all of this. So if you have anything to say about it, you want to talk about it, call in is pinned in the main chat. And here, I don't think it'll actually show up in the other chat as, it won't, as a hyperlink. Oh, maybe it did. Yes, it did in the other chat. Good deal. I don't know if it shows up on the phones as a hyperlink, but if you feel like calling in, you got something to say, you feel like you have some input, or you just want to talk to me for no clear reason, my friends, one-handed clap to you. You're more than welcome to join. I'm not guaranteed I'll answer the phone, but I will tell you this. If you're ballsy enough to call in and you're not a complete coward, to talk about these subjects and or challenge me on your thoughts, the thoughts, or whatever I'm covering, you're more than welcome to show up. Anyhow, where am I?
In fact, they like the idea that they don't conform.
Of course, you got to know how to work Discord.
They like to have toys that are a little bit different. They like to have all sorts of activities and ventures that say, I'm a pleasure seeker, and you're going to see it, and you're going to see it very easily around me. Now, another ingredient that goes along with this is no remorse.
No
deal.
remorse.
If
Who else have
catch
you
them
heard
red-handed
like this,
at
huh?
Doing something, they
No
may say
remorse
something to get
whatsoever.
themselves off the hook, like, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have done that. But at the end, it's like it doesn't sink down very deep at all. If you or I were to do something really wrong, I would hope that there would be a sense of agonizing and soul searching that goes on.
Normally there is,
Sociopaths
because
don't
people
agonize.
have conscientiousness, sensitivity to others, awareness of themselves, and emotional intellect. But for those people who have the disorders this man is describing, there is no agonizing, no soul searching. Is it to say that they do not have a soul? No, that's extreme. And we're not talking about the esoteric here. We're talking about our mentalities, our psychologies, our sensitivities, our proclivities. And some people are just shit turd, not agonizing, and not self-searching, and being a shit turd. What more can you say? Just a finger in their ass, pulling out shit turds, flipping it out at people like they're monkeys in the zoo. Chimpanzees, like, and if you're like, ew, why did he say that? Because that shit, my friends, is exactly how that goes down all the time. It's constant on the tubes of you. We could probably just pull it out and find it right now. People arguing and being self-important. But let's get through the rest of this educated talk and we'll start devolving as the night goes on, shall we?
Sociopaths don't soul search. Now, they can be very intelligent and they can intellectualize all sorts of aspects of life, and they can talk as if they understand right from wrong, but down at that gut level, it's just not there. They do and say whatever is expedient in the moment.
Apparently.
And then whatever accountability
Shit
you want them to have.
always
it's
happens.
like, it's
True.
meaningless. They
And
wear
thank
masks.
goodness for it, because if shit didn't happen, I think people would be way crappier. That's my personal opinion, though.
And they're chameleons who live to exploit. Now, one of the things we can say about sociopaths is they can be very skilled at picking out
Finding people
that
to
can be duped, or picking out people that can be manipulated. And because
Oh, my
they're
pleasure,
slick
Lori
talkers,
Sue. I'm glad I
and they
got it
can
to work
say
finally.
whatever
I found
needs
the
to
one
be
that
said
does
in the
work.
moment and bring you in. And they tend to work pretty quickly. And so one of the things that you want to watch for is when somebody tries to get you to join them in perhaps something that seems a little bit fishy, but they say, come on, it's okay. And they work real fast with you because they like pulling people in, because then if there's something wrong, they have someone
This
that they
also
can blame.
applies to relationships. Oh, you've got to be now. We got to do this now. It's all got to happen now, because if it doesn't happen now, you got to move in. Oh, we need each other. I got to come visit you. Hey, take care of me now. I'll take care of you later. But no. Yeah. So if you're feeling that, if you're seeing that, there's probably a thing to it, my friends. Take it seriously. See it for what it is. Seriously. Because you never know unless you allow yourself to know the full facet of people. Oftentimes, we will cut ourselves off to the reality of folks around us because we so want to be included. And then this is the in-group inclination of our nature, of our being human. We want to be part of the tribe. We want to be included in the show. People have FOMO, fear of missing out, because of that basic, not drive, but incentive to stay healthy, to stay safe amongst the group. But that can also become incredibly unhealthy, beyond codependence, beyond the obsessive, to the point where folks don't even realize they are capitulating to the worst behaviors of others simply to fit in. Mocking those who you should never mock. Making jokes about things you would never normally make a joke about. Being a part of behaviors that as an adult you would never, ever condone. much less tell your children that it's okay to do. But no, my friends, we see a breakdown of civility around the folks who are not well. Why? Because they're batshit. Because they have no emotional regulation. Because they don't care about you because they're narcissists or they're actual fucking psychopaths. We'll look at a psychopath later on too and show you how to identify one. Let's finish off. I can take a 5-minute video and make it last 18 hours. So let's just get through this.
It's going to be you. Now, let's go to that place of the psychopath. And I mentioned that the word we're going to have there is predator.
Yeah, I've never seen this video before.
Well, when you see movies and things on television news and all like that, the psychopath tends to have a very strong criminal mind. I mean, when we say they don't have a conscience, they have zero conscience. It's like they have no regard whatsoever for order. It's completely all about themselves. They have no need for compassion. They do not attach well at all. People are only tools to be used. And so they can be very cold-blooded in the way that they engage with folks. They must be dominant. They can have a very bad temper, and they can be very overwhelming when somebody does something that displeases them, to the extent that their punishing behavior can be very severe and abusive.
So you see what he's saying is it goes past just being a sociopath once you're a psychopath, because it turns into a psychological violence of sorts, a lack of conscientiousness or consciousness, a lack of any connection to the humanity of the situation, because that person literally, he's saying, has zero connection to the humans around them. So they become abusive. And Lori Sue says, "Oh, excellent. This is ever so telling and timely, poignant. Thank you." I feel like it's a good follow-up to what I did this weekend.
Used by these individuals, nothing else. So
I figure if any of these, if any of the fools actually had the balls to show up, that they'd recognize immediately that all I got to do is play some of this back. I don't need their footage. I can show a little piece of their footage, and it wouldn't out of context doesn't make as much of an impact. But I'll tell you this, when you play this kind of information just alongside little clips of people that are being insane and unreasonable and irrational, and then extrapolate that out to the fact that that is the common behavior of their show that they call it, or their panel, that is the entire premise of their being and identity online, is an actual insufferable, insane, psychopathic and or sociopathic or narcissist, and that the audiences are coming in droves for the misinformation that warp minds. These are troubling, problematic, bias-inducing, bias-confirming issues that we see constantly here in the streaming world. And if I have anything to do with it, I am one butterfly wing at a time, flapping to kind of suggest to others that they don't need to even take part in this. There's all sorts of other fucking fun shit that we can be doing together that's way more fucking, way more entertaining than that other fucking doldrum bullshit. But we'll look at that too. We will look at that too. I know that the earnest, non-character driven streamer is probably a lot more enticing to the mentally ill mind, simply for the fact that it mirrors their need for everything to be as real as they believe it to be, which is nothing less than delusion. When you're watching these shows, you should remember you are watching a show. If Tim Pool has taught most of y'all something, is that the influence here is always a little bit something that you don't expect. And oftentimes it's just mental illness and intent to misinform the audience for what otherwise people are calling a grift, a con. Like and subscribe.
or any kind of order, and they have no sense of accountability whatsoever.
No sense of accountability whatsoever. Lori Sue says, and mediocrely intelligent people will pretend to empathize, particularly those who are sociopathic. They always gaslight and blame others when they are outed. Yes, we've definitely seen that, haven't we? They blame others for their personal actions, including attempts. Self-deletion attempts, I think I can say. By the way, if you're just listening and not watching the show, feel free to hop over to the short stream. It's actually very light in the bar over there. So, I actually, that's one of the reasons why I have the short stream, is so that if you're just listening, it's, just there in your pocket. Love that you support. Don't forget, if you haven't already hit the like, please do. And it looks like this when you do that. Hold on a second. It looks like, whoop, whoop. So that's the kind of experience you'll have. It'll be like, blah, 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 yes, yes, yeah. Well, maybe for some, if you're hitting the button that much, maybe it will be.
People can have such difficulty in engaging in an orderly kind of way that they operate kind of on the fringes, and they don't do well in regular jobs, but they have to have their own way, and they just cannot have any kind of sense that says anybody's going to tell them what to do. Now,
they have to have their own way. Nobody's going to tell them what to do. They can't have a normal job. Okay, you're Lita Caproni! Ladies and gentlemen. Echo! Lita Caproni, how you doing? Got a nonsense phone call. From who, Lita? A streamer, perhaps? A former streamer? A part-time streamer? A streamer angry about reality, possibly? Or just a relative angry about trash? I don't know. Or, a bento box, apparently, is the one today. Oh, your sister. A bento box. The answer is bento box. What is bento box, Lita? Bento box, yes. So we're just finishing looking at this breakdown of psychopath, sociopath, narcissism, the whole kit and caboodle package. Lori Sue says, can't hold down any job, but create lies about what they're incapable, about why they're incapable of having a job. Oh, that is a whole other thing.
Narcissism, the dismissive person, the sociopath, the schemer, and then the psychopath, the predator. These are three very difficult kinds
breaking
of
news, Lita.
Deal with, and
it's never their fault. Feel free to hop into the Discord and break the news to us.
All three of these categories.
I actually now have Discord huge on my right, so I can see it.
There is no.
It's never their fault. No, let me hold on a second. It's never their fault. And when they hear people honestly, like my real self, when I start telling stories and I include myself and, I should have seen this. I did have moments where I was thinking this, but man, that was a fuck up, blah, blah, blah. They always love to take advantage of the fact that, so you have fault. You must have fucked up the whole time. It's like, whoa. No, I'm a fucking realistic human being who recognizes where you have to see yourself in situations and to clearly understand the dividing line between, okay, what did I do? And where is it where sometimes you can't do shit, because sometimes it is other people. Sometimes it's just things out of your control. That's the world. But not always. Not every time. That's for sure. And oftentimes we play into our own problems. Much of the time, actually. And won't realize it. Because you gotta have some kind of self-observation skill, some kind of sense of yourself. And it's never the fault. Okay, you're back. And again. And again. And again. And again. Sorry. Because of it, were their fault, they'd have to admit they're liars, untruthful, dishonest, ingenuine. Sorry, that was disingenuous. It's like 3 words all kind of left apart.
You are
scripting live, not as easy as it seems.
Exploited. You serve a function for them, and
by the way, I want to point out, Lita, both chats are now on screen. If you didn't notice that, I'm fancy, super fancy.
It's going to be very self-serving, and so if you think you're going to gain by being with these people, think again, because they have no regard for whatever gain you might want. And then another common theme between these is there's
when a streamer doesn't give a damn whether you win or lose, so long as they win information and quote-unquote clout style, that they'll throw anybody they can under the bus to seem more important or superior, as it says earlier. These are the signs. Little to no conscientiousness about their behaviors. I mean, like, you know, making a huge, for example, making a huge deal about one streamer who has somebody say something innocuous that passes by so fast they don't even say it, but for the next week and a half, that other streamer proceeds to try to McCarthyism, like cancel somebody, to get that person to not be platformed anymore, to lose subs because of the guest who said something, and then 4 months later, 5 months later, bring that guest on themselves and do a whole expose that totally ignores all that and never mentions it. So, something to keep in mind. Honest people act honestly and include themselves in fault. Or we'll say, look, I know I did X, Y, and Z, but is it really my fault to say that X, Y, and Z? Or they'll be rational. And if you say, yeah, man, yeah, lady, yeah, person, that's kind of your fault, they'll go, fuck, really? Now, okay, I learned something. Maybe I need to go apologize. That's a fucking rational, normal human being. But because so many people have gotten so used to being high and mighty, supreme and superior, playing into the fucking narcissism, playing into the sociopathy as if that's a good thing, and at the highest levels, when you talk about corporate empire, they're telling them, be a psychopath, be an American psychopath. No, my friends, no. We have to be able to recognize this in others, and as a group go, yeah, bro, yeah, you're a fucking psychopath. You are a sociopath. Please stop treating me that way. Don't be a piece of shit. Thank you. Don't be an asshole. That's really what it comes down to. And there's another section that we'll get to in the next video that's chock full of wonderful identifiers with a kind of inappropriate vocal structure. That'll talk about the applications of what we're looking at here, beyond just understanding it.
Little to no honesty. What you see isn't necessarily at all what's really going on, or what's a projection of what's going to happen.
Then they think blocking you hurts someone's feelings. Yes.
And then another.
No, that's a whole other thing. That's why I always remind people, when you block me, like Brittany Simon for no clear reason did, I found it. I mean, maybe she has her reasons, but hilariously so, because I've never spoken to the woman. I don't know her direct. I've been in her chat. She's, in tomfoolish chat with it. Anyways, I guess I can find out because I'm a mod there now. Anyway, when you block me, I win. So it's a good rule. If they're that sensitive and they're that fucked up, good on them.
Thing with these is
I'm not that hard up for friends that I feel like it's going to hurt my feelings.
Oh,
goodness.
These are not people who have any regard for your sense of well-being, and then any plea that you have for better treatment, or any plea that you have for them to see their dysfunction, is going to be dismissed. So it's not a very optimistic kind of thing for us to understand, or for us to engage with, is it?
Yeah, so you're not going to break them of their patterns.
These kinds of characteristics,
it's more about recognizing them.
I think it's going to bring you back to some of your basics, asking, is this really what I want? Now, it's always
Is this really what I want now?
When I see people who are drawn to that bad boy mentality or that wild girl kind of mentality, or it's almost as though we glamorize the people that get away with
crime. Yeah. You think about that? And so much in the crime world too. Like so many people getting benefit from
the mean person,
being an asshole or mean. And look at Bullhorn Betty. She actually went to jail for her bullshit.
We as a culture want to
not because of the streaming, but because she just thought she was above the law.
Entertaining,
quite clearly,
something that we want to aspire to. I hope that you can see through that and realize this is not at all a way that anyone would want to engage, and behind the scenes there's just much hurt and damage that goes along with
Hello,
it.
Welcome back.
These categories, I'm hoping that you'll take it as a time for personal reflection. Looking at what these people are capable of and what their tendencies are, I'm hoping you can ask, what's my better alternative?
And this is where we're going to start to talk about as we move along, some action plans, some ideas of how to not just identify and see what's going on, but to also do something about it for ourselves. Because it's, as this gentleman just pointed out, the doctor just pointed out, did I watch someone? No, I don't watch that motherfucker. I, of course, hear about all of it, but it's like, Moby, maybe what you missed earlier is like anybody who actually picks up on the bait, they're, you know what I'm saying. Thank you. No, really. Oh, sorry. Was that me? It was setting them off. It was. They just falling into the trap. Very so gullible motherfuckers. Just simply. So I didn't see his basketball pics. No, I didn't have to. Did he just out himself as something else that I can track? Love that. I don't really care. My issue is with people with mental illnesses. Narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths. Well, Moby, if he took the bait, he was defensive, and I'm not the one who looks stupid. Just people who buy into his bullshit. I bet you if I actually looked at it, I could probably debase it pretty quickly, because the dude is a manufacturing motherfucker. Just like a lot of these people we're going to cover today. I don't have to worry about feeling like that, because this environment doesn't impact me personally. I'm a character online. So if you're willing to buy into the character and the bait the character sets for you, it says more about you than it does me. And I've been saying that on my show since the minute it started. So, yeah. Folks really don't seem to get it. But that's why I'm covering this stuff, is psychology. It's very important to understand why somebody who's a sociopath or a psychopath, yeah. Oh, no, he was just trying to claim that Team Flabby, pulled up his basketball images and showed his name or something, like I would gather. I didn't watch it, so I don't really care. And not realizing that if somebody picks up on that and then puts me on the screen and tries to make me look like a fool or something like that, that they think, one, they're playing into it, showing us all that they're, retaliatory, psychopathic, or sociopathic, need to prove their lies right, and probably have upended their other lies, giving us some more ammo. And more importantly, they buy into what, Lita, you and I both know, which is the gag. Giving me more advertisement time. Because the haters are always going to flock towards somebody else who's saying something alternative to what the fucking assholes are. It's just that simple. Yeah. I mean, it's actually kind of why I set it up and then how I'm doing today, mental illness. Because, hold on, let me get the close-up. Folks, come on. I'm a character. Put this on for TV. They do not. And Daryl Long, yeah. I don't know. I don't know about Daryl. I haven't seen Daryl in quite a while. Lita was telling me, Lita, you were telling me that he doesn't have a channel anymore or something? Did I miss you over in the green room? By the way, I'm sorry if I did. Oh, if you find it entertaining that way, on that leveling system, totally get you, Moby. I mean, like, people will. I mean, I'm a mod in the Thorpes, so people will criticize me for being lascivious just for being there. But I actually at this point have kind of a vested interest in the storyline and the whole picture, because I am probably one of the few who has a clear, like a really clear viewpoint of that whole storyline. Someday I will make a video, or someday I will tell a story, or I'll get them fucking on reality TV. I mean, like, oh no, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I have it huge now to my right, and I'm still not looking at it. Oh, how are the YouTube games, by the way? I've seen them, and I don't play video games, so I don't, I've been thinking about every once in a while just doing a Twitch stream with my Atari. I haven't been able to figure out how to get my 2600 to hook up to this shit, though. Yes, I do. And not only that, but it's part of my pastime. When you consider what a locale is, and you consider that I'm a sub-genius from way back in the day, and we invented what the concept of a locale was. Long time, we called it troll before it was a troll. I mean, I am preeminently built to take your furniture and attach it to your ceiling while you are at work. And then film that shit. Yeah, so I don't get where people really miss all of that, even though I keep saying it. And one of the best times was while somebody was attacking me the most, a real foul, fucking obvious fantasist. We'll cover some of that earlier last year. I got more subs than I ever have. Thank you. I'm sorry. Let me give some applause for all the commercial time. Good God, thank you so much. Love that extra commercial time. Can't pay for it. Just couldn't pay for it. But then again, I'm doing a show. Oh yeah, Hurricane. You're hopefully you'll get that if you're able to get that fixed soon or get it replaced. That's such a bummer. That's such a bummer. I'm so sensitive about my equipment. It's one of those things where I'm like, he said broken? Oh my God. Anyway. So Moby, yeah, I am pretty insensitive to all that bullshit. I had a moment where, and Lita can tell you this, where I started to let it get sent, and then I had a moment of like, oh my God, wait, hold on a second. Yo, I'm a world travel fucking production manager who works with famous people. What am I fucking buying into some fucking morons? 22 plays a month. Crazy fucking, what? The smallest organization I ever fucking worked with still gets 5,000 plays a month. I haven't put anything out in 5 years. So I just don't even understand the fuck some of these people come from. Anyways. That was a little too out of character, sorry. Anyway.
This mean to me, and how can I treat
people life is too hard.
The way
I'm sorry, Peril.
And in having this information,
I didn't read the whole of that. I just
to take it
in
a good
look down real
direction
quickly
and ward off your sense of vulnerability to those who cannot and will not agree with what you understand.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Peril.
Now I'm hoping that you gain.
Maybe one of the things. Yeah, easy. He kept going further and further and further, and every time somebody sent me a clip, it was like, holy Jesus. Now I got this clip where he's like, his forehead is all the way back here. He's got cornrow, makes him for that I've confirmed. Normally you just do that on a little girl, not on a dude, and I still don't get the whole 3-baby mama, not take care of anybody, lie about the dad when he's your stepfather and claim you're black even though you aren't, that's not your dad. I mean, like appropriation and the whole lying thing, it's like, bro, if you're gonna lie, don't have it be something that we could fucking easily, just like super easily, I'm repeating flow state here, just fucking super duper really easily just fucking prove. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. And then the deflection and all the fucking... Dude covered me on multiple channels, made up a bunch of fucking shit. Oh my God, it was amazing. Best advertisement fucking ever, once again. Just so y'all know. That's how this shit works. That's what... If you're talking about clout and all that weirdness, I have no interest in any of that. It's nice to get them in. This is my fucking pastime and art. Playing this character, being right here, talking to you, talking about this stuff. It's a good time. Plus, I love tech.
Something from the videos that we put up here on our Surviving Narcissism Network.
By the way, if you're just listening in,
the video, you'll see that subscribe button.
I do have a short stream as well.
And we also have some links for some books and some online.
You can pretty much just like mosh around in there on your own.
Availability of that. I really enjoyed doing it.
If you're just listening,
and I like getting the comments from you.
If you haven't already, please hit the like. Gets us out in the algo. Because I guarantee you, I am so like fringy fringe style. This is called 10 Signs You're Dealing with a Psychopath from the Top Think channel. Wonderful channel. I'm not
everyone,
subscribed.
And welcome to Top Think. Today we're going to learn about 10 signs you're dealing with a sociopath. Now, let's begin.
Okay.
Number 1.
Really inappropriate voice for this one. Let's begin. Dealing with a sociopath. Hold on a second. That's a. Okay.
Polarizing language. The language of a sociopath can be a giveaway.
Life is
Sociopaths talk a little differently than most people. They flip-flop between...
Oh, really? Moby? Well done. Well done. Chef's kiss. Hopefully it ran off like 80. Robotech, holy shit, Robotech Jenner. Welcome on in, good to see you. Wow, good timing too. Been a minute, been a hot minute. Yeah, this, sorry, let me just. Oh, but you know what this deserves? Oh, I was like, you know what this full tilt deserves? I'm sorry. I know that I normally wouldn't do this, but you know what this deserves right now? Hold on. This deserves a 2-minute dance party, because oh. I guess apparently we don't get the dance party because here, I can turn the other audio up. That'll. Let me tell you, folks, it's so much easier to advertise through insane people. They spread it around like it's HPV or something. And then people say, oh, this guy's just playing a fucking character. And that goes picked up and taking it seriously. I mean, most of it's pretty serious, but buying into it is hilarious. I'm sorry, that was. Well, the other portion of it is that same person would have you convinced that this isn't an ass, just a fucking ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Hold on a second, let me get rid of that other track rocking. There we go. Oh. Oh man, every time I press pause, it wants to come back on. Woo! Yeah! Oh, it's having problems. Boo DJ! Good God. All right. Polarizing language.
Polarizing extremes. One moment they're positive and supportive. They compliment you to the ends of the earth. They boost your confidence and they ask for your trust. but the tables may quickly turn.
Oh,
Before
thank
you know
Carol.
it, the
I
same
appreciate it.
sociopath is tearing you apart. They're insulting your character, they're capitalizing on your vulnerabilities, they're blaming you for everything they can. This extreme language is a huge red flag. Most people can be positive.
Does this sound familiar when you go on one of these panels and somebody suddenly wants to, make themselves more important? Let's go through this again just to hear one more time.
With the sociopath.
Now you know you're dealing with the
Now, let's
sociopath.
begin. Number one. Polarizing language.
Oh.
The language of a sociopath can be a giveaway. Sociopaths talk a little differently than most people.
Hold on a second. I'm Casey Kasem, and I'm going to be going through the top 10 identifiers of how to identify a sociopath. So inappropriate to all this, but it's actually a really good list.
Flip-flop between polarizing
and if you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Supportive. They compliment you to the ends of the earth, they boost your confidence, and they ask for your trust. But the tables may quickly turn. Before you know it, the same sociopath is tearing you apart. They're insulting your character, they're capitalizing on your vulnerabilities, they're blaming you for everything they can. This extreme language is a huge red flag. Most people can be positive and negative, but no one flip-flops as often or as intensely as a sociopath. Why is that? Well, because sociopaths don't mean the things they say. Their compliments are shallow and their insults are calculated. They say the things that they say to control you, to manipulate you. So if you're easily charmed, a sociopath will be a close and charismatic friend. If you're easily intimidated, they'll be a monster that never leaves you alone. Whether your friendship is a dream
or if they
a
believe
nightmare.
that you're intimidated, they'll be a monster. Or if they believe you're a friend, they'll love bomb you. This is also part of their projection and beliefs. It's part of how they see the world, how they see you. And I think one of the things we do need to take into consideration about these kinds of folks is that they don't see themselves. They don't see themselves in the actions, behaviors. They don't see themselves in the mirror. Not clearly.
Just pay attention to any polarizing language, because you might be dealing with a sociopath.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2, forced gratitude. Gratitude is a dangerous weapon in the hands of a sociopath. They use gratitude to trap their friends in bad relationships.
You should be thankful for me. You should be thankful for this program. You should be thankful I'm telling you what this is. You should be thankful I include you. If you don't like what I'm saying, you need to leave. Yeah, that's what that's the behavior. That's the kind of mindset. The kind of the cringe mindset.
Use it to push uncomfortable favors and unnecessary risks. Well, just take this situation. Your friend wants a ride to the airport this weekend, but you have plans, so you turn him down.
Casey was a little more upbeat. I don't know who Casey is. Casey, I'm sorry, Casey. I'm like, Casey? Oh, Casey Kasem. I'm married to a 6'2" woman and I'm 5'1". And now for the countdown. He was married to a bombshell. To the day that Mickey till he died. Like, she was with him till he died, right? Also, little known fact, Casey Kasem was the voice of Shaggy. Oh, jeez, there. I can't. Was that like a mixture of... I have to hear it first, and then I can do it. But that was like a mixture of like All in the Family. Oh, jeez, there. Anyways, gratitude as a weapon.
Instead of respecting your space, your friend says this: you should be grateful I'm friends with you at all.
You should
think
feel
about
like
everything
it.
I've done for you.
Ever sound familiar? You ever been in a chat? You ever been involved in a Discord? You ever been hanging out with people? They tell you how lucky you are to be their friend? Yeah, that's a sign that this person is probably a sociopath in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't mean they're full tilt. They're gonna go, tie you up in the basement until you give them your bank account info or something like that. No, it's nothing like that. No, it's gonna be more like, you need me.
Wow, they use gratitude to threaten and manipulate you. They act like they are the best things in your life. They treat you as a powerless individual, inferior and desperate. But that's not true. The truth is, they're trying to take advantage of you. They're leveraging your friendship against you.
Leveraging your trust.
Normal people don't manipulate their friends.
Normal people don't manipulate their friends. But really smart people manipulate insane streamers like puppets. I'm sorry. Was that the quiet part out loud? Yeah, that very much was. Thanks for holding on to the tip. Just the tip. Anyway.
Know someone who does, they may be a sociopath. Number 3, proximal fear. Does your friend make you feel happy, or do you feel worse about yourself? When spending time with friends, you should feel happy, safe, and comfortable. Your stress should melt away, your mood should brighten, and your self-esteem should climb higher.
Yes!
Yet some friends create tension and negativity in your life.
And we recognize them pretty quickly, right?
You may even feel scared of them.
I love the hop in, hop
If you
out. Somebody is just
fear
so
around your friend, they
so
could
happy.
be a sociopath.
So happy to see me.
You may not be able to pinpoint a specific sign. You can't remember any language or behaviors, but your instincts tell you that something isn't right. Those instincts may be all the
Something. Something. I just maybe
evidence you need.
We'll go.
Chances are your brain has picked up tiny threatening signs from this person.
'Cause your
They're
brain
too small
fucking
to
knows.
remember on their own, but together they project an aura of fear and intimidation. Don't pretend this tension is all in your head. If this person wasn't
Be honest
scary,
with yourself.
they wouldn't
Come
scare
out
you.
forward
It's as simple
in
as
your thoughts. And when I say that, I mean come out with your thoughts to yourself, forward in the front of your brain. Bring them forward, and don't let them mire in your subconscious. And I'm sorry, I'm playing with my headphones. Excuse me. Oh, this is just. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. I had a little overlap of the earplug on top of it, so it was like, yes, my ears are clean. Damn you, I heard you. No, that was me saying, are your ears clean? Yes, they are. Q-tip. Not supposed to use it for that, but you know we all fucking do. Like, come on, people. Come on. Oh, it's holiday. Anyway.
that. While fear doesn't prove that someone is a sociopath, it proves that something isn't quite right, and that's a good reason.
The quiet part out loud denotes the integrity to call shit out.
Number 4,
I do enjoy speaking
unorthodox
truth
behavior.
to everybody.
Does your friend do strange things?
As much as possible.
How often do you think, I would never do anything like that?
Is the thinking strange? How often are you thinking when you're listening to these chats on streams like, I would never think about that. Unless
While
I'm
fear doesn't
really
prove
making
that
fun of
someone
somebody.
is a sociopath, it proves that something isn't quite right, and that's a good reason to be skeptical.
True.
Number 4,
Skeptical of
unorthodox
the entire
behavior.
thinking.
Does your friend do strange things? How often do you think, I would never do anything like that?
I would never do anything like that. Is your friend doing strange things? Are they not playing a character on the internet? That's just them doing strange things like, trying to be a virtue signaler while being a complete pervert degen at the same time, having not safe for work stuff, defending or casting people out because they just did normal fucking adult interactions. Oh, thank you, Caster Labs. Look at that. It worked. I love it. I love it. Oh, I didn't see it come up the other side there. I'm pointing to the other screen. It's up there. Yeah, if they're not on here playing a character, folks. If they're not... Yes, Pierre, I hear you back there. If they're not doing a show for you, maybe the show is the fact that you're watching their disorder. That's a problem. We've normalized so much of it. Because you're probably asking yourself in many cases while watching these shows, is this normal? Am I Is this something I would do? Would I would never say that? Oh my God, you know, these are real thoughts that a lot of the audience is having in a lot of these cases in big shows when people are saying insane rhetoric, making insane comparisons, making jokes about things that honestly nobody makes jokes about in the normal world because it's unthinkable, unfathomable, unconscionable. You know, like joking you're gonna marry a 12-year-old? That's not a joke. That's something where most people would turn to you and be like, wow, that's fucking sick, pal. And when you respond, it's just a joke. It just, you're admitting to it, no matter what. But hey, rationalize all you like. Rationalize all you like. That just really kind of, you know, toes the line for it, proves it, repeats it, advertises it, maintains it in the public eye. And I'm fine with that because long term, the more you defend it, the more proof it is. Because that's how normal people who find evidence and out it tend to work. But if you're thinking kind of wacky, you wouldn't even notice. You just fucking
into the world around
buy into some
them.
bullshit.
They keep a firm grasp on their social circle, but every once in a while they make mistakes. And those mistakes can leave you wondering. To identify these mistakes, use the 90% rule.
I just
the
think that they go out
90%
more
rule
often.
is simple. When you notice something strange, just ask yourself, would 90% of the people do something similar? All right, let's try an example.
Yeah,
One day you
think
ask
about
your
this.
friend for a small favor.
Hey,
expect
can you
a
do something
simple
for me?
yes or no answer, but instead they erupt like a volcano.
How dare you fucking
They
ask me
scream in
that?
your
Oh,
face,
come
they
on,
attack your character, they may even get physical.
Oh my
In
goodness.
the aftermath, you think to yourself, was that an appropriate reaction?
Yeah,
Would
was it?
I ever react that way? This behavior fails
Would
the
I?
90% rule. A sociopath will try to excuse their extreme behavior. They'll say things like, I was just tired, or work has been stressful lately. But those excuses only work so many times.
Or maybe it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
If they continue acting strangely, then your friend could be a sociopath. Number 5, targets of blame.
Oh, did you send me something there, Toxic?
Sociopaths are pretty selective. They don't
I heard I got
manipulate
free
everyone
advertisement
they meet.
today.
Instead, they carefully select 1 or 2 victims who they manipulate over and over again.
Oh,
These
yeah,
people
we see
are
that
called
all over the
targets
place.
of
People
blame.
using folks on their
A
panels
target
all day
isn't
long.
chosen at random. A sociopath picks a target who they feel superior to. They may be wealthier than their target, stronger than them, better
Or
looking
may
than
feel
them.
that
For
they
some
are
reason,
because
the
they have some form
sociopath
of
feels powerful around this person.
narcissism that allows
that
them to feel
power,
that
in
way.
their eyes, justifies their cruelty. They think they have a right to bully this person in any way
Oh, I
they
never
please.
sent that to you. I never sent
But
the last
why do
response.
sociopaths
Oh, no, I have
enjoy
the
hurting
apologist
others?
bit. Oh,
That
yeah, no, I've got
suffering
I don't know if you
gives them a
saw
sense of
Toxic.
satisfaction.
Toxic.
Sociopath.
So we're actually in part 2 of what people wouldn't know is the series of that. And I baited, reeled in, apparently, got shown in front of an audience today. And they gave us more information to track on, which I fucking think is amazing. Just sent you a new one, just a second. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, absolutely. I got you, man. I'll take a look into it for certain. I mean, it may be playing into some of the things that I'm leading into here, which is I'm talking about how much mental illness is actually out on the internet, how much is spreading through and causing social malady because of the repeated and normalization of things like narcissism and sociopathic stuff. What's happening, Zed's Place? Good to see you. My pleasure, Toxic, of course. We may not see eye to eye on everything, but you know, man, you're a decent dude in most cases, so I have nothing against you. And when I say in most cases, because I know you're a dirty, downright DJ. Not a bad kind, though. Okay, my pleasure. But aren't we all? Yeah, there's no malice between us. That is for damn sure. And that's kind of the difference between some of these folks that are like, once again, not playing a character out here, not putting on a performance for people, not putting on a show. And maybe you might want to find somebody who's like just sitting online, feeding you their psychopathic or sociopathic or narcissistic or psychotic psychosis. Thank you, Lori Sue. Well, I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the love. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyways. Welcome on in. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I do want Kamala. That lady carried. I am so impressed by what she did in California. You don't even know. She towed the line right down the center. She carried a freaking gun. And everybody's trying to use this rhetoric that they're using now when she was running for AG. And then when she came on the stand of the debate for AG wearing a sidearm and made sure that everybody could see it, it was like, oh, shit. She overwhelmingly was voted for by Republicans as well because, you know, yeah. I mean, it's like it's one of the funniest things. Oh, absolutely. I very much would. Yes, I would chide you all day long for that, because he's a spray tan and he wears a diaper. But that's just the basics. I'm sorry. No, it's true, and and as we all know, I respect if you're gonna vote for who you want to vote for who your conscience tells you to do. I will maintain my political assertions, but I'm never gonna do anything other than assert that. I wouldn't portray any maliciousness towards anybody really, because it's not necessary. We do a show here. We do information. We do fun. We do interactiveness. We do art. Saw her on a talk show claiming she smoked weed. Oh yeah, no, she definitely hit the pipe. Toxic. Oh yeah, I forgot you don't vote. That's right.
Feel the most
you vote by
in
not
themselves
voting.
When other
I know a number of people
suffering.
who vote by not voting.
If you're dealing with a sociopath, don't give up. You can handle a sociopath without making the problem worse. Most people do.
I really wouldn't want to be involved with a civil war because I've seen what our military has at its disposal. I would never want to face any of those fucking robots. Just straight out. Just that sound freaks me out.
One of two things. They either surrender or they fight back. Both of these solutions can worsen the issue. Sociopaths want to get an emotional reaction out of you. That's how they...
familiar? A sociopath wants to drive you to feel something and then respond to them. So, if you're sitting on a panel and all somebody's doing is trying to drive a spike into you, and they're not doing it to bait you from afar to make a point, because they just do it constantly without realizing they do it, they might be displaying some of these behaviors.
They have power over you. Whether that reaction is sadness or anger, a sociopath feels like they're winning. So don't react. Tune out their
that's actually
comments
the
and
logic
focus-
of the non-vote vote, is that you don't take responsibility for the bad decisions of others. And that's just as fair. That's why it's called democracy. That's why it's called freedom. You get the choice to do either take part or not take part. You aren't forced to take part. If we were an autocracy or fascism, we would definitely be forced to take part. If we were communism with government, Politburo, we would also be forced to take part. Or if it was absolute communism, there is no government, but which is closer to anarchy. People don't seem to understand. But
on yourself. If you stay calm, a sociopath will feel powerless and give up.
Have that on a ballot. A vote of no
Number
confidence
6.
in any of them. See, that is fascinating, and it would all over the place, lady. We're all over the place right now. We're talking about actually. That's an interesting thought. It would be more advantageous, as opposed to having some other parties, to have a no confidence vote. I think I could definitely get down with that, because that does give people an out to say, no, not enough. And if enough people vote third party no confidence, well, then we got to restart it and find new candidates to restart. That happens in many of the Western European countries that have many delegations as opposed to just 2. So, yeah, I can go with that.
Are you chronically tardy? You seem to oversleep every morning. You're always running a few minutes behind. You're always rushing and frazzled everywhere you go. It's a bad habit, but most of the time it's normal.
And that way an actual lack of vote could be something other than a vote of no confidence. It could be a I don't want to participate, a non-participatory action, as opposed to you're still taking action like we do now and see it as a general no confidence. I see the logic in that, of adding the no confidence to the idea.
Their lateness affects
it would
others.
be
If
much
you're
more
always late, you feel bad
reasonable.
about making people wait. You apologize and you swear to do better the next time, even if you don't. Sociopaths, on the other
they're always
hand,
promising that
choose
they
to be
will fix it, do something more, be something more than they were before. But here's the fact. A true sociopath will never adjust, will never add on, will never do more than what they already did. And they'll wait for you to disappear because they know that you're going to get tired of it. And they don't care because they actually don't have a sympathy or an empathy for your experience with them. They don't care. And they're not gonna.
They like to make people wait for them. They intentionally
Instead,
waste
most people just
people's
say
time.
you have no
In
rights
their
or should
mind,
have no rights
tardiness
because you
is a
don't vote.
power
No,
grab.
I mean that's the thing is we have inalienable rights, and I think a lot of folks are really truly becoming kind of totalitarian when you talk about this circuit because they are so caught up in these forms of psychosis, which is actually one of the next videos we'll cover, is how to identify psychosis, which will interest a lot of people who have dealt with folks claiming that they are quote unquote autists because they took a test online.
Person who shows up first is the person who holds the least power. So how do you tell the difference between accidental and intentional tardiness? Well, accidental tardiness is rushed and apologetic. You can tell this person tried to get there as quickly as they could, but when a sociopath is intentionally late, they calm
don't give a
and
damn.
casual. They act like nothing is wrong because they got...
Tom, looking at you. A second. Looking at you, Tom Latery. No, I'm kidding.
what they wanted.
Tom was late
Number
because he's
7,
eating
deceptive identities.
or pooping.
Do you know someone who uses
Tom
fake
poops
names?
and
Maybe
is
they
fair.
tell stories about lives they never lived. Many sociopaths diffuse their identities.
Oh yeah, we just passed right on over that. Telling stories about lives they never lived. That's my favorite because it tends to be that these folks, especially when you put me in front of them and they realize I'm playing a character, and then I back up me personally with all sorts of stuff that I've done where I've only got maybe 0.1% of what I've done in my life on video, and I can share that, and it's like, oh, that's doing something. That's actually accomplishment. That's, experience. So they don't have that stuff. And when they do bring it up, it normally tends to be, tacitly associated, or kind of, like bringing up a picture of the person you claim to be your dad, and his hand is black and yours is white, but it turns out that's your stepdad. So it means nothing, but it looked good for that moment. Anybody who wags the dog as I do understands that that's some bullshit. You got to read right on through that and look past it. Because they will misrepresent themselves all day to convince you. Why? Because they get something out of it. Because they want to take you for a fool. Just like, doing less than 2 minutes on somebody and having them with a massive audience do a video on you, even though, you probably get maybe 100 viewers on average. I mean, these are the things that let you know about how sensitive a person is to their own behaviors once called out. Kind of seeing through it. Self-snitching.
They enjoy lying to other people. To a sociopath, it's fun
They
and
enjoy
thrilling, so
lying.
they frequently deceive people about the smallest things. A sociopath may talk about a trip that they never took. They tell stories about extraordinary experiences like skydiving or mountain climbing, and most of the time, people eat these stories right up.
Oh, yes,
But
they
what
do.
happens if you call out a sociopath? A sociopath doesn't feel guilty for lying
At all.
so they won't apologize or
Nope.
take the blame.
Never
Instead,
will.
they'll add more lies, building a more complex web of deceit.
Which is
And
easier
if
to
that
catch
doesn't
them in,
work, they'll
'cause
turn
they
the
add more for us
conversation
to
on
track.
you. They'll accuse you of doing something wrong.
And then to flip
they'll make you feel like
all
the
the
bad guy, even if
opposites
they're
around
lying
from each
through
other.
their
You can just
teeth.
stand them next to one another.
Number 8, destructive risks.
Perpetual liars who manipulate and
Sociopaths
deceive.
love to take risks, but they
And she's a sociopath. This is actually from, here, I'll make it small so you can see. This is from the 10 signs you're dealing with a sociopath at Top Think. It's a, I think it's a 27-minute video, and there's all separate it's already clipped up for you in the video itself. Fantastic channel, Top Think. I just subbed to it today, actually, online, while I'm streaming in front of you. It's one of the many psych channels that I find or come across when I'm researching this stuff and just getting a better background of understanding. Oh, you need the link. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I will. Let me drag out that. What's the easiest way for me to do this? It would be. Oh, duh. Oh. I should actually have a window for this. A link window. Give me 2 seconds to just go over to where I need to be. Mod Monday. I might have to pop in there to take a look at some of the things going on as an example. And this would be detect a sociopath. And it'd be from the Top Think channel. Give me 2 seconds. I'll have it in chat for you. Top Think and kaboom, kabow, kabib kebab, kabib kebab. Let me go back into my spot here. I wasn't even looking. Sorry. So if you happen to hop into the Discord and I wasn't there or haven't responded to you and you're just sitting there, which you're not, thank you. Yeah, make sure I know if you happen to jump in there. It is pinned to the top. If you disagree with me, if you have beef, if you just feel like talking, anything, you know. How many minutes into the video? We are at the 8-minute 38 mark, and it's under the destructive risks section because it's lovely. They've already clipped it up in all these beautiful little sections and given them names. So, yeah, the destructive risks section. Because they don't give a damn. They'll take risks with
rarely
you.
risk
They'll
their
take
own
risks with
resources. Instead,
anything.
they take advantage of the people around them. They'll freely risk your time, your money, or your safety, even though they aren't willing to risk their own.
Get some help.
All right, let's say your friend wants to invest in a risky business venture, but they want to use your money. They aren't willing to put their own money on the line.
Oops, sorry.
That's because your money to a sociopath carries much less value. So they have no
Absolutely.
problem throwing yours down the drain.
Yeah, because they don't care about
If you
you.
know someone who doesn't respect your resources, they could be a sociopath.
Know somebody who doesn't respect your resources? Imagine that. Imagine, like, having somebody else fly you out and then just living off of them. Imagine that on their couch or whatever, or living in somebody's basement, living off your mom. If they don't respect your resources, they might be a sociopath. Might,
Number 9,
I'm not a psychologist.
manipulative jobs. Sociopaths can succeed in a variety of careers.
Imagine
but some
that.
fields have more sociopaths than others. These career paths are typically challenging and social. In these fields, you're put in a position of control, and that's where every sociopath wants to be.
True.
So, what fields attract the most sociopaths? The big 3 are politics, sales, and law. In these positions,
Manipulation, control. So it's something to keep an eye out. But it's also very much here in the streaming circuit because folks sitting online who aren't actually performers, who aren't practiced actors, who aren't putting on a show or just sitting in front of the camera talking to people about what pops into their juicy little noggins, oftentimes are trying to make a buck off you, $1.99, to manipulate a narrative, to make themselves grandiose, better than they are, done more than they are. You live off your mom and other people's moms. based. Based. See, if you're gonna do it, just be honest. Because talk about a banger. I mean, like, figuring it out, holy shit. It's when you're lying about it and saying things like you bought your baby mama's a house, all of them, and Bentleys and cars and also, you know, just fucking, just, yeah, somebody's gonna disprove it. It's normally pretty easy. Most everybody is trackable nowadays in one, yeah, in one way or another. I just don't think people are self-aware. No, they're just mentally ill. So they aren't self-aware, and their intellectual and emotional intellect is not very comprehensive. Iffy. Gobbledygooky. Questionable. Yes. Yes. All of those things. All of them.
Manipulation and deceit can work in your favor. But there are many other fields where a sociopath shines. The medical field, for example. Doctors have a lot of power. Sometimes they're the gatekeepers between life and death. To a sociopath, that amount of power is a huge draw. Number 10.
That's kind of scary.
Grudges.
Oh, we'll be familiar with this one, right?
Revenge. When something goes wrong, do they hold a grudge? Grudges are a very common sign of a sociopath.
Sound like streamers we know? Sound like the environments and ecosystems that people set up here? Almost like a McCarthy estate of grudges? Well, it probably does, because there's so much of it, and so much of it is petty and based off of, you know, trying to gain viewers from somebody else's show, which is insane. It's just very weird logic. By the way, if you're just listening in and you're not watching the show, feel free to hop on over to the short stream. And if you are watching on the horizontal, please make sure to like and or subscribe if you haven't already. And thanks for being here.
Sociopath will stew on any mistakes and wrongdoings. They aren't willing to forgive and forget. Instead, they want to get even.
Oh yeah, they do.
So why
all the
is
time they want to get
so
real even
to a sociopath? It's all about the power. If someone wrongs a
Perceived
sociopath,
power.
they feel personally insulted.
Because let's look at it this way. Most people in streaming aren't making a dollar, no matter how much they claim to be. If they're making any money, it is purely off the donations, because you have to have at least 100,000 subs and about 1,000 people in your chat for an extended period of time to make any money. And most of that comes from sponsorships and not advertisements. As a matter of fact, I would say about 4% of your actual revenue at that point comes from advertisements in stream. So anybody who's claiming to be making money off this streaming thing is a business, they are full of shit. Absolutely full of shit. I think it's funny when people have to focus in on smaller channels to talk about something that they cover, because one, it means that bigger channel was like worried or has to address that. That to me is the tell, and it should be to you. But most folks are very much caught up in unusual thinking here on the use of tubes. So I'm here to remind you that outside of this space, there's a whole other way of perception. And those of us who live in that world, looking in and addressing this stuff, find it not just humorous, but so easy to make people just roll in their own muck.
Balance of power has shifted, so they carry out their revenge to steal that power.
You're going to teach your son how to live off someone's mom.
Revenge,
not you,
in
though.
the mind of a sociopath, is not quick and harmless.
Yeah, it doesn't work in the double generation thing, but if you can do that, or someone's dad. Either way, lawyers, doctors,
elaborate, cruel, and humiliating.
Government scientists, oh my.
Wants the other person to suffer even more than they did.
Sugar,
so nothing is off
mama
the table.
and daddy.
They may sabotage their career. They may embarrass them in public. To a sociopath, revenge is more than justified. It's necessary. Hey, thank you for watching Top Think, and be sure to subscribe.
Thanks for watching Top Think. So, when we're talking about sociopaths, when we're talking about narcissists, there's more than just that. There's all sorts of different, well, formats of these experiences. And some of the extremes can be dangerous to you. And it's important to know what people who are manic or expressing manic behavior go through. And this is a great little video for this.
This is what mania feels like. Oh my gosh, have you seen The Last of Us? It's all places that I've been all over Alberta, and it's so cool. So I really said I told her to said that I'm going when Robert is that really nice story. I will be lonely though, which is unreal. I love you. What?
So if you're saying, well, this is normal, this is how I'm always, well, you might be experiencing manic behavior and just not being honest about it, or it's not diagnosed, or you just haven't caught it for yourself. So in moving on, one of the things I have noticed is that people are not acknowledging the amount of psychosis involved in streaming. And by psychosis, you may not know what that means. So let's review that together.
Those terms mean. What are Let's demystify what those terms mean. What are psychosis? What is schizophrenia?
Yes, psychosis can describe a state of having a change in behavior, change in perception, maybe starting to, I think classically you hear about things like hallucinations, starting to hear things or see things that aren't there, that other people don't experience, maybe developing false beliefs, thinking that other people are talking about you, thinking that maybe somebody's following you or going to hurt you. But there are other symptoms of psychosis that are not always recognized as psychosis. Thought disorder, having some kind of alteration in the flow of thought. Maybe things get jumbled up and confusing. It's hard to communicate. And then there can also be what are called negative or deficit symptoms. A loss of interest or pleasure, maybe not showing
like
very much emotion,
stoicism.
Not showing motivation.
In the extreme.
So it's really all of those things together. And psychosis can characterize a lot of different situations. So for example, somebody could be high on drugs and show psychotic symptoms.
Chemically induced.
Right, chemically induced. There can be rare medical problems that can cause psychosis, like a brain tumor, for example, could cause a psychotic symptom. But the most common forms are schizophrenia, and then sometimes mood disorders, such as bipolar, manic depression, or depression can have psychotic symptoms along with them.
Listening to you talk,
So you're hearing that there's a lot of different symptoms that play into psychosis. Manic reactions, forgetfulness, interaction that doesn't seem normal, and a lack of trust for others for unrealistic reasons and unrealistic expectations. This is important to know because it's easy to miss these signs, but it's common when you're talking about the streaming world.
A discussion just before the show started, and that is so many of the things that you mentioned go along with being a teenager, for example. And I think every parent at some point worries that their kid might be depressed or have lack of motivation or is not interested in engaging and have at least superficially seem like they have some of these.
So once again, that was how to identify the symptoms of psychosis. But let's go deeper into this and compare what is psychopath versus sociopath. And we'll get back to psychosis in a minute.
People use the two terms interchangeably.
Sorry, that just started.
After our favorite murder documentary was over, my friends and I sat on the couch, taking in all that had happened, before one friend blurted out, "He was clearly a psychopath." "No, he was a sociopath," another friend offered. The argument between the two went on for some time before they looked at me to bring this to an end. Having been trained in psychiatric conditions in med school, I was the bona fide expert in the group. Of course, I had heard people use the two terms interchangeably, but I never really stopped to think about how to differentiate them. Do you find yourself wondering what the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath really is?
Sure, especially in streaming world,
where we talk about issues relating to mental health, self-improvement, general medical problems,
this is from the
and the journey to overall
Wellness Lenses
we
channel.
put out weekly videos on these topics, and our
Once again, this is from
based on
Wellness
scientific
Lenses
research and our experience as physicians practicing both Western and Eastern medicine. If this is something that appeals to you, be sure to like this video and stick till the very end to see if this is something you want to subscribe to.
Oh, make sure to like the
Without
video.
further
Yes,
ado,
please. And also,
let's
mine
head
as
straight
well.
into the main topic of today's video.
If you wouldn't mind.
Psychopaths and sociopaths. Psychopathy. When do we say a person is a psychopath? According to Oxford Learner's Dictionary, a psychopath is a person who has a serious personality disorder that involves not caring about other people's feelings, not feeling sorry when they have done something bad, and wanting to be violent or cruel to others. Are psychopaths born? I know that you have heard of this famous saying, that psychopaths are born. Indeed, psychopathy has been associated with genetic predispositions. In psychopathy, the amygdala, a part of the brain that controls how a person responds to potentially harmful or scary situations, is thought to be dysfunctional.
So basically, they don't respond. A psychopath is not going to respond in a normal fashion because the amygdala is broken. That's what he's saying. Because they're not going to have the same chemical response. They're not going to have the same chemical reaction or personal reaction because they're not feeling emotion or empathy about another person in the same way that you are, if at all.
Clearly shown when psychopaths are watching murder and bloody scenes. Instead of being uncomfortable and disturbed by everything, they are, in fact, calm and may even laugh at the scene. This area of the brain also aids in controlling emotions. Psychopaths have been found to have modifications to the structure and operation of specific brain regions, including the prefrontal cortex, temporal cortex, and paralimbic structures.
So in some ways, you could say that these folks are having some form of maybe brain damage. They actually may be having some form of brain damage, which is, a shame. Because it causes these people to then act out in antisocial behaviors,
which function at a lower level. Sometimes, this causes them to experience odor-related issues. Their ability to distinguish between various odors declines, with increasing psychopathy scores on the standard tests. However, the environment is thought to contribute as well to some extent. How to spot psychopathy?
Well, that's interesting. They can't smell.
Children who exhibit callous, unemotional traits, lack of empathy and guilt, shallow emotions, are more likely to grow up to be psychopaths. These
keep
kids
an eye
tend
on
to
them.
engage in aggressive and antisocial behavior, such as bullying. They are also less likely to recognize a frightening look and are less likely to react to socially rewarding stimuli, like pleasant expressions. Teenagers that exhibit early traits of psychopathy.
So think about that.
Like
a form of psychopathy is when you're on the street and you say hello to somebody pleasantly and they sneer at you back. It's becoming normalized within certain sections of our populace that you can't even walk down the street and even nod to somebody or say hello, or that somehow being hard, being a psychopath, what some would claim is stoicism, is the answer to politeness, to kindness.
Of empathy may also be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. They are also less likely to make lifelong friends, since they cannot find delight in these bonds. Social relationships. Psychopaths are typically unable to establish true emotional connections with others. They tend to form superficial bonds that they later use to their benefit. And despite the obvious harm they cause, psychopaths never regret their actions. They typically create a symbiotic or parasitic connections and can be almost compulsively ordered while maintaining the appearance of normalcy in their social interactions. So what really makes these people enjoy manipulating others? It turns out that dopamine, a chemical that awakens our brain's reward centers, is overproduced and overvalued in the brains of psychopaths.
Oh, so they are feeling way more others will make intense connection.
Their dopamine receptors go into overdrive, providing them with motivation,
superficial bond,
and considerably enhancing
they get too much joy out of it.
Way. Their life in crime. When committing crimes, psychopaths typically do so in a method that poses the least risk to themselves. They will meticulously plan
because of course they don't care about you, they care about themselves.
And have backup plans ready for any eventuality. Due to their inability to empathize, psychopaths do not experience regret for their behavior. Psychopaths are prevalent among serial killers. Career paths. According to a 2013 Oxford scholar, Kevin Dutton's study, some occupations draw psychopaths. They arrive in large numbers to fill open positions as police officers, attorneys, and doctors.
And that whole law enforcement portion of the psychopath need is that power and control section.
They love their occupations and make an effort to win others' respect and trust. This is due to the fact that while not being able to feel them, they are highly adept at mimicking human social emotions.
And isn't that a thing? Like, highly adept at mimicking the emotions, when in fact, they aren't feeling them at all. It's just mimicking. That's frightening as hell. I can't imagine dealing with. Oh no, I can't. I think we all can. I think we see it on panels all the time, and we'll go take a look at some of the examples of this as well a little bit later.
Thanks to this, they can masterfully manipulate people's behaviors. Highly positive attitude. An interesting fact about these people is that psychopaths typically provide 100% effort. Since they are so motivated by rewards, they have a very strong positive attitude. Instead of concentrating on the potential downside, they emphasize on the potential upside, which drives
and never ever notice that they could be running straight off a cliff because they're too busy cheering themselves on for something that is unrealistic and possibly dangerous. And especially if it's dangerous to you, they don't care. That's some scary ass shit. That's why it's psychopath. That's why we tend to call the worst amongst us psychos.
Them to exert more effort because they only perceive the benefit. If things don't work out their way, they may go to extremes. Short concentration span. One of the less well-known characteristics of a psychopath is a short attention span, which can manifest in ways that are comparable to ADD or ADHD symptoms. Psychopaths are constantly searching for more exciting or amusing things to do or see, since they are easily bored with mundane activities, tasks, and people. They may also experience a sudden loss of interest in objectives, undertakings, or connections that had previously been highly essential to them.
Can you imagine that?
This may also be related to a history of making careless decisions.
They just stop caring. They just disappear. They ghost. Because you weren't important, or they weren't important. This is how Dexter describes himself. Yes, absolutely. I always was creeped out about the whole Dexter show, like the fact that the anti-hero was just out there murdering people. Although for the first 2 seasons he's doing it altruistically, right? You know, but still it's like, bro, he's a detective who does murders and he's, you know, covering up his own murders because he's the detective. Oh my god, that's fucking fine. And then how he kills people, that's even more disturbing. Like he was like filleting them and stuff. Creepy.
Or quitting commitments or initiatives before they are completed. Twisted minds. Psychopaths frequently have abnormal thoughts because of the way their brains are wired. As a result, they might say or see things that are weird, strange, or off-putting in casual interactions.
And how many times have you heard that sitting on a red pill panel? How many times have you heard these folks say things like just absurd, just ruthlessly unconscionable things? And not think two things about it because they have a twisted mind.
Occasionally give a startling glimpse into their surprising minds when they discuss odd things they enjoy, make hurtful remarks about other people, or make it apparent that they don't care about other
the
people.
Dexter thing, he was talking to himself. Yeah, all that stuff when he's like
Compulsive
describing
lying.
it, he's like in a room saying it out loud or looking at himself in a mirror or having a second, like a bicameral discussion with himself. That's some scary shit. Like, that's just like Tyler Durden, Fight Club. I don't know if you know this, and this spoiler alert, Tyler Durden doesn't exist. It's all the one dude the whole time. Everything you see, everything, it's just one guy. And we find that out at the end of the movie, but that whole concept that Tyler Durden just never existed is such a frightening reality that some people are actually playing out in a disturbed and psychotic schizophrenia.
Pathological lying is a trait that many psychopaths exhibit.
By the way, you could tell that all the people that really wanted to see if I was shit talking showed up earlier, because now they're not here anymore, which I think is hilarious. They got what they wanted out of the thing and then they ran. Obsessive compulsive will also do that, by the way. Just fixate on the one thing because it's about them. All right. See, I got it. It's like yelling out, Tom is bald in tomfoolery chat. Yeah. Got him. Got him. Yeah, no, not even close.
They could embellish the truth to forward their agenda, boost their ego, or influence others to think, feel, or act in a certain manner. The majority of people with normal emotions experience remorse, or at least some level of concern when they lie. But for psychopaths, lying is guiltless due to the lack of conscience. Deception is indeed a recognized symptom of psychopathy.
So that's one of the other reasons why a lot of the streamers that have these same problems, they don't have any, sensitivity to the fact that they are compulsively lying. They rejoice in their deception. They don't care if you catch them. They'll keep adding to it. They get joy, and they have a disconnect from any feeling of what it may actually affect, and also that it does have any effect, that it is coming out of it. They don't care. It's not something that they actually actively care about, simply. And that's an important thing to take into consideration when you're dealing with people. Dragonfly Jones cousin, good to see you. It's been a hot minute. Thank you for being here. I'm covering streamers' mental illness. This is part 2 of a series. Yeah, we're just going through all the different formats of recognizing what these illnesses are, how they portray and come out in people's behaviors, and also what we can do about it and how it relates to people we see on panels. And mostly this is because, I put out some just easy little grains of sand of the sociopath, psychopath, narcissists out there this weekend. And sure enough, free advertising. Love it all day. Yeah, it's been way too long. I just put up the short stream, started doing the short stream to reach out and to a new audience that might not see me otherwise, so I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you found me that way, or you just saw it pop up, so that's kind of awesome. Yeah, we'll keep at it. We got kind of a long road of explanation, and then we'll start looking at some people live. We'll see who we can pull up and who's still on when we come back.
Someone faking
that is
regret,
expressing the things that we've experienced.
Or caring,
by the way, if you
for
don't
others.
agree, or you just you want to have some beef, or you want to talk about the subject, or you whatever it be, you are more than welcome to call in via the Discord. It is pinned to the top of the main chat, and it's also in the About section of both of the videos.
Is there treatment? The best therapies for treating psychopathy are those that use many modalities. This means that treatment approaches need to incorporate numerous options, including psychotherapy, development of behavioral skills.
Thank you
and the
very much,
recognition
Dragonfly.
of the
I appreciate you
important
being
roles
here.
That family, school, peers, and the community play. Patients who do not react to other interventions are typically the only ones for whom medications are advised. This was psychopathy in a nutshell. As we had discussed earlier, People frequently confuse it with sociopathy.
Not
so
the
let's
same.
look into this entity
Close.
in more
Similar
detail.
stuff.
Sociopathy. According to the Oxford Learner's Dictionary, a sociopath is a person who has a mental illness and who behaves in an aggressive or dangerous way towards other people.
So,
Are
you see how
sociopaths
psychopath is more of an emotional disconnect of not caring, not having a feeling, whereas sociopaths are a danger to others around them because they don't sense what their actions do. Psychopaths get joy from the temperament or terror of their actions. That's how they feel joy, because of the miswiring in the amygdala. Whereas sociopaths, they are the terrorizers, the liars for joy.
The word sociopath
Underminers.
is used when antisocial behavior is brought on by a brain injury or harmful sociocultural elements, such as parental neglect, peers who engage in criminal activity, belief systems, and upbringing.
So that's, I find it interesting that he adds in belief systems, upbringing, socioeconomic impact. Because these things can truly change. Hello. Oh, apparently I have a dog at my feet. These things can... Hello, buddy. Come here. He likes to jump into the wires for no clear reason. I don't know why. I think it's just to get my attention. Get back to my thought. These folks have been maladjusted. The temperament and the sensitivity has been broken by the world around them, by their treatment. So you have to have some empathy for them, despite them not having empathy for you. At the same time, it's important to recognize that these people are broken. It's not for us to fix them. Meds, psychiatry, therapy, they need to get themselves help, and they have to want that help. It's not something that we can impose upon others, unfortunately, unless it's a real extreme and you got to be a family member. So, saying that, let's get on with it.
Majorly a product of their surrounding environment. They have little conscience. Sociopaths are not all cold-hearted like psychopaths. They do have the ability to feel remorse and guilt. And although empathy and guilt can exist in sociopaths, they usually lack the strength to override their impulsive and erratic conduct. Meanwhile, their connections might sometimes feel normal, at least with those they are close to. Highly
Is that a
impulsive.
mimicking?
When a sociopath
Probably.
commits a crime, they may
Or
do so
it's
on the
a
spur of the
trust
moment
building thing.
and with little thought to the risks or repercussions of their choices. They may easily become agitated and angry, which could lead to violent outbursts on occasion. The likelihood of catching a sociopath rises as a result of these actions. Poor career life. Sociopaths are not usually in a position to keep their jobs. They typically avoid attracting attention to themselves or interacting with coworkers. They prefer to work at the periphery of the society, like selling drugs, where they do not get to interact on a one-on-one basis with people for a long time.
Oh, this is telling. Is this starting to make a picture of someone that you've heard of before? That you know? I know I'm thinking of at least 3 or 4 different streamers that have all of these components built into one. Isn't that amazing? Holy shit. That's just all that. Let's think about that for holy shit. Easy to identify. Easy to point out. It's so fucking wild how many of them there are.
Is there treatment? Medication, counseling, or a combination of the two can be used to treat sociopathy.
Oh, so you can give someone medication for it. I didn't know that. I thought it was
sociopaths
just
reject treatment,
a therapy thing,
because they
of course
don't think
they think they're
anything
better.
can be done to change their conduct.
No, they can't.
Some doctors
they're
do
better
not
than that.
advise
They're
these
more
techniques to
important.
properly cure someone from sociopathy, because the harsher medications could result in sociopathy being cured by masking symptoms and reverting to their old selves as soon as the medication is stopped. There are notable differences between the two disorders: psychopathy and sociopathy, how they handle crime, how they are in their careers. and even what their social relationships are like. But we also see that their behaviors can overlap, making it hard to differentiate between the two disorders. And this overlap has caused problems for people over the years. In the childhood era, the two conditions are frequently labeled as conduct misbehavior, and hence,
Interesting.
the two are used
And that's not
interchangeably.
obsessive
They
defiance
also become
disorder.
different as time goes by.
Which,
Here
by
are
the way,
some
we're going to
easy
cover that as well,
examples
because
from
I
the
think a
media.
lot of the adults here
Jeffrey
on
Dahmer,
YouTube
from the
have
recent
some kind of
Netflix
like
murder
obsessive
documentary,
defiance
is
disorder.
a psychopath.
It's very weird.
He is very meticulous in his plans and is fascinated by death and blood. He has no remorse and lacks empathy. For sociopathy, a clear example is Tommy from the series Power. Tommy is very impulsive and lacks a plan
Interesting.
while executing his crimes, and he also feels some remorse when he goes too far. So, what was your favorite bit of information from today's video? Have you had to deal with real psychopaths?
None of it. I
or
mean, it was all
sociopaths in
decent,
your
but
life?
none of it is my favorite because it's just, you know, it's all learning about psychopaths. And the difference between, and how to identify the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath, which, you know, there is very subtle in certain respects, and in others it's very extreme, because a sociopath, at least in the environment, is going to want to run under the wire and get your trust, but a psychopath doesn't give a damn. And at some point, the sociopath also doesn't give a damn, but it's more about what their ramification is on you, whereas the psychopath gets joy about the ramifications of hurting you. So a very interesting definition, a very interesting little slight differential between the two of those things. Let's actually take a look at what a psychopath sounds and talks and acts like. And this may shock the hell out of you. It shocked the hell out of me. By the way, I'm AronMSound. If you're just joining us, feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Oh, I have to press play for it to do that. Psychopath
What is your background, and how did you come to realize that you had psychopathy?
My pseudonym is Emmy Thomas. I wrote the book Confessions of a Sociopath, a life spent hiding in plain sight. I'm a lawyer.
Wow,
I'm,
like they were saying
you know,
before.
middle-aged now. I am a diagnosed psychopath.
Wow.
I have a big family. I live in a small community in
she's
California,
married to someone.
where I grew up.
She has children.
I enjoy playing with my nieces and nephews. I was a music major.
Oh, no,
and
she doesn't have
I have
children.
a jam session later on that I'm going to, and I mostly just live a normal life. I think
Mostly.
I never understood the word psychopathy. I never understood the word psychopath until
Most people don't.
I was doing an internship. It was during law school, and I had a office mate
Late in life.
who, you know, this internship, it was supposed to be like a 9-to-5 thing, but really we
Yeah,
only
I
had
sent
like
this
2
to you
hours of
before,
work per day
Lita.
or something. So we started talking, and she was a very interesting person. I think that the nature of the conversations were probably maybe a little bit more open than I realized. After several weeks of this, she said, you might want to consider the possibility that you're a sociopath. And so I just looked it up and found a website.
Her friend, or this person she was making friends with, turned to her and somebody was like, you know, lady, probably gonna have to point out the fact that, you know, you might want to look at it being, yeah, you might not know this, but did you know you might be a sociopath? That's some shit. When your friend is like, you know, you might be a sociopath.
Site that had like, you know, 12 criteria or something, and I kind of read through it, and I was like, actually, this does seem to fit. You know, people have been
At least she
telling
was
me all my
self-aware
life,
enough to
you know,
recognize
think more about others, consider others. You know, what about other people's safety? What about other people's feelings? What about other people's needs? And that is not a very useful thought for me because
Wow.
I was so bad at it. I mean, just went so far against the grain that I basically, you know, I was terrible at it. I even if I tried to, I'd forget the next day, and then it was like back to the same sort of behavior.
Wow.
And I think one of the things that kind of struck me is that
She has to think about
you know,
kindness.
Probably the labels that I think fit more
Actively.
closely are that I really didn't feel guilt. You know, I understood that I didn't feel
This is where it
guilt.
gets shocking.
I understood that people had tried to shame me before into feeling guilt. I remember this time when I was, you know, 8 or 9 or something. We're watching TV and there's this kid on the screen and he was, you know, disabled or something. And I made a joke about it. I made a joke about how he was disabled. And my dad said, "Have you no empathy?" And was just kind of like shocked and disturbed
Wow.
by whatever
Her
the
dad
joke
actually
was.
asked her. That's pretty
and
heavy.
I thought to myself, what is empathy? And maybe I don't have it because,
Wow.
you know, I think I asked
I wonder
him, what
if
is empathy?
if
You know,
most
and he started telling me, okay, you
psychopaths
start
even
feeling
have this
for
level of
other people. And I thought, well,
self-awareness.
definitely I don't do this. I mean, it is one of my more negative traits, especially when, like, during my 20s. I call that kind of like the playground stage. Because that was like when all of
no,
my
she's an actual
psychopathic traits
psychopath,
were
a
at their
diagnosed
peak.
psychopath, and
if
that's
somebody
why I'm
cried,
sharing
I
to
would
show
get
the
angry
example
with
of
it.
somebody
You
who
know,
seems normal, but
I thought crying is kind of a manipulative tactic because you know I don't understand crying.
so you get this. So if somebody says to you, "I don't understand, why are you crying? That's manipulation. You cry." They might have some psychopathic tendencies because they're trying to say that your weakness, your pain, is something you're doing to them.
Especially if we had like a close relationship. They were a friend for several years. You know, they know I don't understand the crying. Why are they crying? Almost kind of like a use your words with a toddler thing. That would be my reaction with them.
Wow.
And then of course they just keep crying because it's like a terrible thing to engage with somebody. You're crying, you're upset, you know. So I had a friend whose dad was dying of cancer. And like after a while, I just couldn't take it anymore. I was like, you know what? You are way too emotional. I cannot handle your emotion. Let's take a break from each other. And I think her dad died while we were during this break, you know, that I took, which was, you know, I can't handle your emotion while your dad's dying. I mean, now I look back at it and I think that's not being a good friend.
Yeah, that's pretty
But
fucked up.
At the time, I just thought,
Wait till you hear this
honestly,
one
I do not have
in
the
part 2.
emotional depth, the capacity, the empathy to be able to deal with this.
The spoons to be there for a friend. So if you're starting to hear any similarities towards another streamer that you've seen, or the way people behave on a panel, or maybe if you've listened to somebody who's like, "I just don't have the spoons for other people's emotional values." Why does this keep scooting around the screen while I'm watching? That is so weird. Oh, I know why. I absolutely know why. Hold on a second. Hold on, because I'm not actually looking at the whole of that. God dang it! There it is. There it is. Good Lord. Good Lordy Lord. Lord. So this is part 2 of this, where she describes how deep this goes into her experiences.
What are some things you've done as a result of your psychopathy?
Sometimes when I think about these stories, these guilt stories, I don't know what people would feel guilt about. So I do have a little bit of
Which is
mind
frightening to
blindness
think
there.
about this.
You know,
Mind
like,
blindness,
I've
she
never lived
calls
the
it.
life of somebody who feels this empathy, this guilt way. And so I don't know what might trigger it. I've never have really felt anything for animals. You know, I've never had a pet or ever felt like a connection to animals. I've never like tortured animals. I know, you know.
The fact that she adds that in, like immediately, like, "I've never had pets, I've never fell for them, I've never tortured them." Well, yeah, but most of us haven't. What do you mean? Of course you haven't Why would you? Why is that a caveat? The hell? Why is that a caveat? Good God. Anyways, yet when you call them out on their glaring shit, they gaslight, project, lie, and can't remember the lies they told last week, last month, but it's never their fault, to their misery or actions.
For various reasons, you know.
Well, she
I
doesn't
never
even
was one
know
of those that tortured animals.
that she should have
but
that
one
feeling.
time I was teaching swimming lessons.
So
I
you're
went out,
describing
I
more
saw there was this
sociopathic
baby
tendency.
opossum. It was like this big, you know, just like struggling
Oh,
to
this
try to
story.
get out of the pool.
This story is what I
That
sent you,
connection to
Lita.
Animals. I've never like tortured animals.
Yes,
I know,
you have.
You know, some psychopaths do.
You're about to describe how you tortured an animal.
You know, I never was one of those that tortured animals. But one time I was teaching swimming lessons. I went out, I saw there was this baby opossum. It was like this big, you know, just like struggling to try to get out of the pool. And I thought, oh, baby opossum must have fallen in the pool in the night or in the early morning. And now he's trying to get out. But I also thought, you know, opossum is a pest. I don't want this opossum around me. If I fish him out, then who knows what he's gonna do. You know, even like domesticated animals can kind of turn on you, especially when they feel like
so
they're
she's
kind
rationalizing.
of in that, fight or flight.
You hear her rationalizing
so I was like,
cruelty.
I'll just drown the opossum. What I did is just got a hose.
So I'll just drown
kept,
it.
like hosing
What the
him.
fuck?
So he's trying to like get up, and I'm just like trying to drown him with the hose. And I do that for like 5 minutes. And he's actually a trooper, this baby opossum.
Wow.
And so I thought, this is not
so
working.
ill.
I will just cancel the swimming lesson and just go off and do something else. You know, go to the beach for that afternoon.
So not only did she try to drown the possum, she just didn't succeed, so she left it in the pool to suffer and said, I'll cancel the swimming lesson and go to the beach. Total lack of any consciousness, of any conscientiousness, of any sensitivity, of any empathy, of any, holy shit, anything. That's fucking frightening shit.
I think maybe that seems cold-hearted to people, the way I went about it. But that's just kind of, and that's kind of an interesting thing too. We're socialized to think different things are cold-hearted. And I guess I just am immune to socialization in general, most socialization. So
immune to socialization, and she says it offhandedly and with a smile. You know, immune to socialization. And if you're starting to see these behaviors mirrored in someone that you're watching on a show, maybe that show isn't the healthiest environment. Maybe that's not the place that really has a value other than fulfilling somebody who's not very healthy's intentions, wants, and needs. It's a little scary to think about that there's so many folks out there that are just sitting in front of the camera doing this stuff that is, yeah, she's a crazy person. And she's an attorney. She's a lawyer. How fucked up is that? Like she has money. She has wealth probably, and a family and a husband. Imagine a moment similar, a similar content creator you've described who scrubs every single word and community note because it depicts an addict, the mental illness that is obvious to others. Oh yeah, well, there's that too. They gotta cover up their background because they, you know, it's proof. But in this case, she doesn't feel anything for this.
An example that stands out to me is I was living in Los Angeles, and it was like a 12 unit apartment complex. It was kind of a nice apartment complex, and I was an attorney at the time, and I was like making, you know, like well into the 6 figures. And so it was very comfortable for me to pay the rent. But I noticed that my neighbors across from me, they were driving like 1980s, 1990s Civics. Both of them were driving these old Civics. And I kind of thought, I wonder how these people are paying rent. I thought of it sometimes. I also noticed though that since they parked right next to me, that they had these 2 bikes that were collecting dust. So I had a friend visit me one weekend, and I thought, let's go biking. And I thought, well, I have my bike, but I don't have a bike for you. I don't want to like have to drive somewhere and rent a bike. You know, it's very inconvenient. Let's just.
This insane person just rationalizes, despite being an attorney. Guess what? She doesn't even bother go ask her neighbors, despite, you know, they probably would have been like, oh yeah, sure, they're just sitting there. Catch this story. And by the way, if you've ever experienced it, maybe this is what explains the behavior of other people doing the same kind of bullshit without any sense of remorse.
Take my neighbor's bikes. So I went down and I pumped up the air, and the seats had dust on them. I mean, they clearly hadn't been ridden for years, and they were just
she's
little
still rationalizing
guys, you know, probably $100 bikes or something. So we bike, and then we come back several hours later. We bike to the beach. You know, it was great. It was fun. And then in the evening,
Cop
I
showed
get this
up.
knock on the door and I go answer it. Luckily it was me and not my roommate at the time. But I answer it and it's my neighbor. And she said, you know, my bikes were missing earlier. You know, we were looking all over for them. And then we noticed that they were replaced. Do you know what happened with the bikes?
Jesus.
And I said, yes, I took your bike and I borrowed it and I took it to the beach with my friend. And she was like color drained from her face.
Yes, because she doesn't even realize that what she did is thievery, unconscionable, and all she had to do is ask, but because she has no fucking sense of the world or a sense of social norms or anything, despite being as smart as she seems, she has no human fucking interaction capability, which is pretty fucking wild. I mean, holy shit. How far out do you have to be? And she's saying that the blood drained from her neighbor's face because, yeah, that's some crazy shit. Just taking some people's shit and putting it back. Yeah, maybe you won't notice. His fucking ass. No, because she's a psychopath.
So angry at me. And she was like, why would you do something like that? And I'm going to call the police and that's theft. And I said, it's probably not theft. Technically, if anything, it's conversion, the tort of conversion.
Yeah, of course she tries to rationalize.
In small claims court, and I don't think the damages would be very high because I just took it for several hours. And that was kind of my reaction, but she was like livid.
How
the thing
fucking
that
dare
people
you?
find most
Can't
shocking
trust you.
probably about the book is when I say that I'm probably smarter than the person reading the book. And I find that to be unusual, an unusual reaction. To me, for that to be the most shocking thing in the book is, it surprised me.
Well, it's because rote smart is not actual smart. It just means that you can memorize shit and respond or bring it back up. Being able to utilize actual fucking social cues, emotional cues, engagement with other humans, emotional intellect, empathy. That's actually what makes you smart, street smart, and wise. By being able to, well, utilize a whole bunch of different formats of knowledge in one section for yourself and then display it in social interaction. That's called being a fucking just healthy human being, by the way. Despite what Nightbot just, what the fuck? Nightbot just went nuts. Hello, Nightbot. What? Oh, that's because it's from both streams all at once. So Nightbot just was like, blah, blah, Nightbot. All right, thanks, Nightbot. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, she's nuts. She doesn't know what's happening with people or humans.
I didn't understand why they would feel that way because that's just statistically true. I mean, I score in the 99th percentile.
Yeah, they always think they're smarter.
Tests, you know, like on the regular. I don't.
Only because a few gullible people might get caught up in their bullshit.
I scored out of the 99th percentile, but even on graduate school tests or something. So I think, you know, that is probably the more shocking thing is that I'm just willing to kind of own things. You know, I think people find me to be narcissistic. I think they think that, you know, I have
find
such a big
you
ego,
probably are.
When really I just kind of feel like, you know, I know I'm 5'4", I know I weigh the amount of pounds that I weigh, I know that I am like the whatever size and underwear, bra, shoe, you know, and I also know that I'm in the 99th percentile for sure for intelligence, at least as it's measured on standardized.
Yeah, but that doesn't really apply to fucking interaction in real life. You may do well, you make a lot of money, but you're still a psychopath missing out on half of life, and nobody can trust you. And that's the bigger deal. Let's take a look at bipolar, the mania aspect of people coming up and down, and where they actually get driven into these different actions of up and down.
But when these mood swings are severe, they can get in the way of life and leave a person feeling drained. These extreme mood swings may be due to bipolar disorder.
She sounds like ladies in all the ubiquitous like drug commercials, right?
By bipolar disorder each year. A person with bipolar disorder will cycle between extremely high and low moods. And between cycles, they may seem completely well.
Good evening, Jay Prince. Good to see you.
Extremely high moods are called mania.
Mania.
People
So we're just covering the mental illness that is so profoundly prevalent here on YouTube and in the streaming circuit, and we're learning how to identify the behaviors. We went through sociopath, we went through psychopath. I just showed a whole bunch of footage of a woman who was an attorney for a long time and a full tilt psychopath with no emotional reciprocity or capability to have empathy for other things, people, or stuff. And now we're over to bipolar mania.
Experiencing mania need
So
less
welcome on
sleep,
in.
have more energy. They feel great, exhilarated, with lots of ideas, and they may talk faster than normal.
The link.
When people
Jay, the link is actually up at the top pinned. It's a Discord. I don't know if you use Discord. And you hop into the green room there, and I'll pull you up. Yeah, sure. She's about to tell us that bipolar disorder causes anal leakage and thoughts of mania. Yes, I have this exactly. That is exactly what the hell I was thinking too. That is damn straight right there. That she has that voice, right? Oh man, if you run back through this video, by the way, you can use all sorts of stuff from this to point out. And and you'll see right at the beginning of the video, I talk about when Moby DeJujuj comes in and tells me that I got some free advertisement commercial time this morning on some fucking fat fucks, show has a ton more viewers than me. It's the example of how you can bait psychopaths, sociopaths, and the absolute weirdos out there with just about anything because they think that they can take advantage of it, and they have no sensitivity that they're gonna give you more info that you can debunk or track on them if you choose to. That, and also pretty much because they don't realize that I'm putting on a show and a character, they fall into the stupidest of shit half the time because they're not mentally balanced. Normal people wouldn't address those things. They'd just be like, "Wait to see that little channel do that stupid thing." No, they addressing it. God damn, that's some shit where, like, once again, I did this earlier, but it was like addressing it. Oh my. oh, so sad for you. But yes, feel free to come on up, Jay Prince. Where are we? Hold on a second. I love baiting insane people. It's half of doing a show up here. And some people would have you believe having the attention of fatty validates them. Of course, because that's in-group cognitive bias. They want to normalize bad behavior, and it's a whole group with most likely similar psychological issues or psychosis. And a psychosis is actually closer to what happens because the normalization of that pattern of behavior, that is, it becomes like, oh, I have to be like that. Oh, I have to play into that. If you think of like the Mean Girls chats or easy, what's that schmuck's name? So easy to forget him. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there that are playing in on people's loneliness. And that loneliness then proceeds to push people into doing terrible things they wouldn't have done otherwise, or taking part in terrible behaviors they wouldn't otherwise because they're seeking the acceptance of a group at any cost. Lita knows what I mean. Lita knows what I'm talking about.
They might feel tired, have trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, or even sleeping too much. They may have trouble concentrating and making decisions, feel hopeless or worthless, and have less interest in being involved in activities. Sometimes people turn to alcohol and drugs to manage their feelings, but this can disguise their symptoms, and in the long term, make some symptoms worse. People experiencing bipolar disorder will often only seek help.
Well, I can actually validate a good amount of that. You know, Jay actually has some decent evidence to prove that that is a thing, Lori. Fatty stalked me. I do board popular that they would pay attention to my narcissism. How dare they? Well, no. Jay had the panels. Fatty was his guest for a lot. And then there's other things. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances that unless you, Lita and I can both pretty much validate that Team Flabby, has a weird obsessive thing, and they also had some kind of relationship. They did some show stuff. I mean, like, there's all kinds of background to that one. So, you know, I wouldn't put it past Eddie that he's probably got some really, obviously incriminating stuff about all that. There's so many of us that do, actually.
Moods and can be misdiagnosed with depression. There are effective treatments available for bipolar disorder. If you experience these symptoms, see your doctor to find out more about the types of treatments available.
That was a drug commercial, wasn't it? That sounded like it was a drug commercial. One of the things to recognize is that people are not always going to be obvious about their manic behavior, and they can be people that you idolize, or just in some way, Team Pedo. Oh, damn, and getting like that. Okay. And getting like that. Reckville's last minute on Twitch. And by the way, so Reckville took his own life and is an example of the stresses that loneliness, manic bipolar, and it not being treated, and then having an environment feed into it and not getting the right support. These are the examples. Pure discretion is advised.
All right, chat. I hope you guys had a nice day.
This is for learning purposes.
I'm gonna go offline. I guess I'll try to find something to watch for a tiny bit before I pass out. World stuff right now. Maybe it's all uphill from here, though. Everybody, we'll see. I will see you guys either tomorrow or the next day. Oh man. If you guys get lonely, you should talk to each other maybe and find some friends to play games with if any of you play games. I feel like people are always too scared to meet new people, try to meet others. Anyway. Goodbye, everybody. Like, yeah, I mean each other, yeah, in chat. Because you probably have, there's probably a lot of like-minded people in the chat at this moment, you know? Have a good night. See you guys tomorrow or the next day. Boop.
That's Reckville's last minute on Twitch. Reckville took his life that night. It's important that we pay attention to the signs and the signals from the people around us and have empathy. Don't become a psychopath. Don't let the sociopathic behaviors infect us as a social malady. Because that is a thing. You can very much catch a practice behavior because it's in group and acceptable. And that practice behavior can be detrimental to you and others. Another moment to share is not long before that.
So you shouldn't tell me that stuff, right? Because I feel like I just want you to know that I'm serious. Like, I want you to know that I'm really affected. So look at me. Okay? Like, maybe you guys will stop.
Maybe you guys will stop. The effect of bullying, the effect of emotional distress for fun is a psychopathic effort.
Wait, really? I'm gonna watch it. Are you serious?
This is reporting the death.
So long, nerds. Hold on. Don't watch it right now.
Of Technoblade, who removed himself on air.
What are you talking about?
And the lack of connection to reality is what you're seeing set in on this streamer who may otherwise have not taken the moment seriously.
Are you serious?
Because so often folks use the hyperbole of, you know, go off yourself and X, Y, and Z.
I don't know if I want to keep streaming today. Okay. I'm gonna end the stream. Okay. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Okay.
How
I'll talk to you guys.
people are affected by the interaction. How people in the audience are affected by the loneliness and the seclusion and sitting in front of a screen and being affected by that screen for hours upon hours upon hours. And then the cruelty of the language amongst the people is a psychopathic and sociopathic portion of it all.
A resub, if you cheered, if you tipped, anything like that. Thank you very much, Exotic Chaotic, David Wade with the 10s, and in all. So I figured I'd give my favorite streamer last 10, but all goes. Davey, you need.
This is Dr. Lupo Get Suicidal Donation.
Davey, you need to talk to somebody.
And this is what you should say.
WAVY with the 10 said, ending it all, so I figured I'd give my favorite streamer my last 10. Hope it all goes well in the future. Please don't do that.
Yeah. And if you're feeling, by the way, in hearing this, if you out there in the audience happen to be watching and are feeling these ideations or feeling these intrusive thoughts, please seek help. There's a self-deletion prevention hotline. Do I have this? No, I do not. There is therapy, friends, and breathing tomorrow, living tomorrow. Things can always get better. And it's important to take that day by day, minute by minute, rejoicing in your own breath if you have to. Life can always get better, and life does get better. Times can be incredibly intrusively tough. It's up to us, each and every one of us, to reach to our friends and our loved ones, or to give ourselves the recognition that life is special. We're on a tiny little blue dot. And we do require one another, which is why if you see people being cruel, call it out, point it out. Don't let people be the psychopaths online. Don't allow them to normalize sociopathic behavior. Don't allow them to push people who are bipolar or manic over the edge because it's fun for some narcissistic sociopaths to get a kick out of bad behavior.
Please find somebody, reach out to somebody right now. Talk to them. Please talk to somebody. There are better alternatives than that. Okay? Davey, I expect to hear from you. There are better alternatives than that. Okay? Davey, I expect to hear from you in the morning. Here's the deal. Davey Wavy, I want you to listen to me very closely.
Sounds like you were experiencing that yourself.
I want you to listen to me very fucking closely. If you are not in this channel tomorrow, set an alarm right now, 8 a.m. Okay? For 8 a.m. Be here. I expect to see you in chat.
Damn straight,
chat
that's
right
how
now,
you do
there's a
this.
Suicide helpline. Please call that right now.
Damn straight, that's how you do this.
Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Please call that right now. 1-800-273-8255.
Dr. Lupo.
Please call that right now. Just call
100% on the money with this
Stop
one.
what you're doing. Pick the phone up and call it.
You cannot.
I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know.
Allow for the bullies and the darkness to take hold.
Is real or not.
Thank you, Allie, so much for that. I should have had that ready. I didn't even think about it earlier today, and I think I used to have a card for it, but now it's missing persons. So
at 9 o'clock, we have a problem. Very upset. So you see you in chat, you contact a mod, anything.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
That's a hero
Be
right
here.
there. Be like Dr. Lupo. Be like Dr. This is from 6 years ago. I don't know if he's still online anymore. But that's
you didn't ruin the stream. You didn't make anybody hate anything. Shut up. Listen very closely. I saw your email. I read it this morning. First thing I did when I woke up was read your email.
That's awesome. What a good human.
And here.
This affects us all. This affects the biggest streamers. Just having people in their chat.
Thank you for saving my life.
Who rely on
I
them.
still think I am going to kill myself.
So when you consider that there are streamers holding panels, initiating hatred, anger, frustration, division amongst us all for the most petty, deluded, insulting, strange, mental backflip concepts. We can only say that these people are actually dangerous because there are probably folks that would hurt themselves more likely because of their behaviors, whereas Dr. Lupo saved someone's life. XQC's positivity, for whatever reason, I don't understand it, saved someone's life. Look, I might not like this dude, but he's like the least harmful person ever, other than gibberish talking. Very weird. Very weird. But, look, caring about one another, not being sociopaths, is what's important.
Talk me out of it. Please talk me out of it.
Okay, Pierre, I hear you. I will, I have to take a couple minute break. Hopefully I won't lose y'all.
Listen, you're gonna have to go talk to a mental health professional. This is literally their job and they dedicate their life to that. You're gonna have to talk to them, you know?
And that's what you need to say to someone.
You got this, buddy, man.
Safe Moon is going to the...
Oh, that was my bad. Boo DJ on that one. Oh no, that was the end of the video, sorry. As I'm clicking around. I need to let my dog out. Let the dog out. Let my dog out. And so that means I have to change the channel and basically take you to one of my old videos for a couple minutes, which hopefully you won't mind. Stand by so I can let the dog out. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, here's something recent. You might enjoy this. Stand by, I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, Devil. We can't. We're not getting out anything you're saying. I don't know if you got a Bluetooth like headset somewhere.
Sorry, man. I can't get. I do. Give me one second. Let me try one second.
Okay.
This guy. We need IT support. Shit.
I think it sounds like he's got like a Bluetooth earpiece somewhere else, and he just doesn't know that it's on.
No fucking clue.
Okay, one.
We have to just drop him, bro. I hate to be that guy.
Yeah, drop me.
Okay,
Drop me.
sorry.
I can't get to work.
Sorry, buddy. Okay.
Poor guy, dude.
All right.
That was
Yeah,
like
that's
some
it.
mic quality from like 2011, dude. I haven't heard that shit in a minute.
We'll let Aaron replace him then. Aaron's always ready to go. Aaron.
Hey, what's happening, guys? How y'all feeling? Can you hear me?
Good,
Yes,
good.
sir.
We hear you loud and clear.
Righteous. Nice to meet you. Yeah, electronically at least. Hey, so I got a couple questions for you, actually, about your production style. Something relevant to you, actually, and what makes you great. What's kept you grounded, man? Because you're part of the generation that really seems, as you've noticed, not grounded. What do you do on a regular that keeps you like in touch with not just flying off into the rhetoric?
I mean, I think. I know what you're talking about, like all the Zoomers and them being like so fucking insane and depressed all the time and shit, right?
Well, the Zoomers, the terminally online.
Yeah,
those
yeah.
who are
I
following
think
the stories you're following.
Honestly, I think it's because like when YouTube and shit didn't really become like or like social media wasn't really all that big until I was like a I was like a sophomore in high school. Like it was big, but it wasn't like you could live your life on it. You know, like that wasn't possible yet. So I think like it's honestly like I just barely missed that by like 3 years. I think it's part of
Interesting.
it.
So you think it's just part of the bell curve of like some of these people were more inundated?
Yeah, because like think about it, like when I was growing up, and I feel like if you know anybody like my age, like they're gonna say the same thing. There's like a group of people where it was like the internet was not real life. The internet was all fake. Like whatever was said on the internet did not fucking matter, and that I think that was a healthier way of looking at it. Whereas like now I think a lot of these Zoomers like grow up, and I feel bad for them. Where it's like the internet is real life, and you know they're not wrong because politicians are on it every day. Like the internet's changed. Where like guess what? It is kind of real life now.
Yeah, no, this is the interesting thing because you tend to cover, and I got to give you full credence to this because I've been calling and nothing against you, but I've been calling you the I'm sorry, basically the neckbeard reporter because I feel like
let's go,
because out of anybody you tend to stick to facts, you tend to stick to story, and this is the next question for you actually. How did you find your pacing, man, and how long did it take you to get to that point where because both your editing style, your pacing, the way that you script. It's very much like you could just turn to TV tomorrow, to be frank, from my point of view. And
oh, that's super nice of you. I mean, I think that's too nice of a compliment, honestly. I mean, I just make
real, though. That's very real. I feel that way. I'd sell your show. Shit.
I think like the main thing is like I just make videos where it's like if you make enough videos, you're gonna get good at it, right? If you do anything enough, you're gonna get good at it. And I think like when I went out, do you know who Angry Video Game Nerd is?
Yeah, I do. He's enjoyable.
When I started to do commentary, I was like, all right, what if I make videos, but the main point, instead of it being like necessarily like the commentary, it's like about making people laugh. Like here's commentary, like here's the Daily Show, essentially, I guess, but like about internet drama, and we'll just do like that in a really fun, snappy way. And I just kind of make videos I like, dude. You know?
It's interesting that you mentioned the Daily Show because I mean, like, if you didn't have like something relevant to TV to refer to, I was gonna ask you about that because I do sense that kind of timing where I know that there's a punchline coming and you bury them well until that moment that like hits home.
Yeah, like I would say like if you want to get good at something, like a lot of people I think come into YouTube and they're like, I want to do something unique, I want to do something different, I want to stand out. Well, that's going to be like fucking hard because if you don't know how to make any videos and you have no skills, you're working up from like ground level zero on that, right? Whereas like I came in and I was like, well, who do I like? Let me just copy them. And then when you're done with the video, you look at their stuff and you look at yours and you go, why is theirs good and mine is still so shit?
Well, that's an amazing
way to get better. It's like copying is like okay. Copy.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely. And by the way, I just got to say that most everybody that I notice are copying everybody else's thing, and you kind of clarified why that is. So I find it that it's incredible that you stand out because of that. That's really great.
Yeah.
Man.
It's like because then when you're actually good and you're like, well, my stuff is like I think comparable to this guy that I was copying. Well, now when you want to go do your own thing and like branch off and be a little different, it's like, well, now you're already good, so that's easier to do.
Sure.
Yeah, there's some greater advice to give people.
No, that's great advice, and I do enjoy your show. But okay, here's the last one because who's out there that you're hate watching that we don't know about that we should?
I would say like the kick streamers. Like, do you know like he brought up Jack Doherty earlier, or like Neon. Do you know who Neon is?
No, I've seen the clip in what is that video stream? It's not Video Fail. It's the other one. FouseyTube. Yes. I mean, that's
yeah. So it's like those guys. It's like a fucking car crash. You can't stop looking away from. It's like, dude, that's the sort of shit where it's like, I love what they're doing in a way because they're fucking all. It's like the biggest group of psychos possible, all getting in one room and being like, let's all just be unhinged together.
Which is true.
And I love like that shit. I love the shit show. I love documenting it. I love talking about like these crazy fucking characters, you know?
Wow. So
like,
how did you avoid the Thorpes then, man? I mean, because so far I haven't noticed any. Did I miss one or something?
No.
Wait, how did I what? Say that again.
No.
I don't know what we're referencing.
There's a crazy family. I'll send you some shit on them later.
Okay, Did we just tell him something new? Oh my god, I feel my day's been.
I got no clue what you're talking about.
That is fantastic. Wait till you see it. It's amazing. Hit us up for detail.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
That is fantastic. Wait till you see it. It's amazing. Hit us up for detail.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
Right. Well, that's enough of your time. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody in the audience. And by the way, everything you do, man, is far and above what most other people do. And if anybody's going to follow up what reporting is, they should be following your trail, Willie.
Yeah, like, dude, hold on. I just do dumb YouTube drama, so it does drive me crazy when people cover actual news story, like, in a worse way than I cover fucking Trisha Paytas or some shit. Like, I find that fucking to be, like, an issue.
Yeah, no, I feel that. And I have a lot of problem with it because there's so much quality reporting, quality history, intellectual media. I have to use her as an example because I compare her a lot to you in at least the history space and Black history. She's covering stuff nobody does. There's a lot of folks that are just being missed that do it well, and there's a lot of folks that aren't being missed that do it terribly, man. So good on you.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. You're too nice. You're too nice.
It's all good.
Awesome,
Glaze it up, brother. All right, have a great evening.
I appreciate it. All right, we got two more in there. We're just going to do the last two.
Aaron at the end was he said something along the lines of like, yeah, there's all these people that are way better than somebody that's as wrong as Hassan, right? That aren't getting the same level of recognition. And I think that's because especially when it comes to politics, I think really with politics, people are going to listen to what they want to believe. Like the reason Alex Jones is so popular isn't because he's right all the time. Part of it's because he's a fucking meme. But another part is he's got a hardcore fan base that does believe like the fluoride's turning the frogs gay and shit. Right? Like people are going to listen to what they want to believe.
Yeah,
and I think that's
telling them back what they already believe.
All right, and we're back. Thanks for hanging out, folks. That's my Glazing Willie Mac video. Hopefully you enjoyed that. If you haven't seen that one, I figured that fit pretty well into the theme of the evening. As I passed by, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Oh, that is that. So now is the sniping portion of the stream. Now we've learned to identify some of these folks and some of the wild behaviors. I figured we'd troll a little, or I'm sorry, snipe a little. Let's see who's out there. Live standoff, refusing welfare check for kids and barricade. Holy shit, that's a little too much news. Pineapple show, no, what do we got here? Now, I really do appreciate a lot of what Prime Kai has on his show. But some of the guests on his show
I like how you could
are very much
the videos.
Wang dangles.
The technology.
Everything but the DEI video. It was so irritating.
Maybe because it was like.
Hey, Max, welcome on back.
The question starts with, "Is it okay to?" You can
I don't even know what this topic is. It's hold on a second. I'll find out. The topic is.
For work on time.
Is it? Okay, this is just a. Wow, rage bait.
Ollie, a question for you.
Is it great?
You said before,
if
you're a Democrat voter, then you should.
Who's on the other side?
What do you think now that the
devil's advocacy,
the
holy
only Muslim
shit,
majority city in America, has formally endorsed Donald Trump? Now it seems like Donald Trump is the pro-minority
Who endorsed
candidate.
Donald Trump?
The mayor of the only majority Muslim city in America.
Dearborn?
No, apparently Dearborn's not majority Muslim. It's some city called Hamtramck.
Hamtramck?
Yeah,
Hamtramck,
Michigan. Yeah.
Hamtramck, Michigan.
Yeah.
I think people are insane. They don't
Yeah.
know. Like I tell you guys
agree with
all the
this.
time that like
It's just the
Arabs
crazy
and
backflips
Muslims
and
would
logic
go
to substantiate
conservative if,
the
you know, just given the
ideas
right
that are
cons-
unrealistic.
Conditions.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's weird.
What else should we get
honestly,
here?
I think Trump's been on a weird
Let's
fucking.
find
wreck
some
on, like,
real
kicking out
wildness. Where we got some
And I think
real
that's, like,
wildness
he's been,
down
like,
here in my
really heavy on the ass kicking to
subscriptions.
Israel
Oh,
lately.
here we go. There we go. This is Mod Monday. Let me die.
Okay.
On the Raging
What's up?
Tomato
Yeah,
channel.
appreciate
Where
the
do we
response.
draw the boundaries for
Hello, Hornet.
self-deletion?
So I just want to comment on
AKA
a few things because I've heard a few different arguments here. I want
This
to
is
comment
a
on the
channel you will
religious
definitely
one
find some extreme
first.
points of views and some folks probably with some problems. Oh,
Rachel,
look,
are
Reservoir.
you
Speaking of, all kinds of sociopathic behaviors. Reservoir doesn't give a damn. Reservoir. Not a fan.
Any medical intervention at all?
No.
He's so obsessive, he probably is getting a
Why
message
would it
right
be
now
justifiable to you
that
to
I'm
say
covering him.
That you're
Not that he
against
covers
this-
me or
this
anything, it's
process,
just because they're
technically they're
I
keeping
mean, maybe
someone
not. I don't
alive.
know. I
It's
don't
God's
care.
will.
You
to
know, I don't
kill
give a
them off.
damn.
Right? Like they're sick, right?
He has a much larger audience.
You shouldn't be intervening in that.
Could use
that
some more
happens.
advertisement.
Well, and what, like, you have to give me an example so then I can answer.
Well, God
let's
gave you the cancer, right? Like that's like what his.
Yeah,
God gave you the cancer. God gave you the whatever it is. God gives. God He gives.
Well, I would argue.
Souls and he, you know.
Yeah, I would argue.
So the irrational thought is you're getting cancer, you get it from God. Okay, so a more infantile point of view, I don't know if I've heard, but unrealistic expectation and behaviors are what we hear on panels, isn't it?
Logically, that sin gave you your cancer. Sin gave you, not God's sin, your sin. You're a fallen creation. That's my bias.
But that's
my belief.
Sarah is polished.
But that's still part of like God's plan. Like so to say
That's
that
it.
life is cheapened in this instance, but it isn't.
She knows, like Q Butter and a couple other folks, that the panel is most interesting when you have these extremists on it, when you have the very extreme points and the wildness. And she isn't a deluded member, which she's not sociopathically working this. She's not a psychopath, as far as we can tell, in her behaviors. But I have definitely seen people on her panel that are portraying psychopathic behaviors. Oh, we all have a feeling, but no, she does have a well put together show. Even if you don't agree with her points or the reasons why she has her show, she has a format that's working out for her, and you can't take that away from her by any means. But we have to look at the people on the show and go, okay, what is being hosted here? And it is the tip of the iceberg when you talk about like kind of the stuff that comes up. She tends to get from the best of all the wild groups, but she also gets the folks that are portraying the things we've been talking about this whole time.
And that just seems.
I wouldn't presume to say that. Hold on, I would not presume to say that's God's plan.
Yeah. What about kids that get cancer? Are they like? I understand that we have original sin, but like there is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
she's
wouldn't,
smart.
like,
She's running a
it's
show.
Like the questioning.
So I got nothing against her on that because she's running a show. She's not pretending that she's just your friend, that she's hanging out online, that she's playing video games, that this is her whole life. She said as much. She's running a fucking show, and good on her for that.
Random. Maybe there's some sort of plan. I don't really care. I'm not celestial. I don't need to know that, right? When it comes to that, I'm sorry. I think that this falls flat on its face when we look at kids. There's no amount of like, what are we just? Is God doing thought crimes for again?
I think I have a response for this. I have a response for this. So generally, when it comes
the
to
expectation that
a
being outside yourself that is massive, just in any definition of the word, all encompassing, all knowing being, is somehow paying attention individually to each and every one of us when we are a little tiny. I mean, like I've shared this before, we are so tiny in the vastness of space. We're smaller than Who's in Whoville comparatively. So the idea that there would be some unrealistic connection to this, and I don't want to take away from anybody's belief, but that somehow the thing that made all life is punishing is the absurd thought. Individuals. When in actuality, like life itself, there are perturbations, there are disorders, there are illnesses. Just like the mental illnesses we've been talking about. That is not a facet, always, of a character by any means. When you're talking about cancer, especially. Or somebody being just physically ill. Beck says that she went to Ben's panel, sidekick for a week. It would have been fun exercise to take the supportive stance beside him. Yeah. It's a challenge sometimes to really take his extreme points. It really is. And you know, I don't support all of them. I have my disagreements with the man, but he does know how to rile the fuck out of an audience and manipulate them as a wild host of sorts. Sarah does say the most stupidest shit you've ever heard in your life. Shake your head. And it's not okay for her to date men who with soft hands, but it's okay for her to date men with small penis. Oh, wow. I don't know anything about that, but okay. Which is, I don't think that there's an either or there, Hurricane. I think that to each their own of what they like. I mean, you know, maybe she's just got a small, yeah, I don't want to, you know, maybe she's, I don't know. Preference we each other. If it's as if those participate more about peers, they care more about peers than they do fact. Yes, well, that's the in-group effect. That is the in-group effect.
Of, you know, it's like, oh, if God exists, why do bad things happen? This is essentially the subject that we're getting into.
Well, no.
Let me respond. I'll address everything. So even if you're bringing up a subject of like cancer and a person who's going through suffering, why would God allow this types of suffering or things like that? Well, he's offering the ultimate gift. He's offering the gift of eternal life.
No.
And thank you, Alan. I'm saying the thumbs up in the. Yeah, I appreciate you, Alan, for doing that.
Why would someone intervene with that? Why do we have medical practices like you break your leg? Why do you have a practice to fix that leg?
Because we have free will.
That's okay. That we have free will, right? We can choose to do stuff. We can choose to. We can choose to apply into the made method, right? That's still a choice that I'm making consciously.
Well, if we're talking about a theological side, suicide is a sin.
Again, just because that itself, and technically, it's not really suicide because you're just consenting. Someone's killing you off.
No, it's suicide in God's eyes.
No.
Well, okay, so there's the other unrealistic. Oh, it's suicide in God's eyes. Well, sorry, buddy, you're not God, and if you're basing it around the Bible, that was also written by a man, so I can't take you seriously at all. And at that point, it's the unrealistic implantation of one's own perceptions of a situation for virtue of what, or for the virtues that one would seek to portray. If social media is absolutely that vapid. Absolutely, Lord. It is without... it is show. It is Oprah. It is reality TV. It is that vapid. Now, for the people, for those of us that do seek out the more meaningful or want to learn stuff, sometimes I do. That's why I watch the Thorpes and am a mod theirs, because I also love the wildness of G.G. Allen. I have a wide scope of interest and values, and they aren't monolithic by any means. Sometimes it's just fun to watch stupid people be stupid, to be frank, or insane people be insane. Where the lines get drawn, for me at least, and where I would say for others, is where you start to encourage or take part in a way that is demeaning and hurtful, actually, to others. Not a gag. That's where it becomes problematic. And I walk a very thin line there, personally. A very thinner line here online.
Now hit record.
So I'm going to bring you to something if you're not familiar with. This is called
And you could
Typical
smell,
Skeptic Podcast, and this podcast has some of the wildest fantasists you'll ever find, because most of them believe, well, in this one, this is Kentucky Bigfoot and angel wings, and I'm a big fan of Sasquatch, UFOs, and all kinds of things, so I found this one, but oftentimes you hear discussions on this channel of nature that it's more like I was abducted and taken to Mars for a secret military program. That's often what they cover here.
Like a pocket of in their dimension, and just outside of their dimension was like a watery sort of film. This is what it looks like to them when they're looking in our dimension. It's like a watery sort of film, and they can.
Yeah, absolutely, Lori. Great point, and that's a lot of it. One can learn and observe from and not engage completely. When idiots are a good example of that. They're all about ego. Yeah. Like Jeebus Crisps, yes. I think Jeebus has been on this channel.
I saw a poacher walk by, a guy with sort of, it looked like he had a little bit of camo gear, but not really, and he had a hat, kind of like what poachers wear, I suppose, with a gun, and he's kind of walking around. And he said, can you please tell Jim and Matt that there is a poacher walking past, and this is a creche for our baby. This is where people, I feels like to me, like the Bigfoot have like creches and areas where they like to bring up the children. So yeah, so that's why the importance of it, and that's why they came through to me in the astral.
Lori Sue.
Amazing, right? Goes my mind.
Yeah. Well, dream actually this morning.
Lori Sue says that she'd rather be fucked by a Martian. Hold on a second. Let me do the big turn for this one. Hold on. She'd rather be fucked by a Martian. Let me get this right. Than in a self-absorbed live stream with these idiots casually. I don't know. That's pretty solid, Lori. Pretty solid. Yes. And yeah, I don't have a doubt that we are not the only beings alive in the universe. But these stories are so fucking outrageous sometimes that it's like, what? They just keep adding to each other's psychosis.
Afternoon, but it was when I woke earlier when I woke up. I actually had a dream about the baby. The baby connected. See, I connect to the babies. Everything babies. I'm like the mother of dragons, so I get all the baby connected.
The mother of dragons.
It's so neat.
Legit.
And something about the baby was sick. I wonder if I healed the baby, because they came to me in my dream with the baby not feeling good.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Well, I suppose they connect because everything's frequency,
wow,
energy, and vibration. So they're going to connect to people that they have more in common with. That's just everyday people, right? Like attracts like. That makes sense to me.
Well, and I'm strong enough to handle babies is the point. I think babies in general, the fact that I have a horde of babies is actually extremely significant to how strong I am.
Bex, you know this person. You've spoken to this person.
They bite. They're naughty. I had to discipline a few. I even told Matt
She's like a very sweet person.
Take off my cat.
And this is the thing is not all psychosis, not all mental illness, not all infantilization, not all fantasists are mean, cruel, psychopathic, or sociopathic. Some people are just lonely. Some people are just have a deep imagination. She seems very sweet, right? But I can't not make I'm sorry, I can't not be like, oh. That's a screenshot right there. Yeah, And I believe some wild shit. Not gonna lie, I believe some wild shit, but when it starts turning into, some point we are all alone, actually, which is the most fucked up thing. No matter what, doesn't matter how long you've been with a person, you will still be alone on the inside of your own head. That's a fucked up thing about humanity.
Well, not not literally, but I gave him a piece of my mind, and I could like physically like.
So why am I bringing this up? Because
say, excuse me,
delusion,
don't do that
manic
to my
behavior,
and then I set him down.
fantasism. These things portray and behave
Do you think
all
there's more people
kinds
like
of
us
ways.
that are kind of seeing between the veils?
It's not always malicious.
That's what I was just going to ask you guys. I was wondering if
Which is why I'm bringing this
more
up.
people, like more people.
Because sometimes
starting to
these stories
see-
are
It seems like the veil's thinning.
so
but it seems
incredible.
Like, I wonder if more people are.
But
gonna
you're
start
like
making
impressed.
connections. Like, I wonder
You
if
gotta
people in
have.
the audience will
You
start
gotta be
making connections
impressed
as well. You know, I hope it does. I hope it inspires people.
Your audience is already schooled.
I would describe her as a
Your
self-proclaimed
audience,
astral
are like
empath.
us. They're like us. They're not afraid or
Heavy on the self-proclaimed, but yes.
Afraid to speak up and say that. By the way, I see.
And so I am a healthy skeptic, a believer because I've seen, but a healthy skeptic. And I would say that like the tests that you give to people that verify or don't these things, Captain Wally has some amazing tests that he has proven that obviously there's clearly psychic behavior. And if anybody has ever followed any of the things that I study and am into, I very much practice, and I'm still working through the 5th level of the Gateway program. And not long ago we had somebody that claimed I think his name was Priest something or other, that he had reached level 15. Oh no, that was in Tom's chat. He was having visions or something like that. Yeah, I was like, bro, have you studied the Monroe Gateway program? So I believe in hoo-ha. I absolutely have faith in these things, but sometimes I just, you have to take these everything with a grain of salt. Kind people, not malicious. I guarantee you she believes every word you say. That's one of the things about it. But delusion is a thing, and the proof is in the pudding always. So I will say simultaneously, yes, skinwalkers, very real. Skinwalker Ranch and whole surrounding, very real, multi-dimensional outlet. Plenty of scientific data to back it up, and observation. The astral empath, we're gonna have to just trust but verify. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be mean because I'm not. There's no reason to be mean to these people. This isn't one of these places where you can have a reason to be mean to anybody because they're not being psychopathic or they're not being cruel. It's actually helpful for these people. It's good for these people to find, in some ways, some people that are like, oh, we're like you, really into this fantasy. Or in some cases, I bet you in 1% of the cases to 5% of the cases, they may be true.
It's normal, and when everybody I explain what I feel and what's going on, and the fact that I'm talking to them like they're right here with me.
See, I mean, that's the thing is she's on another panel. It's not on this topic. You'd never fucking know. You will never know because she's not bringing it up. She's not obsessed with it. So that actually does lend a credence to these things. The story of dreaming about a Sasquatch baby and healing it from afar. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. Just a little skeptical. Anyway, everybody, very, very nice people on that channel. Sometimes it gets really wild up in there, though. Like, but here, let me pop into some wildness. On chaotic truth for a couple minutes, because this is
a
always
story on the Italian Prime Minister Meloni about a year ago.
What is this about? People on display, Bex. Oh yeah, people on display. That is a certain amount of those folks who are holding the panels that are sociopathic, because that's what they're doing. They're utilizing other people to gain interest. And anybody who uses the word clout or seeks clout is likely a sociopath, because it's not important to anybody else to gather people as if it's some kind of collector item, unless you're a fucking sociopath. Now, we can go back over the videos, which we will in a minute. I'm just displaying some of these things that are kind of wild. This isn't one of his panels. Sorry, I should have just found one of his panels. He hasn't gone back live. Chaotic Truth. And sometimes his panels are very entertaining, and other times it's like, what? Oh, okay. this.
Hashtag BBM.
Big burrito.
This is Josie.
Is that what
Get AI done involved, that's right.
And
That's
Josie
right.
is very
That's fucking
religious.
right.
Josie is associated to Glenn Lawrence, who also very unabashedly and very earnestly,
and you're not willing to let it go,
is a religious person.
You know, you end up
And
becoming
hosts
more depressed.
male-oriented
depressed
or
individual
focused panels, red pill style,
is not letting this shit go.
including she was associated in kind of a way with whatever podcast.
And letting that shit go, not holding on to it.
They're having a religious discussion.
I ain't a scientist or anything, but I think
Glenn, as we move up the Overton window on this scenario, is a host of a panel where we will see a more extreme version of both the fantasists and those who believe in extreme ideas and ideals rooted normally in religious concepts.
Not for me. It's not mirroring on my end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Mine is clear as day. So sorry, can you repeat the last part?
So I bring this up because
5 seconds.
we're watching two people earnestly having a discussion about their morality, ethics,
holding on
and
to offenses, like
ideals,
not forgiving people.
But we're also
leads
looking at people that come
depression.
from a background
You're constantly
of
now holding on to all these like
more
negative things that
conservative,
people have
I would
done to
say,
you, or negative memories
on the farther right
And
side of
by you
conservative
choosing not to let that go. You kind of
practices
live in that.
and ideas.
While you're living in that, that can only lead to
Platitudes,
depression. You're not going to be happy having all those negative memories constantly in your head, thinking about them, and so you are going to fall into this state of depression the more and more unforgiveness you have towards people.
Yeah, and I don't by the way, I don't dislike either of these people. Neither of these people is noxious or unctuous.
This like clinical state of depression.
They may not make points that I agree with. They may say some stuff sometimes that's just wholesale wrong and provably wrong, but
would go away.
they're not malicious.
They're not holding on to those memories anymore. They're allowing them to go away. They're allowing them
misinformed.
They're not keeping a record of wrongdoing.
Maybe
forgiveness
You know
is
what
some kind of closure, kind of like funerals.
Well, you know,
misguided, maybe
it is, but forgiveness is for you, not for them.
Not malicious.
That makes sense.
And I'm making these.
For me,
By the way, I'm making these specifications. I'm pointing these differentials out as we go up the ladder to show some differences in the extreme. So you'll recognize between the malicious, non-cruel, non-psychopathic, and see how the incline between that grows, and then there's suddenly an exponential leap from fantasist and idealist, unrealistic or not, non-malicious, to abuse and use of people as if they are props on a motherfucking table while you're doing stop motion animation, which no motherfucking human is. No matter how much it seems interesting. Unless people know that they're part of the show. Lori Sue says, let me guess, Christians, quote unquote, with a patriarchy, their exchange is already done, and they don't care about learning about the other's beliefs. It's perfunctory bullshit. In some cases, yes, we can even call it, death. And preconceived notions can and will betray you every time from being able to gain wisdom. That's something I've always learned. Try to go in and check one's own biases to make sure you're not going to miss something that can benefit you. Because if you go in assuming that it's absolutely the way you're already preconceived, then you will likely have a huge blind spot to something that could be very valuable, enrich you. And you can be a very religious person and still include that value of wide open thinking. Some of the greatest thinkers of all time have been theologians who were able to transcend their limited belief systems in God into expansive philosophical environments that created inclusive and wild patterns that taught us all how to understand the world around us and social interactions better. Oh, okay, he was finding a space. He was tip-tapping behind me. I'm like, are you need to go out again, buddy? Is this a thing? Is this gonna be a thing? A thing? Buddy, is this a thing? No, he's just finding a cool ground. They have their beliefs. No one will invalidate. The exchange is bullshit. It's showtime. In some way, it can be very performative. And let's evaluate it based off of what happens here.
Who comes up to me and says, I did this. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, bro, we're good. Like, forgiving. Because it's like, why would I hold grudges? Like, you know, there's no point. I feel like my behavior of me doing that would actually be more manly than a lot of the men that I came across lately.
Well, there's
especially about stuff that doesn't really concern them, which is like kind of the irony, but detail.
Yeah. You got to ask ourselves, like, we have to ask ourselves, are we loving one another like Bible instructs us to love? Like, when we think of love, do we think of, 1 Corinthians 13? Is that how we are displaying love? It always like sets things back into perspective for me when I read 1 Corinthians 13. It says like, if I speak in tongues of men or of angels, but do not love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all the mysteries and all the knowledge, and if I have the faith that I can move a mountain out of the way, right? But I do not have love, I am nothing. If I gave all my possessions to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but do not have love, I have gained nothing. Love is patient. Love is kind.
Oh, are you?
It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It's not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs.
Talk about a valuable philosophy buried in Corinthians. And this is the example. Look, most of our religious books tend to try to teach a more equitable format of understanding one another in the world. And I think one of the things you'll notice here is that in using this language, he's trying to speak to her on her own level and speak to her about her preconceived notion that she felt that the men she was seeing were more feminine, and that's why her apologies for something she had done wrong, that she admitted she was done wrong, were being ignored, or they were falling on deaf ears. And he's trying to explain to her that maybe we need more empathy and maybe we need more love. But this is happening in a very performative, as Lori pointed out, way, because this is practice behavior. Now, one of the things I have to disagree with is I think people become socially ingrained into practices and language that can often be coded because of in-group and what can only be called cultist behavior. This includes the oldest cult. And I would call any of the religions a cult because that's what they are. We've just learned to believe that cult is a bad thing and it's only a small group of people. No, friends. Judaism, Sikhism, Muslimism, Christianity, they're all cults. They're all groups of people gathering into a specific ideology and ideation of belief with its own language, practice, leaders, cult of personality. If you're not an admission of that to yourself, then you may not be really engaging with it. There's nothing wrong with it if you believe in the practices that make you a better person. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with believing in an all-encompassing living entity that is the life of God. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, how can you look at the universe? How can you look at the omniverse? How can you look at the things around us and not say that we're all connected by transient waveforms made up of the same stuff everywhere, and it's all a static electric environment? That if you were to take away the 3 dimensions as we see it, it no longer exists in the same fashion. It becomes this amorphous, connective, electrical energy. I can't deny any of that, but I have my own language for that. My own belief system where I use that language, and that could be considered a cult too, because it has its figureheads, it has its practices, it has its beliefs. Well, yeah, Lori, we can argue that too, that its actual meanings are missing in time because the actual context for those meanings are no longer existing. I mean, and obviously theologians would argue with you on that point, and because it has been rewritten, we don't even know, really truly, if the Council Nicene version of the Bible, which is the first text of the amalgamation to create a new form of order in Rome, which is pagans, Jews, Christians, and others, all having similar and a unified belief system that could create edicts from the papal state, aka the Roman Empire. People don't think about the fact that Constantine was a genius politician and understood that creating and unifying all of the known religions at the time, giving everybody something to center around, would do just that and bring power into one spot. At the time, Constantinople, and then Rome. And it exists to this very day. But not 4,000 years. That would be, it's actually about 2,300. Well, I'm sorry. Nicaea was 300. So that's, yeah, it's about 2,000 years ago. About half that. 4,000 years ago would have been the Sumerians. And actually go back another 1,000 years, and it's the Hindus and the Akashic Record. Go back another 2,000 years, and you've got the Chinese and pre-Japanese with the Lao, I think it's Lao Tzu, and there's another one. It's not the Chi Kang, but I'm missing it. I have to look it up. I should know this off the top of my head. And you go back beyond that, and we get to Göbekli Tepe. And Göbekli Tepe, although it is not a religious record, it is a record of humanity at the time of the flood, and maybe even actually the record pre-flood. It shows the animals running from a flood. And we have the records from Turkey and all over where people buried themselves in, caverns and caves. The Ice Age, second Ice Age, I should say, between, if I'm remembering correctly, it's 12,500 BC and 10,000 to 9,000 BC, roughly, as it receded, which gave birth to the modern day that we know. The earliest of the known written religions of the time period would have been via the Chinese. And actually now, Aboriginals in the time before, or the dream time. Actually, technically, but that's not written record as much as it is word of mouth. And then you also have South America's belief systems, which we're still finding. But those only actually go back to about 3,000 BC. And religion is always, I would absolutely agree with you, is always a result of the social politic. That the greater ideas that bind people into a structure of faith, meaning respect for a greater entity of sorts, and a morality or rule of law, is most often in earliest man society also absolutely combined with that worship, and all of the earliest kings and noble people were considered deities and gods, which is why in Hinduism you'll find 600 demigods who also happen to be, rulers of the areas they were in, and, very interesting stuff, as opposed to the 9 main gods they have, which are the same as the Greeks. Very interesting stuff about that. I should do a stream about the many faces of God. I haven't done one of those kind of streams in quite a while. Let's listen to a little bit more of this in her response.
In evil, but rejoices with truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails.
Now, when it comes to somebody, let's just bring up a different situation. We hear a lot of guys holding a lot of resentment and frustration towards an ex-wife.
I mean, let's be honest. God, Sky Daddy, is not necessary to the drive of humanity. It's helpful. It's incentive. The concept of a God is troublesome in some ways for humanity. But one thing the concept of God can do is unify the connection to the rest of the universe, to suggest that we are also part of the greater, that we aren't just a little speck of dust alone, that we are actually connected to the rest of it. Anything past that, you know, I'm not gonna, not to down anything else, but if you start imagining that there's other kinds of connections, it's because you're implanting in an infantilistic kind of way, infantilizing the situation with something you don't know, something no one knows, something we all essentially imagine. Patriarchal, egoic, money, power driven, oftentimes. But I say this is where I disagree with you, because there is also that is a corruption of those things that tend to happen along with it. But when you look at throughout human history, the reasoning for a lot of this stuff is some of it's fear early on, some of it is need to organize, some of it is observational respect. Native Americans, you know, had a wide pantheon of gods, and that wasn't for money or leadership or power. That was because they respected all of it. And that is very common in amongst all the early gods and the early reasonings for man wanting to see something of himself in the environment, and vice versa, hoping that the environment saw something in him and her. It's a fascinating thing, the belief. It's unnecessary. 100%. It would not be necessary to have manifested all the things that we've done, despite people's arguments, because we definitely have lived without it. There's definitely places on the earth that they don't have any God. They don't have any belief in that. It's the earth, the ground, and the sky. But more often than not, man has a need to see more than himself, and himself in the more.
During custody cases, or somebody that did something like really, really nasty, and you just hear the anger in a man's voice, and for some reason it gives me the ick. Why? Because I think according to, you know, my biological preset, I would say, the way that I perceive it just subconsciously would be, if you're the man, you're supposed to be above that frustration, to be, not even be mad about it.
Okay, so this is where unrealistic expectations based off of preconceived notions start to come in. And this is where you can say, okay, this is kind of a psychosis. This is an unrealistic thought. This is a manipulative event as well, because she's saying, oh, you shouldn't be responding or reacting with any emotion. You're supposed to be just stoic without feeling. Well, no human is that. It doesn't matter if they're man or woman. And the Bible doesn't have God. Any idea that there's some external connection to whether or not a person has emotions, well, it's not how that works. We have chemicals in our brain, every single one of us, man or woman, that creates those emotions. And self-control does play a component in it, but men aren't supposed to have more self-control than women, nor women more than men. That's absurd, weird, very American Christian idealism. And it's part of this strange language that when we were talking about sociopathic behavior earlier, we saw as a point that they use strange logic, is what it's called. Mental backflips that they just assume, pretentiously, is absolutely correct. And if you're to challenge them on it, they don't have anything outside of that limited reasoning to argue with. Let's go a little bit further. I think, by the way Glenn spoke to her is genius. I'm not going to lie. Don't agree with a lot of what Glenn says, but the way he positions this is really wildly good because he speaks to her in a language he's hoping that she understands on her terms with empathy. And then he says something very empathetic that also points out her own folly. It's very smart. I give him all credit. And his glasses are off. He's very serious. He's thinking about it. And good on him for memorizing. He must be a preacher or at some point or like a minister somewhere because remembering that much of Corinthians and just oh yeah, he's also an actor, so memorizing, of course. Good on him for that because quick on the response to be able to use that as a lesson that's pretty impressive.
But I don't even know how to put it into words, but I don't know if you kind of get where I'm going with this.
Yes, she does, Lori.
That all this resentment, those grudges, should a man forgive somebody who isn't sorry?
I've heard her talk about this stuff quite often, so yes, she does.
Something we got to work on regularly. Like, you can't say like, oh, this happened. Okay, I forgive you. No, I mean, if it's in a deep offense, like that's going to take time. That's going to take time. You got to work out that forgiveness every day.
And they're talking about a real thing that she's affected by. So she believes this.
Hold this against them. God, help me not hold this against them. Help me give this over. Like give this up. Like it takes time. It's not easy. Like a guy that gets screwed over by his wife and his wife, railroads him to the courts and takes his kid from him and takes pretty much all of his assets.
Okay, there's his bias coming in. Projection.
But if
his point
to find,
I see his point.
This is what worked for me. It's like it's not that he has to stop trying to blame her for everything. For one, he has to face the reality that
you coming up in the
he
channel?
has some responsibility in this. And when he's able to say, you know what? I see where I messed up. This is where I failed here. And because I failed here, that led to these other things that happened that she's responsible for. Mm-hmm. So although I'm not responsible for her behavior or what she did, I'm responsible for this piece right here. And that's where I was wrong.
Right.
And if he could own that, and he could own accountability for his part, whether it's big or small, however the size is, then he's able to forgive himself. And when he's able to forgive himself, he has to, if he wants to live a good life. And
so I love how he's posing this. He's giving it the third person as if he's talking about someone else to see if she's going to catch on that he's talking about her. And does she believe this shit? Absolutely. Is she just baiting him? No, she is not. They are having a real heart-to-heart here, and they both have their diverse beliefs. Yes, absolutely. More similar than not, though. They do hang out. They know each other personally. And what's a waste of energy with this exchange? Oh, yeah, what a waste of energy. You can see he was recognizing that as well. Nothing changes. It wouldn't matter. It never would. So he's trying to impart to her some way to let go of the anger over a situation, and she doesn't want to, and she's looking for every reason not to. This is what the term psychosis actually derives from, is the inability to let things go. And that's something that happens in a small way here on YouTube when people get personally involved, which is why I'm a big proponent of non-performers not streaming. Because someone like myself has been trained to build and put on a suit and not have this stuff affect and create wag the dog situations or write a script and, know how to play in the realm of performance without it affecting us. Living after I turn this off, I don't growl. I definitely not bloviated. You can ask Lita. My occasional producer. So that's it. Doesn't matter. Neither of them will change their beliefs. This is so obvious. So what if they both have valid points? So what? They both know they'll go home with the same opinion. Well, this is one of the things. If you want to talk about actual interaction where the thesis and antithesis meet, and from another point of view, gain a wisdom that can grow on the originating thesis and antithesis. That's called the dialectic. And the point is to create a synthesis out of those two differing ideas, so you get something out of it. Exactly. If you're not willing to have the synthesis, which most debate panels are not, why are you having the convo? Oh, because you just want to expel maliciousness, or you just want to be right. That's narcissism. This is called open panels. One of the most prevalent 24-hour streams that welcomes anybody and everybody.
In circles again, fucking saying this and that. Just can't hate that. Can't debate. They're being fucking controlled by Israel.
Oh, thank you, Lord. I appreciate it.
Israel controls this country.
One-on-one with Michael Bruno.
That's just happening.
One-on-one with Michael Bruno.
Welcome to the asylum, my friends. We've just taken that hard turn in the Overton window where we now have reached extreme. It leaps from reasonable belief systems, and you're like, Aaron, you must be missing. No. This is a 24-hour panel for the peeps. This is what's happening. This insane rhetoric language, people screaming over each other to make a point. And mind you, there are people very involved in the lore of this show. Currently, there is, how many people are actually watching this right now? I can't tell, can I? 63 watching right now. Started 4 hours ago, but this thing goes all night long. And if you're not familiar with it, boy, it is entertaining if you want to see what it's like to sit outside of an asylum room while a bunch of schizophrenics are having lunch, because they're all trying to out maliciously verbal judo each other without any knowledge, without any factual anything or evidence at any point in time. It's just extremist rhetoric from all angles and not very informed points of view.
So we can shut the Harry bastard up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you Harry bitch. You son of a...
I had to grab a beer for this one, Jack.
Yeah. Let me look, man. When people are being ignored, bro, you gotta ignore them.
I got you.
You can't ignore them by calling them and screaming for them and all that. You can't ignore nobody like that. How you ignore somebody like that?
Good point. When you can't ignore that. Great example of crazy. Yes, you can't ignore someone by being like, I'm ignoring you. I'm hold on a second. I'm not paying any attention to you. I'm not watching you at all. Yeah, doesn't quite work that way, my friends. Nerp. Yeah, it's super. That's actually not a Discord. That's they're on StreamYard.
When they come on, bro, we ignore them.
And good evening. Thanks for joining. If you just joined us, by the way.
They go about their business. You know what I mean? But when you start calling them and screaming for them and you want to explain shit to them, man, fuck all that, bro. You're doing it in vain. You're doing it totally in vain. You know what I mean? It's a waste, bro. You're wasting your breath. You're doing all that extra screaming and hollering and wasting your breath, bro. They're not gonna hear you. They don't care about what you. They just want to do what they do. You know what I mean? Which is disrupt everybody. That's what they want to do. So if you feed into it, then we're gonna be subject to that for a long. These are trolls, you know what I mean?
Yikes is right.
Troll, bro. The troll keep coming out from under the bridge. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, also StreamYard yikes, but yes, yikes.
You know what I'm saying?
StreamYard is where anybody can call in. That's why I use Discord. It takes a little bit more savvy to use Discord.
Talk over yet. That's all.
Stops a certain amount of
I
the
know you get talked over a lot. I ain't gonna
mouth
lie.
breather.
You get talked over a lot. You know what I mean? I know you get frustrated, but you know.
Also, when I was using it, it was just shit. It's probably better now that I have much better internet, but it really was
like
shit.
that because you keep hollering and screaming for them, and then they know they got you, and then they start working on you, and then you fall.
And I was paying for it too.
And start calling them and talking to them and all that shit. You know what I mean? You can't.
I mean, has he made a complete sentence so that you can't be talking shit about that shit when the shit is the shit? Because you get the bag with the shit has got shit on the bag. They haven't even gotten to a topic or a point. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I forgot that I didn't even get to Dr. Grand. Because we haven't even talked about that next level of what happens here. If you're not familiar, there is a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, what is oppositional defiant disorder? Now, this is a mental health disorder that gets a lot of attention, and it's a bit controversial.
If you're not familiar with Dr. Todd Grand, he has a great channel. He's been on for a long time.
The subjectivity
very legit.
criteria.
He does reviews of just happenstance, so you find out exactly what they are. He doesn't make any psychological. Well, he used to do psychological exams, but now
there's two groups.
There's something different.
Symptom criteria for angry, irritable, and argumentative, defiant, as well as one symptom criterion under a category called vindictive. 4 symptoms have to appear, and they can be anywhere from these 3 categories. The symptoms have to appear for at least 6 months, and the interactions where the symptoms are observed have to include people that are not siblings. So these symptoms do not apply to sibling interaction. So in the first category, we have
sounds menopausal.
Now you'll notice here, as I'm going through the symptom criteria, that the word often is used in 7 of the 8 symptom criteria.
Okay, so what he's about to do here is explain actual symptoms and their criteria, meaning these are actual things that you can use to discern whether or not somebody is ODD. And I'm so thankful for this information. I've already read this separately, but it is so wonderful to hear it just directly. You can refer to it quickly, and when we go back to the other page, it'll become clear, very clear, what he's saying applies to certain folks who just, well, let's let him explain.
So for the first one, for angry, irritable mood, often loses temper. Then we have often is touchy or easily annoyed, and is often angry or resentful. Those are the 3 symptom criteria for angry, irritable mood. Then looking at argumentative, defiant behavior, we have often argues with authority figures, often defies authority figures, often deliberately annoys others. Notice the use of the word deliberately there, so just annoying others would not qualify. It has to be deliberately annoying others. And then often blames others for mistakes or behavior. The last category, the vindictive category, this one is a little easier to quantify. It doesn't involve the word often. There needs to be 2 or more instances of spiteful or vindictive behavior in the last 6 months. Then
let's hear this all again.
Then looking at argumentative, defiant behavior, we have often argues with authority figures, often defies authority figures,
arguing with authority figures, defies authority figures, sounds like soft citizens to me.
And deliberately annoys others. Notice the use of the word deliberately there.
Deliberately annoys others sounds like stream trolls to me.
Just annoying others would not qualify. It has to be deliberately annoying others. And then often blames others for mistakes or behavior. The last
menopause
category,
and adolescence.
Category, This one.
Menopause and adolescence. I'm like old as fuck, playing justifiably pissed. Yeah, yes, exactly. When you're old as fuck, you're justifiably pissed. Yes. Because your knees hurt, your back hurts, your neck hurts, your ass hurts. You sneeze wrong, the rest of your week is fuck. It's just, face it. Old, the warranty is up. You got a reason to, you know, be curmudgeonly. But, you know. When you're fucking 25, you should be able to listen to people and not want to scream over them.
Is a
because
little
they don't
easier
agree
to
with you.
quantify. It doesn't involve the word often. There needs to be 2 or more instances of spiteful or vindictive behavior in the last 6 months. Now, when
he's not talking about just poking fun. He's talking about the sociopathic version of it where they're getting glee from malicious obnoxiousness, unctuousness. They're like it. He's not, it's not a subtle version of it. It may be the language of what sounds to be just being annoying, but no, he's saying like purposely being annoying. So you're fucking with somebody, you know, and the joy you're getting out of it is a sociopathic tendency, but it's also in conjunction with these other things. It's not solely and just that. It's has that happened often alongside these other qualifiers.
talking about this 6-month rule for oppositional defiant disorder, it's important to keep in mind that for this disorder, there's a distinction made at age 5. So if an individual is under age 5, the symptoms must appear most days in those 6 months.
So you hear what he's saying is like when they look at kids to discern whether or not it's just a kid being a kid and whether or not this is oppositional defiance disorder, they're using the whole platitude of all of these qualifiers and saying, okay, does this happen every fucking day? Okay, that's a format of ODD, and then there's a scale of how extreme that is, because I've got another video that explains it in another, in another direction, actually more visually.
For 6 months. When looking at the severity specifiers for oppositional defiant disorder, there are 3: mild, moderate, and severe, and they're entirely based on the number of settings where these symptoms are present. So for example, home, school, with peers, at work. 1 setting is mild, 2 settings is moderate, and 3 settings or more is severe.
So he's saying if it's just, you only do this in one little setting, which lures you, so you're only annoying people when you're in a chat, and that's the only time you really enjoy it. Yeah, not oppositional defiance disorder, just fun at poking people. But you enjoy annoying people at school, on the bus, at work, at home, in all of those places, you might have oppositional defiance disorder because you're just being an asshole to everybody. Having a front door wreath that is a pentagram surrounded by rainbow flags that pisses off New York Christian, absolutely not. That does not count. That sounds awesome, actually, Lori. That sounds amazing. 100% amazing. Like, that's
way to look at the severity specifier.
And by the way, if you were to see my property in my home, you're making me want to get one for my front gate. Because that sounds amazing. I just love freaking out the neighbors. They all, I have like, LED torches that are everywhere around the house. So when you roll up on my property, it looks like there's a mini castle over here. And, everybody else is like yellow and nice bright color blue and, white and stuff like that. My house is gray with black trim. Very masculine. Oh, I love that. I love it. I'm going to go look it up, actually, just because, for Halloween, I do stuff. In fact, I might stream Halloween because the internet is much better now here, so I might be able to actually stream my Halloween. There are no trick-or-treaters because I live in rural nowhere, but I'm figuring if over the years I just keep doing stuff out there, at some point, maybe not this year, next year, somebody will come through and take some, just be like, trick-or-treat, but, once again, also, it's a pretty religious neighborhood when you break it down. And there's some Santeria up the street. So, if I hang that pentagram up there, I freak out. I mean, I would actually hang it right side up as opposed to upside down, which, they don't know the difference. I mean, I have a pretty decent opera, a Rotus. out in front. And all of, anyways, yeah. I don't want to identify it too much, but you can definitely tell my house is witchy.
When we compare it to how the severity specifier is used with a number of other disorders in the DSM. One question I get sometimes pertaining to oppositional defiant disorder is, what is its relationship to conduct disorder? Now, generally, we think of conduct disorder
Your
as
dog
a
is
more
gay. It
severe
happens. It does happen. It's real.
disturbance than oppositional defiant disorder. Technically, an individual can be diagnosed with both at the same time.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Let me run that back.
With peers at work. One setting is mild, 2 settings is moderate, and 3 settings or more is severe. So it's a bit of an unusual way to look at the severity specifier when we compare it to how the severity specifier is used with a number of other disorders in the DSM. One question I get sometimes pertaining to oppositional defiant disorder is, what is its relationship to conduct disorder? Now, generally, we think of conduct disorder as a more severe disturbance than oppositional defiant disorder. Technically, an individual can be diagnosed with both at the same time.
They're investigating the whole thing. So what happened at the club? P. Diddy got into it with somebody. J-Lo was there with them.
We're on P. Diddy and
the girl
J-Lo.
that got shot. They weren't shooting at the girl. They were shooting at somebody else.
If you ask me.
But one of the bullet hit her right in her face. So she said it from the from the night it's happened. She told the doctors P. Diddy shot her. And so she told everybody in the mall.
She's actually somewhere is correct about that.
The New York Police Department and all them people on payroll, you know what I'm saying? He made that shit go away. They didn't do no forensics. They didn't do shit. Shine went to jail for, whatever. And now he's out and he's getting his shit expunged. But like everybody's like, fuck that. Diddy did the shit. And J-Lo, the reason why they're questioning her is because after the shooting, she put that gun in her purse.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So she also helped cover it up.
I don't, I just don't see her dating him. I like her and everything.
She did.
It's like,
She did.
I don't see them as a couple.
She absolutely did.
You have to remember, this was in the early of both of theirs. You know what I'm saying? And he was the man back then. Like, and he's from New York, and she's from New York. Now, her team said that there's been people around her that have spoke up because they started giving her shit and like pulling her away from him because
that's also
he
true.
was slowly but surely starting his weird shit.
And if you're like, Aaron, how do you know that?
Her. But he had been doing that shit to everybody.
It's true.
So
I know it.
I mean,
it seems that way.
They weren't in a long relationship, but they was in a relationship long enough for her to get, possible some shit.
Involvement.
And both of their careers would have been done with if they'd have got, his wouldn't have been, but hers would have been done with if they'd have got caught that night. The police didn't do no fingerprints, no forensics, nothing.
So everybody's attorney is just going to say we have no comments, That's what
because all of them also have a ton of money and are able to protect themselves.
Defense is like, it's cool. Yeah, you don't have to say anything, but we're going to
tell you what, Lori,
and then you're going to say something.
So I worked directly for her. I spent a lot of time for about 1.5 years with her and Mark Anthony. And I was never not shocked at how astonishing of a person she was. The fact that everybody had downplayed her and people would talk smack and people were like, you better be careful, she's mean, blah, blah, blah. I never worked with anybody who works so hard, non-stop. Just a great example. Oh, let me come closer to the camera. Hold on a second. I have otherwise never worked with anybody that I can think of that worked as hard, just all day, all night, in so many different functions, so many different fashions. Oh, why is the chat like just in the middle? Let me fix that. And her and Mark were very inspiring to work for. 100%. And I think he did make a difference in, I would gather, I heard many stories, I was told many things, but they endeared themselves to me. And her work ethic, attitude, and realism about everything. I mean, I don't know how she is now, but at least working for her was a real joy. It really was. It was very impressive to see them. I saw them in a lot of different fashions. And it surprised the hell out of me. And every time I tell this story, people are like, what? It's like, yeah. And I can even say she was so self-aware that she was aware that people didn't like her for the reasons that she was would validate, by the way. Not like by doing it, but by saying, yeah, that's true. That happened. Because she's just fucking on it. And when I say on it, I mean like, start in the morning early working out. Come do choreography. Go to rehearsal. Then do rehearsal with the band. Go do business. Have lunch with a bunch of people. Do some interviews. And she's got kids with her all day long at that moment in time. And then, I mean, it was impressive. And then we worked until late in the evening. And then she normally probably went home and did more work. I know, because there was a couple times where I would work in the studio and I'd, end up getting driven to some studio afterwards after all the long day, and we'd be in the studio. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is, public perception doesn't really matter. If it doesn't line up with the actual person, then all of that becomes just propaganda. Or a lie, or an optic that's manufactured. So it's not true. It's just a bias of perception. Yeah, that's the thing is if I'd never met her, if I'd never worked for her, I'd probably have the same idea that everybody else has, because from the public observation. She doesn't have to care about that. She knows who she is. She knows why she is. Same with me. I actually learned a lot from that, same as Mark. Say what you want. It doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't take away the reality of the situation. Believe what you want. It doesn't take away from the reality of the situation. It hasn't taken a dollar out of her pocket. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it doesn't make them actually bad people. Your belief that they're bad doesn't make them bad people. Hiding a gun, that just makes you a criminal. Doesn't always mean that you're a bad person. And also, I would have to say that she probably learned from that. I would definitely gather that she learned from that. Because obviously she was never in that kind of environment after that. So yeah, it's a thing. I was always very impressed with everything about that situation. And I really have nothing negative to say, despite everybody wants to say something negative about it. It's like, no, I really have not a single reason. Comparative to, I'm not going to share who else. I got some real gripes about certain other people that I'll just never mention because it's not worth it. You don't need to know. Yeah. Great example. Also, Grandpa Al. Grandpa Al Jarreau. Separately, totally other reasons. Just a pleasure. Just a pure joy. I spent 6 months with that guy. And I saw all kinds of things with him. And he took every step as I think he was 79 at the time. I mean, he was just barely being held together by laces. And, my goodness, that man trooped, did every show without fail, and kept us all together, as a really tight-knit group. It was very fun. Oh, see, I disagree with you, Lori. She is very talented. It's just, there may be better people, but you know what the trick is figuring out how to make it all work together and do the business. Being talented isn't enough. As somebody who's been around a lot of the most talented people in the world, it's never just enough. And trust me, there's millions upon millions of more talented people than we've ever seen. I mean, I could play you Michael Sherwood's music. You've never heard him. But he wrote a bunch of things that actually influenced a bunch of stuff, but you never heard his name. Well, it's because he didn't have the acumen to do the business side, too. That's what makes people spectacular in some ways, is that they're able to socially, business-wise, and performatively, creatively do all the work. That's why we remember some of them, like Leonardo da Vinci. He was able to do that, too. He was an incredible businessman on half the time, unless he was, on a high. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to compare those things, though, because if you haven't actually achieved as an artist what ranks an artist, even in this time period, which in her time period was hard. I mean, when she actually made it, you had to impress an individual in a company to get yourself even on the platform, and then you had to make it through the business of that time, which was, crazy. It was crazy. I have to let somebody out again, apparently. We'll get back to the panel for the peeps, but I'm gonna drop us some hot video here. Let me see. let me, you don't see my shorts because those are shorts. And what do we got in here that's long enough to entertain and short enough that I don't have to sit here for 10 minutes? Oh, this'll work. Enjoy the view from my console, aka my desk, in set. France, this is lovely. I'll be right back.
Hey, what's happening, folks?
By the way, this was
Facebook,
on
friends, and family.
Facebook Live, not streamed to YouTube, and I wouldn't have streamed to YouTube because I wasn't streaming to YouTube at the time.
That's okay.
And I was like, oh my God, look at this castle we're doing on the ocean that we're doing a show in set, this little town in Paris. Amazing show. There's Nico, the lighting guy. Anyways, I got to take the dog out real quick. I'll be right back.
You guys and help push while you guys pull. Watch your fingers. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yep. It's not bad, but the toughest thing you gotta do is drop your $100,000 console. Okay, let's pull towards me. Opa. Oh, wait. Both at the same time. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Whoopa. Yep. One more. 1, 2, 3. Ah, yeah. There we go. Beautiful. A little too close. We gotta pull this out a little bit. We should have enough room there.
Adrien, s'il te plaît, tu peux venir?
Yeah. We're gonna have to come up and go down over there. So if you're wondering what I do for a living, this would be one of the things. Put you aside for a second so I can actually work. Hold on there. All right, you can see me now. Ready?
Là, il y en a. Par contre, là, laisse de l'autre côté, ça permet de faire le capot. Tu te mets en face et il t'envoie le capot.
Hello.
Okay.
Ready? Oh, 3. Let's see. Coming down. 1. All right.
Non, t'inquiète.
We just pull one side off. Nope, that's this. And it stays in the corner. This wonderful design where it like all fits in as tightly as possible. And then I'll need a little table, either right down there by you, for my record device, playback device.
Okay.
And otherwise, I hand you power here.
Yeah.
And if you give me 24 channels.
Yeah. 24?
Yeah, 24. 16 down here. 17 through 24 up here. So that's A.
8, 16.
Okay, so that's 17.
Yes.
And then left, right.
If you want
sub front fill. Voila.
Front. Alors, deck.
Outfill.
Profile. 6. On et de 2. So 6.
Okay, I'd rather.
On 1. On 1.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'd rather run directly to the processor, but I can't. Yeah, and actually, if you have EBU.
EBU?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You do?
Okay. Yeah.
We can also do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And that's 96.
1, 2, 4.
Yeah, 1, 2 left, right.
Yeah.
3, 4 sub front fill.
Yes. Okay.
Either way, analog or ADS.
1. Okay.
5.
Okay.
It's up to you. You tell me. This is what we're talking. This is what we're talking about, by the way, is outputs on the back of a console. If you're like, what the hell is that Chinese? That's my left. That's my right. That's my sub. That's my front fill. Really high tech. This is my record cables that I'm too lazy to pull out. Out meaning outfill. So if there's extra speakers like out there in the audience, which there isn't tonight because there's only like 1,200 seats, so, which is just enough for this. Can you imagine? Come think about this. This is like the local venue. This is the local venue. That doesn't suck at all. No. Good. Here, and I'll take that. That's just my record. There.
This is okay for your recording?
Yeah, I can put it on there. Yeah. As long as you got a place for your laptop. Oh, that's cool. I got it. And that's the This is my jumper in case it's ever needed. And all that stuff. Sure. Oh, I see it. Let me drop it.
Très bien, c'est pour qui? C'est pour qui? J'ai tout des grilles. D'accord. STR. Do you need the screen for the SSL?
Do I need the what for the SSL?
The screen and
yes. Oh no,
nothing else.
Nothing else.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks. Yeah, it's actually kind of awesome. That console. Sorry. It's actually kind of awesome. That console doesn't really need anything unless you want to run the outboard effects or do the record stuff. Each record channel for the Matty is 60 channels.
And I don't
one Matty. Or you can either run them redundantly or individually. So 240 ins now. Alright, here I got my desk in my bag. I'll go grab my box to bring things up. The playback, you don't have to worry about music except for in emergency.
Okay.
Because Burt Blackarack spins from doors. He's a DJ.
Yeah.
He'll play all the way up to the moment that the act walks out.
Yep.
And da 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 da, and then the other act starts.
Yeah.
So there'll be no dead space in the moment the Nidobo. No. What's her name? Nidobo. When she starts, I'm sorry. When she's done, I have pre-show music that starts. So I play pre-show music after she's done. Okay. So it's really easy.
I take compliments as compliments, Lori. So thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Let's see here.
My multi-core is 20 channels. Do you need the 24 channel?
Let me see. DJ 1, 2. No.
20, it's okay.
Should be fine. Let's see. DJ 1, 2. Oh no, I don't even need that because I'm going to use news channels. And then spare vocal. You need 3 free channels. Yeah, patch up to 20 will be fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. We'll figure it out. Because I also have 12 and 13. These two, leave them there. 12 and 13 are spare lines.
Okay. Okay.
14.
I don't plug mine.
No. They hang out. 12 and 13 are spares, just in case our lines go down.
Okay. Okay. Monitor spare.
Yeah. Or for how it's whatever, like two open channels, just in case. And then 14 and 15 audience mics.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Despite all the high tech, thank you, man. Despite all the high tech, it still comes down to an 1/8-inch cable that runs our music out of our iPods. That's $100,000 console, $2 adapter.
Now $12 adapter because, lightning.
Something's wrong in this business.
Or thunderbolt. Whatever, lightning.
So let me get to the fancy part. I'll turn her on and get her rocking. And then, 17, you got that straight. That confuses a lot of people. It really does. Especially because on some of these consoles, the A side is actually up here. It just depends on how they put it into the rack. So let's cross our fingers and hope that she came to life proper today. My console had a couple of problems the other day. I had to get inside. At least I know how to fix it now, though. And it was surprising because this console is built like a tank. So. Now the fun. This is fun. I like this portion. Hey Matt, what's happening? Good to see you on. You probably really enjoy the show that I'm doing right now. Uh-oh, here we go.
Good for you? Yes, perfect.
My console does lots of neat things.
Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. I'm very lucky.
Hello.
From
Hello.
Sorry.
Oh, good.
Traded a lot of stuff for it. Traded a lot of normalcy. But I have been able to, you know, see the world, mix a lot of great bands, influence a lot of creativity, help with a lot of shows and festivals.
No, it just has a lot of memory and a big giant brain going on.
And most importantly, get to see a whole shit ton of almost millions, I would gather millions of people have a fun day, and in some cases the best day of their lives, I've actually been told. I have a great story about that, hearing somebody tell the story of a show that they were at that I mixed, but like a decade afterwards. Right in front of me, somebody telling a story about the greatest experience they had, and they're talking about a show I mixed. And I had to say, man, you know, I mixed that show. They're like, what? You know?
That's always a good sign. Let's see if the...
I was a little concerned that day because I wasn't sure if the console was going to come back the way it needed to, because the day before it had a problem.
Hey, the internal's there. That's all.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Bear. I appreciate you. I got, you know, once again,
talking today. That's lovely. The other day,
let me tell you something.
They come back talking like that. So today,
it's. I'll tell you what. I will never forget that I got my first big gig sweeping trash into a trash can in room 3 at a place that doesn't exist anymore, Leeds Rehearsal Hall. And I told somebody that I could do a job that I wasn't sure I could do. But I didn't give a fuck. I was going to take that chance because you only live once. And thank goodness for it. I got to go on the road with the Dog Pound and earn my stripes. I got to live on a bus with Snoop Dogg while he was still known as Snoop Doggy Dogg. I was there. I spent a year with that man at a time that we now look back at as one of the most notorious eras of hip-hop. And then I was involved in a lot of hip-hop afterwards. Reese, Talib Kweli, I worked for Common. I used to fill in for his engineers. My last major touring band was Jurassic 5. I've since been on tour a couple times, but nothing significant, because it's just pickup, covering for other people, and or, you know, showing up when they need somebody to save the day. That's pretty much what I do if I mix nowadays. Oh, the mixer, Pero? So funny thing. That is the Testarossa, the SSL.
I'm happy camper because they came back talking.
Yeah, that is a Testarossa essentially. That console.
Thank you,
is
SSL.
Like the high end, and that particular console, that one belonged to Peter Gabriel. I had to borrow it from him essentially to take it on tour because there were not that many at that time period of this console, SSL L300. Just the smaller version. It was actually his monitor console, or one of the 2 monitor consoles. The year before, I had his front of house console. But they're all about the same. They all do the same functions. They just put them in different variations with different ways that you can use the tools. This particular format is called an open format. It is you essentially have an open table. You can build that console any way, shape, or form, put anything where you want it to be. So it's faders and knobs, and that's all digital control. And you could tell any of those knobs and faders to be anything, essentially, with this console. Most consoles are not as convertible as this on the lower prosumer level, but once you get to the now theater and or concert production level, most of them nowadays you can reroute and make things whatever you want. But to really understand it, it took me at least a decade, 10,000 hours to start to understand. And then to apply that understanding, probably another 10,000 hours. And then to utilize it as art and forget a lot of that stuff and just have it in me, you know, another year or two. And then revising all that and adding to it and the ability to like pull things out. Yeah, I mean, like I've been doing this for 30 years, so about that time, about that much.
All for your support at like 1 in the morning U.S. time.
I'm sorry, I can't use the AES.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah, because I have 2 processors for the system. And we have to
split between the two. No problem. Analog is easy peasy. It's funny. It's actually easier than digital. You know, you'd think it'd be the other way, but no. It's, you know, at least this way we know we plug it in. If it's not on, you change the cable. Or it's my routing, you know, like.
I don't actually feel that way wholesale about digital or analog, but when it comes to like a day like that day where you just want to make things easy, hand the guy 5 cables, that's easy.
By the way, that's no reason.
You don't have to patch anything as far as like digitally. You don't have to change anything around in your console, which often, yeah. Now though, actually, they have it set so you can have all different kind of output settings that work simultaneously, which is a lot easier. So that you can just, you know, which output are you using? Okay, let me make sure that's turned on. Whether it's the digital or the analog.
And in any case, that's my office for today. Thanks for joining.
So we're going to return to this video one last time, just to remind you all why we came here this evening and what this was about.
As you go about the task of trying to understand narcissism, one of the things that begins to rise to the surface pretty quickly is, I'm dealing with somebody here who is not at all healthy. Narcissists are troubled souls. They're underdeveloped in their conscience. They're underdeveloped in the way that they engage
and howdy,
with people.
everybody.
They're like
Thanks
a
for
little
being here and sticking around.
Who hasn't figured out yet that the world doesn't revolve around them.
And a lot of this concept of the narcissism, the fact that the world doesn't revolve around them, the lack of self-awareness is the issue with the folks who are not being corrected, who are essentially living in an echo chamber here on the streaming circuit. That's why I'm coming back to this video, because we've come full circle in the explanation. I've made example and shown a little difference of how the values escalate very quickly. The attitudes and the behaviors really quickly change from, oh, that's a little off, to, okay, what? And if you're wondering what's going on, it's because people aren't very well mentally balanced.
Go into your understanding of narcissism, I'm sure that you can see, you know, there are other kinds of traits that spin off of that can seem rather scary. And then many people will ask me, well, yes, I can see the narcissistic element here, but am I dealing with a sociopath, or perhaps am I even dealing with a psychopath? And I think it's good for you to know what that's all about, because the more you understand what's in front of you, then the more you can make informed decisions about where you're going to go in relation to all of that.
And that's the whole thing, is being able to inform yourself. Being able to be aware of who it is and what you're seeing, so you can be warned and concerned for yourself and not get caught up in the grift or the con or the psychosis, which is really what that is.
Distinction between narcissism, sociopathy, and the psychopath. And as I do so, I'm going to give a heading to each of these 3 categories to try to make it a little easier for you to understand. When we talk about narcissism, I'm going to use the heading dismissive. When we talk about a sociopath, I'm going to use the heading schemer. And then when we talk about the psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator, okay? And
predator, schemer.
And as I do so, I'm going to give a heading to each of these 3 categories to try to make it a little easier for you to understand. When we talk about narcissism, I'm going to use the heading dismissive. When we talk about a sociopath, I'm going to use the heading schemer. And then when we talk about the psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator. Okay, and I think
Why am I saying these things repeatedly? Why am I playing this over again? One, I want to impart something that you remember, something that you'll take with you, to remember that these are 3 qualifiers for narcissism. They can each individually be a behavior that does not indicate narcissism, but together they do. One last time.
I do so, I'm going to give a heading to each of these 3 categories to try to make it a little easier for you to understand.
And that header
when we talk about narcissism, I'm going to use the heading
dismissive of your feelings and thoughts,
when we talk about sociopath, I'm going to use the heading schemer. And then when we talk about the psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator. Okay? And I think
seeking
you can
out those who are
it actually becomes a
more
continuum
vulnerable
with the psychopath all the way down at the far end. Now, you know that with the narcissist, we have very high need for
bridges
control,
being made,
a very low level of
soul.
empathy, a lot of exploitive. Psychopath, I'm going to use the heading predator, okay? And I think you can already see where we're going with this. It actually becomes a continuum with the psychopath all the way down at the far end. Now, you know that with the narcissist, we have very high need for control, a very low level of empathy, a lot of
narcissist, high level of control, low level of empathy. Once again, a narcissist can be pointed out by their predatory behavior, by their scheming and their dismissiveness, as well as their exploitive and manipulative behavior. Predatory, dismissive. Oh, I'm terrible. And scheming, exploitive, and manipulative. All of these things together can give you a picture of a person that you can learn from their words, what they say, what they do. And you can say, oh, that person is showing narcissistic traits. You don't have to be a psychologist, because they'll be dismissive of your call. But you don't even have to say it to them. You can know for yourself to recognize the symptoms.
Exploitive and manipulative behavior. They must be in charge. They must be superior. They have an alternate view of reality. They can rationalize anything and everything. And then when
unlikely,
Lori. Put it under the
unlikely. That's just, that's just defiance as a child and testing boundaries. That stuff happens. I was in my crib. My parents don't remember this, but I remember vividly and getting in a bunch of trouble. I didn't want to take a nap, and there was like a little shred of wallpaper that I could grab a hold of in my crib, and I just yanked and yanked and yanked until I had what I thought was a huge shred of, hey, what's happening? Good evening. What's going? I love the fact that it said hand pink waving. What happened there? That's hilarious. Fish day. Oh, that was Fish day saying you shit yourself and smeared it on the wall. No, absolutely not Fish day. I'm sorry. I thought that was Lori. I was like, Lori, no, you're fine. Yeah, Fish day. I wouldn't say that means you had any mental illness, And good to see you, Abe. Welcome to the show. We've been going over mental illnesses as it applies to streamers and streaming, and also affecting the audience, so that you can recognize. I'm very good, actually. This evening has been great. I found out I got free advertisement earlier today by baiting a dude who said he was happy to, he would be fine with marrying a 12-year-old if he lived in the place where it was allowable. Him, I don't want to get into it. It's just so easy. Anyways, the important thing to remember is I'm sharing this so you can identify in others and in this world what is an unhealthy environment, and how to stand back and kind of have that self-awareness to be able to pay attention to it, to recognize when people like me, May are playing a fucking character, putting on a show for you, because most of these folks aren't putting on a show. They are just being the show. And if you don't get that's what's going on, that you're sitting there watching TV, you might forget that and end up falling into these pratfalls of psychological psychosis, forms of psychosis, in-group need to associate and be as shitty as the people on the panel. So, important to know.
There are certain other elements that we can add to that. For example, the narcissist will overvalue themselves.
Yeah, if you haven't had a chance to like and subscribe, please do so. I appreciate everyone.
Value you. You're just a pawn. You're just a player on the stage as far as they're concerned.
Okay, so the identifiers are manipulative and exploitive behavior, scheming, dismissiveness, predatory behavior, narcissism. Makes you the player on their stage like a puppet. And they have very little accountability and almost no empathy at all. Oh yeah, go for it. Of course, Abe. Yeah, if you've got a wrench, feel free to share what you will. However, when the sociopath is in the show, yeah.
Your worth and your value is not something they put much thought into.
Yeah, we haven't gotten, by the way, we haven't gotten to sociopath yet. We're still in narcissist.
How they can use you. They do have that sense of entitlement. There are certain things that I need, but then in that dismissive sense, it's like, and I don't care what you need. Or they always have to be right.
That's the dismissiveness. Not having to care about you, not having empathy for the moment. And by the way, if you're interested, my pleasure, Abe. Check out Abe's server. It's a lot of fun. Some decent people in there. Some good conversations.
Well, when they're right, again, going back to the dismissive word, well, then somebody's going to be wrong, and guess who that's going to be? They have a strongly critical mindset, and so in their
So they are critical of others and not of themselves. He's not saying that they have a strongly critical mind, but rather a strongly critical mindset, meaning that they see outside of themselves and not towards themselves. Predatory, dismissive, scheming, manipulative, exploitive, strongly critical of others.
There just has to be somebody who has to take the brunt of their annoyance and impatience and irritability. And
There's the predatory.
That's going to be you. And so basically, the narcissist concludes, I'm really glad that I'm me, and boy, would I hate to have to be you.
Because they don't have an empathy for you. They don't care about you. They are living for themselves. Predatorily, scheming, manipulative and exploitive, and dismissive of you. These are the identifying signs of narcissism.
And these are people that just, it's impossible to
deal
with them on any kind of long-term.
Individually, they do not mean narcissism. Don't forget what Dr. Todd Grande was saying earlier. It is about seeing these things together in a package, happening consistently. And that applies to all of these things, not just ODD. ODD, he did lay out how it needs to be a certain amount of time over 6 months for adults. In this case, this is how you identify the total identity of symptoms and how together they make up narcissism.
Cases where you're going to have some satisfaction. Now, let's take it up a notch and let's go to the category of sociopathy. Now, keep in mind, I put the overarching descriptor over that as the schemer. Sociopaths are always cooking up some sort of a scheme. Let's keep in mind that they operate on the assumption that if there are rules out there,
they don't apply to them. They never. So if there's rules, sociopaths are the general schemer, and they do not believe the rules apply to them. This is not just simple narcissism. This is that there's a defiance to it and an added level to what has already been identified as narcissism, because narcissism plays into the sociopathy. Rules don't apply to them.
Above and beyond the standard operating procedures that everybody else has to go with. Now, it could be that inside a business, if a business has a certain protocol in terms of how they do things, their thinking is, but the protocol is going to be different for me because you see, I'm way special. I'm really smart.
I'm above it. Maybe they think they're God's favorite or something like that, something of that nature, where they've put themselves above all others.
A relationship. It's like, well, most people, when they do relationships, they handle it A, B, and C, but I'm not most people. And so they give themselves.
They do not believe that they are the same. So it's not just predatory, it's not just scheming, it's not just manipulative, it's not just all of those things. It is also, plus the exploitive, it is also the fact that they believe that they are better, that the rules don't apply to them, and they are unlike others. It's added bonus narcissism to the narcissism. On their own. All on their own. They achieved it all alone. Yes, exactly. Nobody else there but them.
Morality is something that just is...
It's just me out there. New musical accompaniment. Speaking of which, yeah, what the hell? Speaking of which, come on, background music. I got to make more background music.
Meaningless to them. They may say that they're committed to you, but then you find out that there's all sorts of stuff going on behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah, morality is a very blurry, unnecessary line to them. Predatory, manipulative, exploitive, scheming, dismissive. Rules don't apply to them. They aren't the same as everybody else. And their morality is iffy at best, because you can't tie them down to any one set. Because as soon as something applies to them, they have to be accountable, and they can't or won't be. You can't tie me down to commitments is what it says.
Whether it's through addictive behaviors or through
how's it going?
And being involved with multiple people at the same time.
Hold on a second. Really?
Rules and morality are just irrelevant to them. It's whatever I feel in the moment. And so they do not conform. In fact, they like the idea that they don't conform, and they like to have toys that are a little bit different. They like to have all sorts of activities and ventures that say, you know, I'm a pleasure seeker, and you're going to see it, and you're going to see it very easily around me. Now, another ingredient that goes along with this is no remorse, no guilt. If you catch them...
So they're above the law, they're above the rules, they aren't the same as everybody else, they're outside the norms, and they do not have guilt for actions that they've done because they don't have a set of morality. They're not just scheming, they're not just predatory, they're not just dismissive, because that solely on its own is narcissism. This is that next step. No guilt, no empathy. They're better than you. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody Discord it. I think somebody might have tried earlier, but they just didn't say, because maybe they didn't use Discord. Here, try that. That should get you into the Discord, and then you would want to go to the green room, aka the waiting room, but I call it the green room because that's what they call it everywhere, you know, when you're hanging out waiting for the show. Let me know if that doesn't work. Because it's really weird, because I have all my invites are like open invite. Weird. Discord is funky. That's also why I love using it, because it's like, it's not easy to get into it. In the biz, yes, in la biz. True. True. Okay.
Handed at doing something.
Okay.
They may say something to get themselves off the hook, like, yeah, I guess I shouldn't have done that. But at the end, it's like it doesn't sink down very deep at all.
Yeah. So these they don't have guilt because they don't have any real empathy because they're not really self-aware because they're predatory. They're playing on all of these very shallow concepts. They're playing and experiences. And let's go over it again. Dismissive, scheming, predatory, manipulative, and exploitive. They feel themselves beyond others. They give themselves latitude to be better than anyone else, and rules do not apply. Their morality is questionable and or moving, and they have no guilt complex. That's
or I were to do something really wrong, I would hope that there would be a sense of agonizing and soul searching that goes on. Sociopaths don't agonize. Sociopaths don't soul search. Now, they can be very intelligent and they can intellectualize all sorts of aspects of life, and they can talk as if they understand right from wrong, but down at that gut level, it's just not there. They do and say whatever is expedient
for the moment. In other words, they are manipulative. They take advantage. They're willing to basically do whatever it takes to get you in their pocket because they're scheming, predatory. They're dismissive of your feelings and you. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Welcome to the Discord, by the way. I'll have to use that one from now on. And I guess it'll get people to join my Discord. Where was I? Just predatory. They are beyond others. They stand out from the crowd. They don't have rules that apply to them. Their morality is non-existent, and they will do whatever they need to get you caught up in that moment. I'm sure that we've all been through these kind of experiences before where somebody has all of these components. That's called being a sociopath. It's not just one of them. It's not just some of them. It is this entire package of things that includes the narcissism components that make someone a sociopath. And if you see this in your favorite streamer, if you see this in the behavior of those on the panels, at least you can be aware of it. At least you can recognize that this is going on, and it's, well, it's not safe for mental health. It's not safe for the influence on oneself. It's not safe to imbibe that social malady because you're drinking it in. Forget about the energy waves. Forget about the experience of seeing it. That, if you barricade, if you protect yourself mentally, spiritually, you can stop that from affecting you. It's when you just let it happen and take part and become part of the mob with the pitchfork and all that you might. Yes, please do. Anytime, Allie, you know you have perms. If I haven't given you perms, I should give you perms. I'll make you a mod or something. The mods in my Discord are called Who's You What's It's, by the way. Anyways.
And then whatever accountability you want them to have, it's like it's meaningless. They wear masks and they're chameleons who live to exploit. Now,
they live to exploit. They're chameleons. They'll do whatever they can to get in with you and take advantage of you. They're manipulative. They are scheming. They are dismissive. They are. Let me see if I can remember them all because it's building up now to the point. It's like well, it is a memory game. They are beyond the rules. They stand out from others as if they're special. They believe they have no guilt complex and no morality. Alder Count, what's the topic of this night? Well, we are talking about streamers and the public watching and what tends to be a lot of mental illness around. And I have just been bringing up videos and explaining how we can identify and recognize what's going on in the environment, and that way you can protect yourself maybe, and or just identify and not have to take part in what becomes a social malady that is easy to catch while you're sitting there agreeing with somebody that may be saying some insane stuff. And by insane stuff, I mean strange thought processes that take an intense amount of manipulative effort to get to the point of actually being agreeable. And it is easy to go down that path if you're a lonely person, if you're somebody who doesn't spend a lot of time outdoors, and just knowing what these behaviors are, being able to identify them, can help us all.
One of the things we can say about sociopaths is they can be very skilled at picking out people that can be duped, or picking out people that can be manipulated, and because they're slip talkers and they can say whatever needs to be said in the moment and bring you in, and they tend to work pretty quickly. And so one of the things that you want to watch for is when somebody tries to get you to join them in perhaps something that seems a little bit fishy, but they say, come on, it's okay, and they work real fast with you because they like pulling people in, because then if there's something wrong, they have someone that they can blame, and it's going to be you.
Okay, so they wear a mask, they're manipulative, they are exploitive, they look for people to take advantage of. We're talking about sociopathy now. This is the separate from the narcissism. And narcissism is the action of being dismissive and being predatory and being scheming, which is the base root of the dividing orders of what are narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy. And when you start adding in higher than average self-worth, unusual thought process, self-adulation, meaning thinking they're above the norm, thinking they're outside of the norm, or that rules don't apply to them, lack of guilt, exploitive behavior, seeking out people who are vulnerable, at wearing masks to be manipulative. That's a sociopath.
Now, let's go to that place of the psychopath. And I mentioned that the word we're going to have there.
So we've just turned it up a notch in the Overton window, by the way.
Psychopath, well, when you see...
So, and by the way, once again, the reason why I share this is because so many of these shows that are just somebody who is a non-performer sitting in front of a camera is the output, is the outcome of a form of oftentimes psychosis. Extreme beliefs, extreme behavior, extreme ideas. Now, sometimes that's very entertaining. Not gonna lie to you. Most reality TV is some form of psychosis. Truly, I mean, people be watching some crazy ass motherfucking shit. Not just normal shit. They be watching some crazy ass shit. Shit be crazy sometimes. And that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Anyways. But this is specific. It's not just one of those things. It's the whole package put together. And we were talking about obsessive defiance disorder earlier, and Dr. Todd Brand was explaining how you really have to see the whole package over a period of time to understand that these things are together in one action base. But yeah, the ground isn't getting any softer over there, okay? Keep it down, puppy. Anyway, if you watch my show at all, you know that happens constantly. Anyways.
And things on television news and all like that, the psychopath tends to have a very strong criminal mind. I mean, when we say they don't have a conscience, they have zero conscience. It's like they have no regard whatsoever for order. It's completely all about.
So once again,
when you see movies and things on television news and all like that, the psychopath tends to have a very strong criminal mind. I mean, when we say they don't have,
we're going beyond just the social interaction, the social abuse, dismissiveness, predatory behavior, scheming, manipulative behavior, taking advantage of the vulnerable, using manipulative masks, feeling that they're above one another in sociopathy. But we've gone past this now. Now we've taken it up another notch in the Overton window, like I was saying, to what is zero consciousness. An actual criminal-like behavior in thought process where you don't have a line between what is acceptable, normal respect for others, because you don't know what respect is and you don't have a sense of it. If you go back in the video earlier, I do have an interview in this video with a psychopath, an actual identified psychopath, and somebody who didn't kill anybody, but this normal person who was an attorney, and she describes how she doesn't even understand other people's feelings, essentially. They do not understand because they have zero conscience.
It's like they have no regard whatsoever for order. It's completely all about themselves.
Yeah, it's beyond simple narcissism. It's beyond sociopathy of the use of others and or just the lack of concern and dismissiveness, masks and such. This is another level where they are actually subsisting off of the abuse of others. It is a stepping tool. They do not see humans. They do not see others as a thing or a stopping point to get them to feel. They don't recognize the feelings of others.
They have no need for compassion. They do not attach well at all. People are only tools to be used. And
so this is the manipulative portion of the section, and it's also the portion of the section that is where you find the most vulnerable people being taken advantage of and abused. And you also tend to find that in this section, these are the folks who are looking for, in a predatory fashion, not just in the dismissive, not just in the scheming, but in a truly predatory fashion. They're looking for the dupe they can find. They're looking for the easiest vulnerable target to take advantage of. They're a dangerous sort. And it only takes a thin line to take a psychopath from what we saw earlier in the video, a seemingly normal person with just no conscience, to somebody who will kill someone and not know why everybody's so upset. And that's a real thing.
Be very cold-blooded in the way that they engage with folks. They must be dominant. They can have a very bad temper, and they can be very overwhelming when somebody does something that displeases them.
So it's an added level of also their temperament is kind of fucked up. They really can't hold it together. Their emotional regulation is limited because when you cross them, they don't have the temperament to understand why you would disagree with them, and then they have the other components of the narcissism and the sociopathy so that they have to jump on you like a lion to defend and take away your humanity because you don't have one to them. And then they'll likely be ruthless or cruel. Now, if this sounds like somebody you've been on a panel with, or it sounds like a conversation you've heard, maybe you can identify partitions or portions of psychopathy or sociopathy. But when it's vicious, when it's malicious, consistent, petty, and revises history or revises what happened, gaslighting, in order to take advantage of the situation, that's when it starts to cross that line into psychopathy.
To the extent that their punishing behavior can be very severe and abusive. You are a pawn to be used by these individuals, nothing else. So they have a reckless disregard for any kind of order, and they have sense of accountability.
Lori's talking about somebody that we see occasionally. Then when it's discovered this same individual has 20 different email addresses and way more alt accounts, I'm sure. Lies about being related to family members. Oh wow! And their education and financial background, etc. Yeah. It gets to be the point where it's like, okay, how can I not notice who and what this is? Oh well, some people just want to be included because they're so fucking lonely. And if you start to fight back against that, and all your friends are in the Discord, which, by the way, speaking of Discord, if you are on Discord, feel free to become a member of mine. It's a very silly Discord that doesn't have a lot of activity because it's more of a storytelling thing and for my panels and Meme Olympics, which probably doesn't have any memes in it right now. It's a nerd zone. It's a fair, safe nerd zone. So feel free to hop in there, and if you want to call me, talk to me, the Lookup Green Room is where you would go, and I'll pull you on in. Yes, no sense of accountability whatsoever for their actions towards other people, which allows them to get off the hook. I see this a lot with streamers like Destiny. They seem to display, Altercount says, I see this a lot with streamers like Destiny. They seem to display a lot of willful ignorance and gaslighting when a particular argument isn't panning out. They say, oh yeah, the way that they want it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Convenient, sociopathic manipulation, mask wearing, gaslighting on purpose. In tomfooleries, we joke about it and call it gaswalling. Because they're stonewalling you and gaslighting you at the same time. It's like, motherfucker, can you keep on the... where do you think Ben Thorpe falls on the scale? Oh, somewhere closer under the just under psychopathy. Probably actually more manic. Maybe. You know, if I was to take it apart the way we've learned today, probably in the more sociopathic zone, because that's in the middle. And I don't really think that he's an outright violent person. I think he does have the breaks like a sociopath, or somebody who is experienced a lot of manic experiences, but I also know a lot of the lore about why this is built up, and he hasn't always been the way he is recently. I know a lot of things about that man. Most people just don't know. No, I, you know, to be honest, and I'm not a psychologist, I can just tell you, like, based off of what we just heard today, what the doctors have been saying about this stuff, and this is what the whole point of the show has been, to be able to watch streamers go, okay, can we identify what it is that we're watching? Can we protect ourselves from creating and catching a social malady? Because the in-group behavior of streaming lends to people in a tiny little quote-unquote community that may very well be unhealthy for them without them even knowing, and it slowly creeps in. And yeah, Ben definitely falls somewhere in there. I'm not a psychologist, but you know, based off of what I know of him currently, he probably falls in the sociopathic zone. I can't say that for certain. I bet, though, that if the guy got a bunch of therapy, he'd probably feel a lot better. And also, if the amount of stress that was in his life subsided, he'd probably feel a lot better and return to his older self, where all of this was a part of his plan and show. If you're not familiar with the wider lore on that, and you're ignoring Courtney and her entire history that caused everything you see now, also poor judgment on Ben's part in interaction with it. You know, two wild parents, but one particularly who was not safe for anybody, who just kind of gets ignored out of that picture. I mean, like, I would say she's a psychopath. So technically, between the two, Ben's the more tame. I know it's controversial to say. Not everybody agrees with me or will agree with me. I don't really care.
Whatsoever, and many times these people can have such difficulty in engaging in an orderly kind of way that they operate kind of on the fringes, and they don't do well in regular jobs, but they have to have their own way, and they just cannot have any kind of sense that says anybody's going to tell them what to do. Now, narcissism, the dismissive person, the sociopath.
So the psychopath also has a little bit of the ODD in there. They're not going to let anybody tell them what to do. They don't care about the outcome. They don't care about the outcome on you. They are predatory. They are scheming. They are manipulative. They wear masks as well as the sociopath. They are dismissive of your feelings. They don't have any guilt. They don't have any sense of conscience. They don't have a sense of empathy. They are willing to do anything to get what they need out of you. That's a psychopath.
And then the psychopath, the predator. These are three very difficult kinds of categories.
100%. Yeah, altar count. Exactly. Not only do followers, an altar count says, not only do followers of streamers get themselves echo chambered by the community that they ascribe to, but the social media and platforms that they use are self-reinforced and self-referential due to the algorithm that feeds them back the fuck into it. Yes, which is why someone like me may get suppressed in the algorithm, because I am preaching the alternate of what happens down here. And I use every one of the tricks that the algorithm brings me to flap what I call my butterfly wings to influence the wider outcome of other things. Now, what you might not know is the majority of my subscribers are actually way bigger channels than me, and I'm very blessed to have that. It's how I started here on YouTube. You can go way back 13 or 14 years ago when I was just putting some videos up of my tours. Because I haven't always been a streamer here. And actually, early on, I was a big hit streamer on Vedal. But it doesn't really fucking matter. None of that fucking matters. What I do in my real life is way beyond all this shit. So this is my art. This is my practice. But most importantly, I've always had a vested interest in the creative outlet as freedom, which is here, and in streaming. And technically, actually, I've been involved with streaming since the mid-90s, since very few of us could actually access any of the stuff, and we were doing it from the House of Blues in LA on T1 lines and feeding it directly into House of Blues corporate so they could film all the shows and then hopefully put them out later on online, which I think some of them actually are. But yeah, what we're talking about here, by the way, is the algorithm feeding people's interest back to themselves, which if that interest happens to include negative, divisive, disingenuous misinformation, and people are fine with that, they don't know any better, they will simply live in that. And then add in the Discord communities, add in the social media communities, the Instagram, the things that slowly burn your brain. And I say this full stop, because before I leave you this night, I'm going to talk about aphasia. Now, I'm not going to bring up the studies because I've been doing all video tonight, and I will do a video where I just study aphasia here. If you're not familiar with what aphasia is, you can look it up. It is mostly associated to people with Alzheimer's. But in fact, we know now that high frame rate, long-term exposure to doom scrolling for real, digital video and the blue background, the flickering at high frame rate speeds, causes tiny areas of the brain to seizure, creating immense pockets of, I'm sorry, immense isn't the correct word, minute pockets of intense brain damage to all sorts of motor function, thinking process, language networks, and the brain has to rewire around that. Now, if you're young enough to where your brain is still forming, you could be burning out many different functions in your brain that's rewiring, which is why we see people who are maladjusted, who may have illnesses that they wouldn't otherwise because they've been playing too many video games, which I never thought I'd say that, but that we may be causing brain damage from the video games and from watching things at high frame rate and scrolling and carrying our phones. Sounds like a 5G thing, but this is actually being studied right now. And 2 of the 10 studies that are being done are specifically on high frame rate and electronic and social media influence on the aphasiatic experiences. And those people that they're studying are in those 2 studies between the ages of 12 and 25. You were the one who traveled with the YouTube millionaires. I was, yes, in fact, and visited the White House. Oh, yes, absolutely. Very, very lucky to have gotten a couple of real fun experiences. I also got to free roam the United Nations one time, which is where a lot of the pictures come from. And the story there is, I'm doing the air fat in the picture. It was like a big diplomat dude from the Israelis who took that picture of me on the platform doing that shit. I was like, let me do something super subversive. Bro, take the picture. Come on right now. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. I actually held the gavel for the Secretary General in the security chamber. That was fun. Children's show Coco Melon is under the spotlight right now for a reason akin to what I'm talking about. Oh, influence. Yeah. And overstimulation, hurting young minds with quick frame rate, burns people out. It's one of the reasons why the modern editing style is probably harmful to us in the long run, and we won't know until a lot of these studies are done. We find out from a whole generation that they've been, manipulated and or hurt by something that we were using. I mean, we've seen this time and time again with technology. We have to learn the learning curve of what it's going to do to us, even though we adopt it very quickly. People are taking issue with the high saturation fast scene cuts and nonsensical banter. Oh yeah, that's terrible because that's programming as well. And as somebody who has long done deprogramming and that influence in his show, specifically I used to do a show for a while there called the Church of the Flying Pig that was literally just hypnographic deprogramming on a Sunday. With self-help and all that kind of stuff. So especially considering it's labeled as educational, which comes back to how algorithms can affect infants. Oh yeah, oh my God. And don't get me started on the YouTube Kids, how terrible that is for people. Just Frank, what's happening? Good evening. What you find amazing and somewhat sad is that the shot shows called panels have more subs and more viewers than, oh well, it's not surprising. I'm a mini influence of sorts of show, and YouTube and the streaming world is not ready for that yet. And the creative forces of a character being played out in a performance art piece that does serious and whatever the fuck I feel like doing, the environment isn't quite there yet. You know, I'm early on for that. I'm a little early for that. Maybe if I'd done it 10 years ago, it might have like caught for a minute, but it's not quite there yet. We're still getting that. The Thorpes are kind of the sign that reality TV will move into this zone. And by the way, SAG-AFTRA will be here sooner than you think because they want the money. And that will homogenize things a bit and also make it so you see more characters in TV shows. And then they will also play on all this questioning of what's real and what's not. But I urge anyone to watch any of this stuff and consider, is this real or is this person just crazy half the time? And I know that a lot of people came at me, especially the zesty ass fucking spicy crowd. We're like, you gotta be a psychopath. You gotta be schizo, because they just didn't understand that I'm a motherfucker who can put on a show. Ooh, oh my. I like putting on a show because that's what you do when you want to go out and have fun. I think. Isn't that what it is? I don't know what is going on. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's some confusion, like you have to, and for a minute there, by the way, I got... Yeah, I try, you know, and I will dip into the drama. I actually baited people with drama this weekend. It was fantastic. I guess I got put in front of a couple hundred viewers this morning while somebody tried to make me look like a fool, only admitting that they're the one who bought into it. If you got to defend something that you say isn't real ad nauseum, it's probably real, you know. But hey, cognitive dissonance, that's a fucking thing, isn't it? Isn't it amazing out here? But yes, I'm sorry, let me go back to this. Considering it's labeled as educational, yeah, that Cocomelon stuff is scary. Polyscopic hypnodation, as it was called before, is concerning because subconscious mechanisms pick up on the imagery even if you don't. Oh, hello. My backrest has finally showed up. Ah, yes. Thank you. Much better. Let's watch the rest of this video and see what he says about the end of psychopathy.
With and I want you to see that there are some common themes between these. All three of these categories operate with the presumption that you are beneath them. There is no sense of equality in the occasion.
They don't give a fuck about you. They think they're better than you. They have created an environment where they will support that they're better than you.
You serve a function for them.
Oh, thank you very much.
Whatever the function
hold on
is,
a second. Ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! Hey! And you know what that calls for? Hold on a second. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Sorry, I wanted to do this first. This is what I wanted to do. Ah! 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 Yeah! Sorry, the other background music, it's killing me. I gotta figure out how to do this one better. Yeah! Yeah! There we go. Okay, now I better. Always love a new sub. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you. And now back to the program. And welcome. This is one of those shows, I don't give a fuck about preconceived notions. I'm here to entertain you, maybe inform you, maybe, talk with you, share ideas, create a space of art. That's what this is. Art. Cameras. I'm never gonna sit here and just talk to you. You can look up, I have a video called Man Lessons for Women, where I absolutely roast Red Pill Logic as a Red Pill character. I know, Pero, you probably don't like don't like my guy there, Chad Chatterton. But most people could get it. I'm sure actually you'd probably laugh because it's fucking, I'm literally saying things that Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines, and the other guys are all saying, and I just rolled it into one homeless dude that I based around, can't remember his name. It's so easy to forget who that was.
Very self-serving, and so if you think you're going to gain by being with these people, think again, because they have no regard for whatever gain.
And this is one of the greater things. It's so obvious to those of us who actually are aware of these things. So this is one of the reasons why I'm sharing this with you, is because it's important to know that these shows, these people who have these like malicious panels and drama and krama and all that shit, and they're fighting and their verbal judo combat bullshit, they're just prying and preying off of the anger and pain, and they have no regard for you. I'm not even going to tell you that I have regard for you. I do this show. I hope that you are well as a person. Separate of this character, I hope inside the Aaron in here hopes the best for you. But I don't know you. This is a show. If I didn't have the script, I wouldn't know who anybody was. We should consider that this is the norm. Until just recently. And yes, it is so wonderful to have the interaction with you, because I get to find out there's somebody on the other side. But when it becomes parasocial to the point where you feel that you have to fit in, or that you'll be shunned or put out or hurt because you don't agree, my friends, that's not living, that's not healthy, that's not part of a good social environment. Watch till your heart's content. Get as much joy out of the weird degeneracy and perversion of thought. No problem there. That's what we go see movies for. Fantasy. The inclination to see how the other half lives. To stand by and observe. So if anybody ever is like, well, why are you over there in the Thorpes? Because, my friends, the best stories are dramatic. The best stories have ups and downs. And if you believe that that is all 100% true over there, then I'd like to sell you Lori Sue's Bridge. Because they have manifested an audience that is the moral play. If you don't know what the moral play is shows like Midsummer Nights. Marcus Aurelius, Oedipus, where the audience becomes as much as the show in response and reaction because of their projections of fear and thought and what they bring with themselves in preconceived notion. So as much as there might be degeneracy that you might see, or craziness, or maliciousness, or something you might see, the drama on screen, in some of these places, specifically the Thorpes, the show, I'd say about 60% of the time, is more about the audience reacting, self-snitching, carrying banners, lighting fires. And if you see me there, you might once in a while see me type in chat, rolls out dumpster, leaves gasoline can, throws random matches around. Why? Because the dumpster fire, the car crash you can't turn away from, the thing you can't not watch. These are the things that make some people really excited. And there's nothing wrong with that entertainment, to be frank. Not just frank, but to be frank. Oh, it's almost 2 a.m. I'm about to wrap it up anyways, but before I think we got a clear idea. This is the second time we watched this video, but before we go, I just want to remind you, before I give my outro, I'm going to run back something that people forget that I used to share constantly. Just to remind you of how long ago the concepts of hypnotizing the audience with fast-moving images, strange logic, manipulative concepts. But at least in this sense, it was a humorous thing. It wasn't malicious. Oh, did I go too far? I might have. No. No, I didn't go too far. I just have a shit ton of... I cannot believe that these are still up! The Nick Fuentes clips are still up? Oh my God, how did that happen? I have some really damning evidence on Nick and Pearl. Stuff that I thought got deleted. Oh, okay, here we are. I just want you to remember what this show is about.
Cosmocast live 24 hours a day with, of course, local access periodically. The programming you're about to see will actually accelerate your evolution.
10 lifetimes per viewing.
I guess you all know that every one of you is watching a different show, and to provide better programming,
we are watching you. Watch. Norman?
Oh, Cosmocast live 24 hours a day with, of course, local access periodically. The programming you're about to see will actually accelerate your evolution.
10 lifetimes per viewing.
We scientists call it
polyscopic hypnodation, or
a state of accelerated, unexpected events taking place in a perpetually delirious assault on the accepted and the unexpected.
Have a good night, Just Frank. Thank you so much.
Scientists call it polyscopic.
Yes, stay sexy, Just Frank. Stay sexy.
A state of accelerated, unexpected events taking place in a perpetually delirious assault on the accepted and the unexpected. We scientists call it.
This is from This, I was about to say, is from Subgenius. It was made by Subgenius. This is called Shadow Vision by Shadow Stevens. Made in 1986. Has all the principles of modern hypnographic editing, high speed, high frame rate, strange logic, in a non-malicious fashion, but one that was there to warn you and entertain you. Not unlike what I'm doing right now. Trying to, at least. And as you well know, my show is really just about sharing with you, hoping that you get something out of it, and that we can all grow and be happier and have a better day tomorrow. Because the world does have a ton of shit working against us all. It's not an easy environment to be a human. We have each other, the world and the universe, and all of that says we shouldn't even exist. But here we are. Here I am talking to you. Here I am, capable to speak to anybody on the planet, and that's fucking magical. So don't let the narcissists who will scheme and dismiss and be predatory about it. Don't let the sociopaths who will demean you, put themselves above you, forget that you have feelings, have no guilt for their actions. Don't let the psychopaths who have no guilt, who have no concern for you, who see you as a tool, don't let these folks lead you down a path towards your own social malady of believing that you're less than or need to be involved because you feel that that's the only place you can find friends. There's a world out here, my friends. There's a world out here, way beyond all this. And when it comes right down to it, there's really only one thing I ask of any of you. It's that when you see that low bar coming in fast, you reach out, you put your hand out, or you raise your voice and head, and you very distinctly say to the person about to get smacked, "Look up!"
When you did approach her, what was the response?
That she was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
One day when the bar gets too low, that's when SL yells out. Look up. Ain't no basement teller, flashing metal bracelets with a wave of the hand. Look up, the world needs you to look up, so we know who you are. Basement teller, sharing light, and self-controls. Next on your list, fighting to bury the biggest blue. Look up, the world needs you to raise your head. Look up and save you from getting hit by the blast one day when the bar gets too low. That's when the sound yells out. Look up. Sound is black. And sound is metal. Look up. Look up, the world needs you to raise your head. Look up and save you from getting hit by the boss one day when the bar gets too low. That's when the sound yells out. Look up. That's when the sound yells out. Look up.
She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Very A's wonder. The world needs you to look up so we know who you are. Basement dweller steering light. Mamas and
Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Sleep well, wake up well. I'll see you soon. Click.